Hello everybody and welcome back to another season of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel Challenger Cup. My name is Ibris, joined by the wonderful Lampi.
Thank you for having me once more. Another beautiful season. It is winter, it is cold outside, but the action is heating up once more with plenty of great tournaments coming your way throughout the entire season. And here we have the first cup from the studio here, from the Konami studio once more. And today we're starting everything off again with a 3v3 tournament once more.
Yes, indeed we are. And of course we're starting things off in a pretty new format actually with the meta-defining release of those yummy cards.
Right behind us, yeah. Theme of the new season as well.
Exactly. Totally vibing with this one, just spinning.
Yeah, Lollipop is dancing above your head, kind of. Yeah, it's kind of cute. And yeah, I mean, they are definitely going to be meta-defining. They're just out. People are still trying to figure out what the best way is to use them, and they are going to be seen today. I can give you my word for it. We are going to see yummy cards, for sure.
Yeah, and speaking of those yummy cards, of course, we do have this yummy spell card behind us. Which yummy spell is that?
Yummy Surprise, of course.
Yummy Surprise, of course. And surprise, it's also the theme of the overall season, which means the prizing is also themed after Yummy Surprise. Let's take a look at that game mat that players are competing for throughout the course of this season.
It is gorgeous. Look at that. Pretty much the thing you saw behind us there as well, and something absolutely worth playing for. Given out in all kind of different Challenger Cups throughout the entire season, and started already basically last week, as we had 3 Challenger Cups already happening on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, which is the usual schedule also for Challenger Cups. So if you want to play yourself, definitely always have an eye on the Discord server, and then Friday, Saturday, and Sunday is usually where you will be able to play. But there's going to be special cups as well, just as today.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate that it does not spin in real life, but, you know, still fantastic.
Can't have them all, yeah.
Yeah, really, really, really cool to see it. And, of course, Yummy, of course, being a deck that we're expecting to see a lot of throughout the course of this season. Now, just to go through some of the other cards that we're expecting to see today and in the following weeks, let's take a look at some of the more meta-defining cards, starting off, of course, with Ame no Murakumo no Mitsurugi.
And that card pretty much speaks for the entirety of the Mitsurugi theme, and that has been shaping the meta entirely since those cards came out. And actually, they have also been responsible for Ryan Yu winning the latest Duelist Cup with playing Mitsurugi Raziel there as well, and therefore pretty much the first Duelist Cup win for the Mitsurugi strategy. And that deck can be played in plenty of different versions. Mitsurugi Raziel, as I just mentioned.
Mitsurugi Yummy, for example, as well. Also a very valid strategy.
Very much, very good.
But yeah, really, really seen it just add a lot of consistency to decks that were otherwise
even pure Mitsurugi is possible. You can play Mitsurugi Orcas, really whatever you want.
Bronus plays Mitsurugi Fiendsmith.
Yeah, you can do whatever you like, for sure. It's pretty much just when you put those cards into your deck, everything else just becomes a little stronger, because whenever you get access to those cards, and it's not that hard to get access to the cards, because you just draw Habakiri, and from there on you can play out a full Mitsurugi combo, and that makes it so easy. And then when you have that boss monster, which we still have here on the screen, the Murakumo on your field, it provides you so many things. It's easy to summon, and then it makes your opponent discard a card once per turn when they want to resolve a card that you are trying to negate. And additionally to that, if you have a way to summon it out on your opponent's turn or on your own turn if you're trying to break a field, it also destroys all of the opponent's monsters. Like, that is the definition of a boss monster to me. And that's why this strategy is so valid and so strong still. And I think we are still going to see it in today's tournament plenty once more.
Yeah, very much so. Now, coming up next, we have another meta-defining card, of course, the Draco Tail Arthalion.
It is. And Arthalion is usually the first fusion monster you make in your Draco Tail deck, because it gives you that flexibility. It not only, of course, through the process of the fusion summon, allows you to trigger the Draco Tail monsters in the graveyard to give you all the different spell and trap cards that the deck has to offer. But then, additionally to that, you can even add back the cards from the graveyard.
Recurring the Maxi, the Ash Blossom, that kind of thing. Very, very useful. Then, as you said, accessing the Draco Tail Sting and the other traps, just again, very, very good. In terms of disruption.
Exactly. And so, as we have a 3v3 tournament today with shared card pools as well, I feel like Draco Tail not really overlaying with any of the other decks in the format is such a no-brainer to have in your roster because you just have the one Dracotail player, and then you can just fully put all of those Dracotail cards in there. Maybe a Cartesia on top of it as well, because that harmonizes really, really well with it too. And it's just such a strong deck. For me personally, even though it did not win the latest Duelist Cup, possibly the deck to beat at the moment, if you have to be honest.
Indeed, and coming up next, we have another deck, of course, the Lunalight Liger Dancer. Now, Lunalight was really, really good the last time that we saw a 3v3 Challenger Cup, making a clean statement against a variety of different decks. Hasn't really found too much success since, and actually was not too prolific in that December Duelist Cup that we continue to allude to.
That's true. It didn't really have any major success yet overall, and it's kind of also not too happy about Dracotail being so relevant at the moment, because people are starting, of course, when you realize one deck is the deck to beat, to bring in cards to counter that deck. One card in particular that we have been seeing a little bit is Retaliating Sea.
Yep.
And Retaliating Sea is just a card that's naturally very good against the Lunalight deck as well, and therefore that deck is struggling with the fact that Dracotail currently is one of the best decks. One thing I will say about Lunalight, though, that I really like, this deck always just has the ability to go in. Like, you get Max Seed, you get Mulchami Fuvolos, Doppelruliat. Usually and very often with this deck, you just be like, okay, I summon my Liger Dancer as we have it here on the screen.
Yep.
And I just bank on the fact that my opponent has no answer to it. And
then
very often they won't.
One.
They can't even summon out the second one. And then they just will win just purely because of that, and just purely because they have that so powerful boss monster that nobody has an answer to, really.
Yeah.
And therefore, that is very, very often just still a valid way. I think we're going to see it today as well, because in a free deck format, it can often just be the third deck.
And again,
when
as you said, it doesn't share much with the other meta decks. Now, speaking of the meta decks, of course, Malice has been so good for so long that we cannot, kind of skip past it. Malice Q Hearts Crypta.
Yeah, I mean, we keep on adding cards onto the limited and forbidden section for the Malice deck, and now with the latest list that was revealed.
Was it Red Ransom that was the most recent hit for this deck?
That was the one before, but now with the list for January, now even the White Rabbit is limited in the deck as well. So another one of the main deck monsters next to the Dormouse that you're not able to play in full functionality. And I'm wondering, where is the point? When is the point when the deck is just not consistent enough anymore? Because it's consistently losing cards, but it's still consistently showing up with results.
Yeah, I see people adding not only the Ignister package, but also generic cyber support that really just is able to hold the kind of skeleton of this deck together, even if it has been stripped back.
You're right.
Quite a bit.
Silent Mining is a good addition, which gives you consistency, which the deck is now lagging a little bit, or lacking a little bit. And then also you mentioned the Achichi, which is added as well, which is an additional Cybers monster from the Ignister family that you were mentioning. And then even because you are now playing additional Ignister cards, you can even play the AI Meet You as well to fetch you out those so powerful Ignister cards. So at this point, we sort of have to almost call it Ignister Malice instead of just Malice.
Yep, indeed. And of course, we have Yummy now coming up as well.
Yes.
We mentioned it earlier. Really, really new addition to the game, but really, really good. And definitely a meta contender here, and one we're expecting to see a lot of in tonight's games. Speaking of tonight's games, very, very shortly, we will be jumping in to a match between Team Pilk, P-I-L-K, and Team Mick, M-I-C.
Yeah, it's just today, how many teams do we have on the plate? I think it is 32 teams in total.
I believe it is 32, and of course, as is standard, they will be playing a best of 9, effectively a round robin between each team's 3 members. First team to 5 wins will proceed into that next phase of the tournament. Single elimination, but you have effectively 9 games with which to prove yourselves in, so...
Yeah, and not only the two of us will be proving ourselves as casters tonight, because later on Barcode is also going to join us in the commentary desk, so definitely stay tuned for that as well. But now, enough of the introing. Let's get into the dueling action, and there we have a Molchami Fuvolos preemptively being used here by the MIC player 1 in the standby phase, which is interesting to see.
Yep. Doggy going to play through it though with K2. Dracotail now coming down. That Dracotail that you mentioned before, really, really, really good at just getting to those fusion monsters. Lucius is good a start as any. Yes, you're under a disruption, but are there any further ones? Because I've seen Dracotales, I've seen them just end on the Arthalion, and everything has been good.
Yeah, I mean, Fuvalos is a card that is one of the most impactful ones in all of Master Duel, but for the Dracotale deck in particular, it's not as bad because, as you say, you just summon one Arthalion, you have the ability to summon more fusion monsters on the opponent's turn, so it's sometimes just an upstart goblin when they activate it. One thing I really like from C1 though, with the Fuvalos in standby phase, if they knew they would be playing against Dracotale, that is just a very smart move to do because the deck just oftentimes has ways to chain fusion effects to the opponent's Fuvalos. So let's say they activate a Rahu Dracotale and then they chain a Phimena to the Fuvalos, so they still only give the opponent one draw.
Yep, Mitsurugi in Duel C as well at the same time now, just resolving that initial ritual summon. And on the other hand, in Duel A, we did see the one of Called by the Grave really come in clutch already.
And I mean, Duel A is quite interesting. Let's have a look at Duel A because that actually is something you don't see every day and recently was only supported in Master Duel because that is the Sulfur Chord strategy, oftentimes mixed together with some other engines like the Yummy cards, but for the moment, we're starting off the Sulfur Chord cards.
Yeah, the Sulfur Chord support actually arriving with the Yummy cards in this most recent pack, and so far it's Pendulum. I don't have much else to say about it. Currently just sending out bodies after bodies after bodies and then linking now into that initial link
We're going into Grand Sulfur Chord, SHUEISHA here as well. And as you said, it's a Pendulum deck, and I mean lately the Pendulum decks have not been that successful because
5 mana now.
That is a 5 mana though, and it's, you know, it's tempting. We saw on the summon of the Link 2, there was no effect activating, no on-summon effect. So it's incredibly tempting here for MIC player 2 to just use the Arthalion. And Arthalion is not only able to go after your own monsters in the graveyard, but also your opponent's monsters on the field. So with that Link 2 not able to activate its effect just yet, I wouldn't be surprised if we just put it straight back into the extra deck here.
Yep, and the quote-unquote turn 0 play from the Dracotale, very, very powerful and very much one of the main reasons why this deck has been so popular since its release in Master Duel. Now, let's take a look at Duel B in the meanwhile, while we do speak about the Dracotale, as we did give quite a few cards away off of that Mulch Army, and now Sky Striker Mobilize engaged. This suggests that it's Yummy, I believe, because that was a card that you said was very integral to the Yummy strategy.
You do play that in Yummy for sure, but just before we jumped over into the game, I think I also saw Upstart Goblin being resolved. And there now is a Forbidden Droplet, so I feel like it might very well be pure Sky Striker. And this is such a crucial interaction to the Dracotale deck because the Engage is very much a card you want to negate, and that is what Doggy was trying to do here with his Dracotale Flame. But when you put the target away with something such as Forbidden Droplet, the trap card will not be able to negate it anymore, and they will also not be able to draw a card with that.
The ace may equal 0, but can the win column equals 1? Let's see.
We will find out.
That sounded cooler in my head, but regardless, I think the delivery was there.
I think it was pretty alright. I liked it.
Now, Duel C, we kind of slept on a bit, but there we go. We have that Moon of Close Heaven now going into the Fiendsmith sequence, just again, just playing out the regular Fiendsmith combo. Let's look at Duel C in the meanwhile, while the Sky Striker player is contemplating their choices.
I think that Forbidden Droplet from the Sky Striker player was crazy though, because it also gave us a third spell in the graveyard, so that Engage was putting in the work. Okay, so we do see Lacrima, the Crimson Tears, now sending the Fiendsmith Engraver to the graveyard. So pretty much full access to the Fiendsmith package, while that Futsu is already chilling there on the field. I would imagine that we have not used the graveyard effect of Futsu here just yet this turn, so we are kind of making ourselves a little bit of a safe space into Nibiru the Primal Being, because if they do use Nibiru the Primal Being here, that Futsu would just simply return and in the process even search a card 2. But that is Fiendsmith Sequence now first.
MD Gamer is MD Gaming here, as Sequence does indeed make an appearance here. The Fiendsmith cards now just fully coming online.
And we see the animation of Yummy Snatchy there in Duel A as well. And while I'm saying that, let's go over to Duel A, because what I was already thinking is that we have transitioned those Sulfur Chord cards into Yummy combo. And that is the cool thing about Yami, sometimes you just need any Link 1 or level 1 monster, and then you can synchro summon into that also powerful synchro level 2. And there is Lollipo Yami Way now, which will be able to special summon 2 Yami monsters from the graveyard.
Because we saw the Fusion summon on turn 0, it means that we've now seen Fusion, Synchro, Link, and Pendulum all in one turn.
All of them together, but it's dangerous now. The deck that Bell is playing provides you the option to just go after the opponent's field on the first turn already, and with MIC player 2 providing a field to go after already, we might bring them down to just the 2 cards they have in hand.
That Cookie Yami hits 3,000 attack points.
Yeah, due to the field spell.
Unfortunately, it's still turn 1, in case you forgot, and therefore no battle phase with which to capitalize on this, but still, really, really great showing so far from Bell here as we have that Sulphur Core Yami deck continuing to climb and climb and climb. Sprite Elf, again, one of the main factors that really separates Yami in Master Duel from Yami in the TCG. Tell me a bit about Sprite Elf and what it does for the consistency and for these later combos of the deck.
I've talked to some people already about the situation, and Sprite Elf just makes the deck
Martial
better.
Metal Marcher.
Yep, that is usually your way into Herald of the Arclight, because it provides you a level 3 tuner monster, and level 1 monsters. The Yami deck naturally has quite a few of them.
Conversely, Master Duel versus TCG again is the fact that Herald of the Arclight not really an option for Yami in.
You're right, true. That was
in
just
Master Duel.
True. So that would be the usual. Wait, there it is.
There it is.
Herald of the Arclight is available in Master Duel. And
Indeed.
now the Yami Surprise, which we have featured on our game mat. Different effects that you can use, but on the first turn it will just most likely be the special summon effect. And now that is a very common interaction that we're about to see from the TCG. You summon out the Marshmallow Yami with the Yami Surprise, and then immediately after it just hit the graveyard, you are able to add it back to the hand through the effect of Marshmallow Yami. And yeah, the Sprite Elf, as it has always been, just protects your field, because your monsters that the Sprite Elf is pointing to cannot be targeted by card effects anymore. And additionally to that, as we see here, it also extends your combo, as we can just bring back the Cupsy Yummy Way that started off that little Yummy party that we have been celebrating here, because it was able to search out 2 Yummy monsters from the deck. Oh, IP
And
Masquerade.
there we have IP Masquerade. Again, that quick effect, Link away to add an additional layer of disruption, thanks to getting access to the SP Little Knight a little bit further down the line, now with only 3 cards in hand. But a North Valion live on the field. Mick player 2 will have to see if they can claw back against what is a pretty formidable field state.
It is, and I mean, we have to face the fact that Herald of the Arclight, on its own and alone, is just making the Dracotail deck crumble, because every card from the deck or from the hand, every monster that would go to the graveyard, gets banished instead. And the Dracotail monsters, when they get banished, they don't trigger their so powerful effects, and therefore, probably the only thing we can do is go into the battle phase before. But Bell has plenty of interruptions to just take away those monsters off the field, and then MIC player 2 will have a pretty hard time all around. But let's not spoil it just yet. We bring back Cupsy Yami and also the Yami Snatchy. And as this is pretty much the first week of Yami gameplay here in Master Duel, a very crucial part about Yami Snatchy is that it allows you to play on the opponent's turn, as you can in their main phase or in their battle phase pay 100 life points to just do a quick synchro summon on the opponent's turn.
So talk to me a little bit more about Yami, because I've seen the sequencing getting messed up repeatedly, whether it means playing, I think, the wrong field spell in the wrong order, or in terms of which of the extra deck monsters you access first, it really affects the different lines.
Yeah, for sure. So you always want to make sure that you have access to the Yami Snatchy on your opponent's turn, because that is just where your interruption will come from. When you just build a field without Yami Snatchy and without access to it, you will be lacking interruptions, because it just gives you the option to summon those powerful synchro monsters on the opponent's turn. And you were mentioning the field spells. A Crocky, which is now placed onto the field with Yami Snatchy, gives you the option when you synchro summon to just destroy 1 card on the opponent's field. So that is the one that is pretty favorable on your opponent's turn as it gives you further interruption. On the other hand, the second field spell of the deck is Minion, and Minion actually is the one you rather want to have on your own turn, as not only allows you to summon back a Yummy monster from the graveyard, but also boosts. You saw that on turn 1 we already have a Capsi's Yummy here with 3,000 attack points. It boosts all of your Yummy monsters equal to the amount of different Yummy monsters you have on your own field. So that is so strong.
In the meanwhile, let's take a look at Duel B as the Sky Striker player is continuing to establish a field here. Zeke now coming out here.
This looks so small, and it was so big to begin with. Like, we had 2 strong fusion monsters, and I believe we started out with 3 face downs, and now Pot of Desires is going to make 4 out of 3. Easy math, and Doggy is kind of... They can't like this. Okay, Upstart Goblin, another card. This must be so many spell cards now already in the graveyard. And me as a big Sky Striker fan, I love to see this.
I'm curious how they managed to clear the field so effectively, but ultimately it's, again, as you said, very small game now as we're dealing with reduced hand size, almost no field, but there is linkage, I believe, to tag out into another extra deck monster.
And we do go into Kagari. We
Classic.
saw there was an engage earlier on, so this most likely got to be the target. Or if we see a chance to maybe wipe out all those 10,000 life points, it could also be an add-back of linkage, but no, we just want to have the engage to use it in the main phase too. And yeah, 10,000 life points is a pretty tough task to do for a Sky Striker deck, so we'd rather just take more advantage that we are going to be provided with from the Sky Striker Mobilize engage.
Let's look at Duel C in the meanwhile as we have more action there too. Of course, Knight Sword Serpent, such a reliable card for these Ryziel decks. That level 4, rank 4 toolbox really effective. And there is the regular Mitsurugi field clear.
I mean, we came at a pretty nice time there. I just saw the Murakumo resolving, just getting rid of all of those monsters. Sure, Fiends of Lacrima activates in the graveyard, dealing 1,200 life points damage, but SNK looks like they are really breaking this, as MD Gamer is down to so little cards. We saw them comboing and it looked pretty nice, but this looks like it's completely in favor of SNK all of a sudden.
That being said, Fiendsmith Graveyard very much loaded now and very much alive here, so could see if MD Gamer is given another turn, a complete turnaround, because these games all now feel very competitive and very close, which is something that I think a lot of players have been very excited about this current Master Duel competitive environment, is the fact that every game seems very back and forth.
Yeah, and one thing that's immediately noteworthy is that none of the players, from what I could see here so far, is using the Melis strategy. And Melis, for the latest 3v3 Cup that we had featured, was very much in, I feel like, everyone's lineup. But now with the most recent hits it got on the Forbidden Unlimited list, it feels like it's maybe not just as strong enough anymore. It still feels good, but maybe it will not be a no-brainer to put into everyone's lineup anymore.
So that is game on the field right now, but we could very well see the Mitsurugi Prez now come through to access a way of disrupting this. I mean, perhaps buying MD Gamer another turn, but let's see. There is the Murakumo no Mitsurugi being activated to negate that, or indeed force a discard. I guess it will force a discard.
I would imagine we are okay with discarding, because what they did to us, we can do now ourselves. If we bring back Murakumo, all of those monsters might be gone in a heartbeat.
Do we have a way of stopping this from happening, though, is the question.
Forbidden Droplet would be a card to stop it. Besides that, I don't think there is any way to stop it. So, Murakumo effect, there it is, and they're all gone. Wow.
Yep, and the graveyard again fully loaded for that Fiendsmith Mitsurugi deck if MD Gamer is given another turn here.
That is massive, but the Ryziel cards that we were starting to see there, if we have access to more of them, and we do have Sword Ryziel available and ready to search out for more Ryziels, it's still a decent position for Cage. I don't think we will be able to go after the entirety of the life points. We are really looking like we could at least set up one rank 4, preferably a detonator, I would say.
Is that the
maybe
Gorgon in Duel A by any chance?
Let's check it out. Let's go over to Duel A. Is it? It actually is Gorgon. We saw that Bell was ending on that also powerful IP Masquerena, and our IP Masquerena target of choice apparently was the Gorgon. And Gorgon,
Talk to me about this card, because it was a recent addition alongside the Yummy, and actually kind of interesting that Bell is running like all new cards from the new pack.
for sure. It's basically a showcase, right? You could almost say we made that happen. We were like, Bell, you play all those new cards, please. But no, they decided on their own.
Very, very generic but powerful card. Talk to me about it.
Yeah, so the Gorgon is interesting because it usually comes surprising when it is being summoned, and differently to cards such as SP Little Knight, which usually come out of an IP Masquerena, this one, the Gorgon, actually on its summon immediately, and soon as it hits the field, it will negate all of the monsters that are in zones that it's pointing to. And as we can clearly see, we very much chained that to a fusion summoning effect. So then we summon out our Gorgon, and the opponent summoned out the Aphalion, making sure that the Aphalion then on resolution probably was negated by it.
But there we go. The Gorgon of Zilothonia being returned to the extra deck does mean that suddenly this Aphalion is back online. Now, Duel B has just ended. While we were looking at that, it was, in fact, our PILK Pilk team that were able to clutch that one out.
That should have been the Dracotail player of the team. So PILK up one game, as we explained earlier on before starting the entire tournament. And you see it also with those nice little stars there. You do need 5 games in total from this best of 9 to claim yourself a spot in the next round, being the top 16. So still a long way to go for both teams, and definitely also no reason to be upset for Team MIC here just yet, as they're still very much in this. Okay, the Herald of Arclight now though, and that is so strong. Usually, every single time you would see Dracotail Aphalion being chain blocked in some capacity, because you go chainlink one Aphalion, adding back a couple of cards, chainlink to one of the fusion materials, chainlink free another fusion material. But due to the Herald of the Arclight being on the field and all the fusion materials being banished, there only was one effect to activate, and we could just deal with it right away.
Yep, and let's look at Duel C in the meanwhile as these Yummy monsters are swinging for game. There are a few more monsters ready to swing for game in this, but none of them crucially are above that 3200 attack of the Murakumo.
Very true, so...
He cleared the field and now he's holding the line. MVP of this deck.
Ooh, SP Little Knight coming back onto the field.
Is it bringing back anything else? Yes, it will bring a Rise Your Name with it.
But that's huge news for MD Gamer, because that SP Little Knight ready to deal with the detonator so nicely. So I would have been skeptical if the Murakumo with the 2 cards in hand is enough, but now adding the SP Little Knight, I can all of a sudden see it happening here. That might be real, MD Gamer. Better plan your moves carefully here, because this seems possible. We go straight into the battle phase here.
Duel A actually continuing to play out, by the way. Let's look at Duel A very, very quickly, because very much alive here. The Aphalion now at 0 attack.
So I think what we saw there was the battle phase of MICP2, and now we are just, we had it into the main phase there.
Spenta the Magister Sealer in this Dracotail deck.
Dracotail Magistus, that is a variant you do see oftentimes, gives you access to a very powerful synchro monster in your extra deck, being the Borlord Savage Dragon, when you include those Magistus cards into your deck too.
With the counter and then the... Yeah, okay.
Very much so. And there is Soroa, the Magistus Flame.
The generic extra deck synchro boss monster alongside Baron de Fleur.
Yes, exactly. But on the floor, you would not be able to summon in that specific deck, but the Borlord Savage Dragon very much does the trick. And also, it harmonizes so well with the Magistus cards, as the Magistus cards all want to do something in the Spell and Trap zone. And the Borlord Savage Dragon putting something to the Spell and Trap zone to get its own negate, but then doesn't rely on it to stay there anymore to negate, is really nice.
You know which synchro boss monster I really missed? Psychic and Punisher.
Ooh. I mean, you can still play it.
I guess.
Time to play some Punk, I guess.
I guess this is also a synchro boss monster in a way. Cookie Yummy Way now coming through to deal with Zoroa, the Magistus of Flame.
Yummy. And we see this is also so good because, yeah, the Yummy deck is so plenty in different interruptions. It gives you the opportunity to destroy cards. We saw the Herald of the Arclight being able to hard negate something, and then the different kind of synchro monsters give you additional ways to deal with opponents' monsters too, as this Cookie Yummy way would just be able to set one monster on the field face down, 2 even, but there only was 1 at that particular moment of it being summoned. Oh, it is close though. It still feels possible, but there,
Yummy surprise.
surprise!
Well, hey, it's the branding of this season, and it could very well be the turning point here. Arthalion targeted. Artemis, the Magistus Moon Maiden, also now returned, and suddenly this field is almost clear. Save that face down monster. Turn now passing over. It is Bell's turn. It is Bell's chance with 7 cards in hand and a full Yummy field ready to be established.
This looks good. Marshmallow Yummy, sure. It actually was helping now with the Marshmallow Yummy in hand that our field didn't consist any non-Yummy monsters anymore, as we were free to special summon out the Marshmallow Yummy here. And this feels like it will just be a walk in the park now. A set monster that we know which one it is. Our minion field spell established, meaning all of our monsters just get absurdly big. This is basically just already good enough to go into the battle phase, I'm pretty sure. 3 of those monsters, yeah, easily. We could just have them to the battle phase.
No cards in hand for player 2 there.
We do go into battle phase. Oh, Yummy Surprise is being activated. We're going to make them even bigger, right? We summon out 1 more. How big can this Cookie Yummy way get now?
It can't attack directly, so you're going to want to send this into the face down.
4,100 on the Cookie Yummy way is crazy. Barely you ever see something as big as this, and it will be responsible to end this game, I hope. You have to... Oh, no, you have to attack for game with the strongest monster. That was a big misplay on Bell's end. But that is still the game anyhow. And that means 2-0 in total for Team PILK.
Talk to me a bit about the Sulfur Cord monsters and what they did to get us to that point.
They do provide you with level 1 monsters. The Kulia on the field is a level 1 monster, and you have different ways to enable your Yummy cards, because your Yummy cards can be special summoned when you have a Link 1 monster on the field, or a level 1 monster, and therefore having those level 1 and Link 1 monsters by any way. You can do that with Sky Striker cards. So, for example, if you get a Kagari onto the field with drones, that works. You can do it with Sulfur Cord cards. It's all just different ways to enable your Yummy monsters in the hand, essentially. And that's how you can just play that big combo pile with the Sulfur Cords, with the Yummies, and all that kind of stuff.
This looks good to make it a clean sweep in favor of Team PILK. If SNKage can close this one out.
The Murakumo must have been returned with Mitsurugi prayers from the graveyard, because that prevents it from attacking directly, meaning the MD Gamer keeps on gaming in Master Duel here in this set. But will that be breakable here? It's not going to be easy.
We deal 1,700 points of damage.
Not in main phase 2, no. We will get another turn in Master Duel Gamer's shoes, but... okay. We give up on our detonator to make plays for that big Utopia. Oh, no, Eclipse Twins we do. Okay, that's cool. I like it. Because that now, when it goes to the graveyard, will also give us back the Ryziel Detonator eventually. And we do just immediately link it up. Okay, is that IP Masquerena, SP Little Knight? One of the two, surely it is going to be. Oh, Dynamondo works wonders too, of course. That works like a charm, and the Eclipse Twins now will be bringing back the Detonator. So we have plenty of interruptions ready. And what we have created with the Dynamondo here is we also have a way to summon out Murakumo again on our opponent's turn, meaning we do not only have the pseudo-negation effect of Murakumo already, but also the on-field destruction effect. Oh, hold on. That may have been a misclick. I'm not sure whether we really wanted the Duo Drive instead of the Detonator, but it's certainly what we got here. Maybe there's another Detonator in the extra deck, though. Sometimes you play 2 Ryziel Detonators, and when we are now having enough Ryziel monsters left in our deck, we can just summon it next to it as well. That could easily be the case.
Yep, the Ryziel deck continuing to play here.
Oh yeah, we just search Ice Ryziel. Okay, so we are more than likely just going to put a Ryziel Detonator right next to this. So in the end, we get to the same result. Goal will still be accomplished. And there's X Ryziel, not able to use its effect as there is Dynamondo on the field. Doesn't matter much though, as we don't even have that many rank 4s left in our extra deck anyhow. And is this now the Detonator? do believe so. Yes, confirmation. We're running 2 Rising Detonators, and that is sort of standard in Rising Mitsurugi variants, I want to say.
Yep, adding the Eclipse Twins as material from the graveyard as well.
Perfect.
Node Ryziel now coming out too.
Ooh, what else? We want to establish another rank 4. What could that realistically even
Dugaris,
be?
the Timeless.
Sure, just draw a couple more cards. Why not? We can definitely do that. We can also go into Gallant Granite to
Sadly, can no longer go into
search.
Baguska, the terribly tired Taper.
That one definitely is forbidden. Yeah, that one won't work. But I guess Gallant Granite to get a Nibiru for just in case could really be the way to go here. It is going to be a rank 4. That's quite obvious, and it is the Gallant Granite, as suspected.
Nibiru, the Primal Being, going to be added to the hand just in case there are some sequenced
I mean, okay.
summons.
They just wanted to flex for Royal Rare. you understand that. You had to go for this, showing the opponent, okay, there is a Royal Rare Nibiru in my deck. You better deal with that in the next couple of sets too.
Basically challenging MD Gamer to clear out this field in less than 5 summons.
Well, good luck with that. That's not going to be an easy task. But turn shall be passed, and we are finding ourselves in the draw phase of MD Gamer here. This is a long first set, by the way, I just realized. This first set is already going on for half an hour, and they only do have an hour for the entire best of 9. I mean, if it is a 3-0 and then we decide the second set already in favor of Team Pilk, they're not going to need the third set anymore, but still something to be looking at, and that is Fiends with Engraver now activating in the graveyard on MD Gamer's end.
1 to the special summon count.
True. We can't see the Nibiru in hand right now, but it would show the 1 also on it for SNK at least. We're using the Dynamondo, bringing back the Murakumo, and yeah, when we bring it back so early, certainly we're only just going to destroy the Engraver here. Yeah, we do. Bye-bye, Engraver. Summon number 1 successful, but also successfully back into the graveyard, and that should now finally seal it, and SNK will walk away victorious, as also the other 2 of their teammates, making it a clean and respectful 3-0 here on the first set of the day.
Yes, indeed. Team PILK 3-0 up over MIC.
So what did we see from them? We have the
Sulfur
Mitsurugi Rising deck. That one was also a wild mix as well, with the Gorgon in it too. Yeah. And then there also was Draco Tail, I'm pretty sure, to round off for that team.
I believe so. Both teams ran Draco Tail, and both teams ran Mitsurugi. One of them with Ryziel, one of them with Fiendsmith.
True, true. But some wild mixtures in there.
Sorry. Yeah, it was with Ryziel.
Yeah,
it was Mitsurugi Ryziel versus Mitsurugi Fiendsmith.
Exactly, exactly. Okay. So that was interesting, though. We had the Mitsurugi mirror match. As you said, we have 2 Draco Tail decks as well, meaning we are going to have a Draco Tail mirror eventually as well if we do get to a third set. Maybe when it's only going, it might be only happening then, but we will find out soon. And for other Challenger Cups, there was 2 decks, or for Worlds as well. You had the moment of deck switching right now, deciding, hey, do I bring this, do I bring that, versus that specific opponent of the opponent's team. Here, though, we only have 1 deck to choose from.
Yeah, we know what they're playing. Granted, again, I'm sure you're rooting for the Sky Striker player.
Always am.
Always, but also just got to root for some of the more unconventional strategies that we have been seeing, including that one. But one we're seeing a lot of, and we'll continue to see a lot of, is, of course, the Draco Tail. K2 Draco Tail going to start things off again for Doggy here. It's the ideal start for these decks so far.
On the first turn, that card will only search and not fusion summon, as the opponent doesn't have any monsters on the field. Still, getting access to Lucius can't be too bad. And what are we seeing elsewhere? Duel C, I think we just have pre-preparation of rights resolving, so that is still the Mitsurugi deck.
I saw a Droll and Lockbird come down, which is never a good time for whoever is on the receiving end of it in Duel A. Granted, the Sky Striker player, wherever they may be, seems to be going second, which is comfort zone for the Sky Striker deck. Let's look at Duel A in the meanwhile, as that Droll and Lockbird was probably going to be quite impactful.
Yeah, I mean, the Ash Blossom and Joy Spring also on the Fiendsmith Requiem. The Fiendsmith cards and the Fiendsmith engine is in MD Gamers partly for that reason, because when a Mitsurugi deck gets hit with Droll and Lockbird, there's very little that they can do from there on out. one way to go is just making some Fiendsmith combo. Now with also the Ash Blossom and Joy Spring additionally to go after that part of the deck, this is looking crucial here and looking very hard for MD Gamer.
This deck from Bell has Yummy, it has Sulfur Cord.
It is
And
Gorgon.
then it also has Droll, Ash, so many of your regular generic disruptions from the hand as well.
Yeah, the teammates of Bell were kind, right? They were like, you can have that card, you can have that card, just take them all, honestly. Take them all. Oh.
I do wonder if teams decide to share Droll now that Call by the Grave especially is limited to 1.
But Droll is also semi-limited, so in my personal experience, Fuvalos usually seems more attractive because it does give you 3 slots instead of 2.
Yeah.
And also, Draco Tail being so incredibly relevant at the moment and not being faced by Droll and Lockbird just makes it less attractive to share that card. But I could see a world maybe in a different format, and maybe if this format develops in a certain way, where Droll and Lockbird might be a card worth sharing again.
Your good friend Dynamondo coming out a little bit earlier than the previous game in Duel C, but Predaplant Verte, Anaconda in Duel B. Let's go. I am living my best Elemental Hero life.
Oh, that's
Destiny
tough,
Hero
though.
rather, but there is Drake Tail Flymena in response. There is Maxi Royal Finish being discarded in response to that.
I mean, please note, there is 0 Draco Tail fusion monsters on the field of Doggy. And we wanted to make sure to finally get one onto the field now with the Anaconda, but with the Flymena now being activated and using Draco Tail Pan as one of the materials, that Verte Anaconda will not stay on the field for very long. I can tell you that.
Drake Tail Arthalion now coming out. Going
That's-
to be able to remove this Anaconda as you mentioned.
It's so good that we just had the Pan hard drawn in our hand, because with the Arthalion, you would have to go after the Verte Anaconda. But due to the fact that we just had Pan as one of the fusion materials, that Pan can just destroy the Verte Anaconda, and then after even set a Draco Tail spell trap from the graveyard. So we get the add back of Pan, we get the distraction of Pan, and we get the set card from Pan as well. It doesn't stop here. This mirror match, and in general, the Draco Tail mirror match is super skillful and super cool to watch, if you ask me. It's turn 0, and we get a K2 Draco Tail to our spell and trap zone. We destroy our last remaining hope on the field of our opponent with the Verte Anaconda. There it is gone. And we also provide ourselves some more cards back to the hand. That's crazy. And wait, we also said Rao Draco Tail. Oh no, we said Draco Tail Horn even. Okay.
Yeah.
Who's going first now is asking MICP2. It almost feels like they are.
Yep, replenishing that hand that they committed so much for there. Able to disrupt, able to establish a field, able to just refill on those cards as well, as we have Arthalion facing down Arthalion here. Yes, you can consider bouncing their Arthalion, but it's already done its job. It's already run enough disruption.
Ooh, it's Rahu Draco Tail now being activated. And I mean, that card was sad, so we were ready to pass on this. Probably because of a Maxi or Molshami Fuvalos resolving on MICP2's end as well. But now with the Arthalion on the side of MICP2, this Rahu becomes a lot more powerful.
Let's look at Duel A in the meanwhile. However, speaking of powerful, the Yummy deck is now coming online.
Yep, we got our way from Sulfur Cord into Yummy once more. We saw that on the first game from Bell, and we are just repeating it here again. We have the scale there too from the Sulfur Cord package, which would be able to to provide us with a negation effect as well. But here is Yummy Snatchy, and the on-summon effect of Yummy Snatchy is that we can just place
Is Duel
one
C
hit spell.
ending now?
Ooh, it looks like it. Yes, quick and easy. This brings us to match point for Team PILK, as this is 4-0 now.
Regrettably, my friend, I don't think that the Sky Striker player got to play the game.
Hold on. Yeah, you're right. No, it seems like it, sadly. No Sky Striker cards being activated there, at least not that we could catch it. And a clean 4-0 lead, and I mean, I gotta say, this game does not look necessarily good for MD Gamer either, with just that Fiendsmith Engraver in defense position there. So is this
Still
really...
have quite a way to go in terms of getting through the Yummy combos, of course, to eventually get rid of this Engraver and then swing for game. but it's getting close, as you mentioned, and there is a clear path forward.
Look at this. Bring 1 back, bring 2 back, boosting them all because the more you have in terms of yummy monsters, the bigger they get with the minion, and that feels like it is more than enough.
That is very much
I'm
more
bad
than
at
enough.
math, but this, even without the attack that we lose over the engraver,
yeah,
should be a game here.
You're going to put the 3,000 over the engraver, but then you... Okay.
Ooh,
Yep.
Yummy surprise too. Do we bring back 1 more? We bring back 1 more. So we have a super, super, super big synchro monster here again. 3,700 attack points on one of them. And the Marshmallow Yummy immediately grabbing back the Yummy surprise from the graveyard too. Wow. Impressive showing here from Bell on the first round on the top 32. No Nibiru either to stop them. So this should be wrapping things up here on this match.
Yep. Looks to be it. Cookie for game? Not quite. Instead, it's going to be Marshmallow for game.
Oh, no, we
Oh.
take the Sulfur Cord.
Okay.
Link wants it to
There we
make it
go.
happen.
Well, you know, they deserved it after getting us this far, and this far is the top 16 for Team PILK. A clean 5-0 sweep.
Yeah, we don't even need to know anymore what is going to happen in that last remaining game there in the second set, as every single game was just won by Team PILK, and that's impressive. That's a sign to send out to all the other competitors in the tournament, being like, we are not here to lose today. We came to win, and we brought some of the new cards, even including the Sulfur cards, into our Yummy deck. That has been seen once, or that has been seen here and there in the TCG. It definitely wasn't super standard, though. So interesting to see that immediately here, Bell is making that deck happen and taking that approach.
Yeah, and I'm really appreciating the fact that we have so much depth in terms of the extra deck options, whether that means seeing the Sprite Elf, whether that means that we're having that Gorgon make an appearance as well. Granted, the Yummy deck was restricted a little bit in terms of some of the more generic options there.
It is.
We'll figure out exactly how so a little bit later on. But that being said, speaking of extra deck options, the Ryzeal deck now adding the Nibiru thanks to the Gallant Granite.
And look at that. T2 Nicky Boy. T2 always a team in competition, not only in the single Challenger Cups and the 1v1s, but also often so in the 3v3s, having some successful showings before and trying to make it happen once again here tonight.
Yep. Nicky Boy taking on RJW from Team CH here with that Ryzeal Mitsurugi that he's made such a name for himself on.
Yeah.
Still turn 1, still doing his thing, forced out a hand disruption. Is this field enough to stop RJW from clearing it out?
If you ask me that simple question, I would say yes. It is a very formidable field. To break it down, we have the Murakumo.
And you have to do it in less than 5 summons.
Yeah, we have the Nibiru as well. Oh, we do have the first Luna Light player of the day, though. Will that be able to make it happen? So we have the Murakumo to make the opponent discard 1 card. We have the Ryzeal Cross negation effect. We have 4 materials under the Ryzeal Detonator to destroy opponent's cards as well as we start doing so here. And there also is a Marologic Aggregator underneath Ryzeal Detonator. So if we time it wisely, we can also make sure that there is a negation. And yeah, I didn't even get to possible set cards that could further on provide disruption as well here, as that Infinite Permanence will make sure Gold Leo is negated when trying to resolve its effect. That's a tough start, not gonna lie.
Yes, indeed, but there is Tri-Brigade Fractal to add some reinforcement here. Actually, pretty close. T2, despite entering this as the favorites, having won so much in the past, actually seem to be on the back foot here. 4-2.
That's interesting. You would never expect them because they always are a clear candidate to make it into top 4 or the finals. So this is crazy to see that they are down 4-2 here for a match point, essentially.
Let's look at Duel C, though. Speaking of match point, this looks like a very, very convincing game for Ohimi here on Team CH, and should very well be actually.
Oh, we have a finished
the
game
deciding
there.
game here.
Who won on Duel A?
Duel
Is
A?
Duel A already the decider? Oh, no, that was Nicky Boy. Okay.
Okay, nice. Yeah.
Back to Duel C. So
Back
we
to
do
Duel
have
C.
a 4-3 record now, and a Forbidden Droplet resolving into a full Malice field here. Okay. So that would be a statement again here also from Team CH to throw out such a big fish as Team T2 here on the first round. To be fair though, Ohimi and his teammates, very much well known in the competitive Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel Challenge Cup scene as well, and therefore definitely not a team to be underestimating. And yeah, they're clearly making that point right now too, making sure that they are to be seen.
The yummy mate base chilling with the gem turtle
Yeah.
while we play Malice.
That's the Ohimi
Yes.
spirit. I think Ohimi has been playing a lot of Malice recently. Oh, we did not discard a monster for that Forbidden Droplet.
So Allied Kotocrat Ignister can indeed respond to it, banishing the droplet.
Interesting.
Polymerization.
Will still
Resolving.
resolve, yeah. What are we going to get here? Gold Leo and Silverhound make that a Perfume Dancer.
Interesting that both these teams opted to bring one Lunar Light each.
Did they?
Yes. Nicky Boy just beat the Lunar Light player for Team
Oh, you're
CH.
right. You're right. True, absolutely. Well, maybe that has to make me reconsider the format as well, because I did not think, like, I thought, yeah, sure, we are going to see it here and there, but then
I've
bringing it
seen
over upper
Lunar
decks.
Light out scarier boards.
Yeah, no, I agree. This is possible, for sure. But what you have to always consider with Malice is that not only the on-field that you're presented with to begin your turn is what makes this field, but also what can come from the hand. There usually is a Mar Chair ready to bring some monsters back, which then give you trap cards to interrupt further, and therefore that's not so easy to read in the first place. And then
Remind me what
Dominus
the,
Impulse too.
what the Royal Finish monster is.
It's a transcode talker there underneath the allied code talker, and that is making it harder to deal with the field, as all of the co-link monsters with the transcodes are not able to be targeted by card effects currently. And they're also being boosted, as we see the boost on all three of the monsters essentially. Now Lunar Light Kaleido Chick using its effect. If Nezu is able to do this, I would be very, very, very impressed, not gonna lie. And while we see this, sending another Lunar Light Fusion
Let's
monster
check in
from
in
deck to
Duel
pick
B,
it.
because again, T2 need to win all of these games if they're going to have a chance here. Drizzle's actually on the bottom side of the screen, playing Blazing Cartesia into Abu Hamid. Wow.
Which irony, huh? But looks like Abo had to pass one card in hand, meaning even if it is a 5 mana, we cannot resolve it. In the Draco Tail Mirror match here, would really Drizzles be the one winning, as Abo is known to play Branded to perfection, but nowadays also to play the Draco Tail deck to absolute perfection as well. That would be tough if they immediately go out here, and there's Draco Tail Horn being chained to the effect of Blazing Cartesia now. Interesting, but understandable move by Drizzles. The Fusion Summon of Cartesia will resolve anyhow, whether the monster is in the hand or on the field. So strong move to get that extra card off of Horn there. I like it. Smart thing to do. And we still are going to fuse with the Cartesia. Is that going to be Secretarian Dragon? I would imagine so. Oh no, it's just a Phalion. Fair enough. We had a Draco Tail monster in hand, so that is perfectly fine. And I mean, not only does the Cartesia not care, but also now that it was used as a material in the hand, that's an extra card that we can get back from the graveyard with a Phalion, as we have not used one but two monsters from the hand as fusion materials. Okay.
Let's take a look at Duel C in the meanwhile, though, as this Lunar Light deck has to turn it around against the Malice. Ohimi, though, can activate the GWC as the Maxi now comes down in response.
That helps massively, because oh, it will not help, as there is Crossout Designator on the side of Ohimi, calling, of course, for the just activated Max C. So that would have been a super, super strong move to have that Max C resolving, as Malice will usually be able to deal with all of those monsters, but when you just add cards to your hand to keep on pushing, all of a sudden it becomes more doable. But now with the White Binder returning, we can't even deal with resources in the graveyard, such as a possible Tiger or something that could be sitting in there. Also banishing a fusion monster from the graveyard to make sure that the White Hound is not able to negate anymore could be big. So it is close still in terms of overall score, but I think Team CH has a real good shot at getting through here.
Yep, this game looking to be firmly in their control, but let's look at Duel B in the meanwhile, as we had that Arthalion come down.
Duel B. Aphelion, will that be enough? Abo, as we explained, down to so little cards. Rahu, Draco Tail will be answered with the last remaining Draco Tail Flame, though. And a Draco Tail Flame can turn things around, but
Ash
not if
Blossom
it
and Joy
does
Spring
get
now going to come down
met.
to stop that indeed. And it looks like it's curtains for Abu Hamid and Team T2 here. CH, thanks to Drizzles in this mirror match, able to close this one out. You have to imagine. Duel C, on the other hand, still unfolding. Can Lunalight do anything against the Malice? Probably not much more, but ultimately it will come down to whichever of these duels ends quicker.
Rahu, Draco Tail, Pseudo, branded Fusion as it uses one material from the deck. And here we got the Draco Tail Gulamel. That is 5,800. Getting more Draco Tail effects in the graveyard now to set further trap cards or spell cards or whatever we like, really. And therefore, this is really looking like Drizzles might even be able to win the game here on this turn already. But not so fast. Maybe Abo has a trick up his sleeve. Maybe there's a Nibiru, the Primal Being, ready to save him. But honestly, even if it is Nibiru, I'm having trouble to believe that that could be enough. But we shall see.
We shall indeed see, and we shall indeed see Duel C as the Lunalight still playing the game. Let's look at Duel C.
That's right. Nezu doesn't give up easily. So maybe they can do it. Searches for Yellow Martin there through the effect of the Lunalight Perfume, I believe. Discards the Yellow Martin. Yellow Martin activates its effect in the graveyard right away. We see that Drizzles is setting multiple cards there.
So it was added by the Gold Leo, and then Gold Leo's other effect made it be discarded.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, fair enough. That works too. Yellow Martin effect in the graveyard. Grabs ourselves a Lunalight Fusion now. That is a card you play nowadays. Can Fusion summon? It's always better to resolve that Fusion summoning effect while you have the Lunalight Masquerade on the field, allowing you to banish cards from the graveyard as Fusion materials instead of just using cards from your hand on the field. Such as a regular Fusion summon, but currently it does not seem like we have access to the Lunalight Masquerade just yet. I don't know whether we will see Nezu getting access to it, as Drizzle still doing his very best to just close it out here this turn. Now, graveyard effect of Lunalight Perfume. Discard one Lunalight monster, discard a card, and then one Lunalight monster from the deck to the hand, continuously pushing into this. Black Sheep will be able to discard itself to grab a polymerization from the deck. So I feel like we might be able to get a Liger Dancer out. And as soon as we do get a Liger Dancer out, it doesn't matter that Ohimi has that many monsters there on the field, as Liger Dancer on one effect can just, of course, deal with all of the monsters on the opponent's side of the field.
Yeah.
All at once. Ooh. Let's go back to Duel B, because on Duel B, we had more than 8,000 points of damage technically on the field, but Abu Hamid had a Gulamel in the graveyard, and that Gulamel in the graveyard enabled us to possibly stick around, as it will now be attacked over by that Draco Tail Aphelion, and we will fall a little short here, giving Abu Hamid the opportunity to see another turn.
Yep, 2,100 life points remaining as the Lunalight Liger Dancer does make an appearance in Duel C.
You're dancing, so
That should be able to clear out the field. Let's look at Duel C very, very quickly.
Lunalight Liger Dancer can also, it can attack twice. Hold on. Like, if we go into the battle phase, wipe the field, and then attack twice with the Liger Dancer, this could just be amazing all of a sudden. Oh, Duel B. You can never really let go of Abu Hamid. They still have ways to play. They are going after their beloved Fallen of Albaz. We know that they have a special relationship to that, and they are able to fuse with it there too.
Yep, fusing with the opponent's monster there to make Mirror Jade the Ice Blade Dragon classic monster for Abu Hamid there, making an appearance. Throwback to Challenger Cup Winter of the previous year as well.
How
You'd
fitting.
love to see it. And there is the second Lunalight Liger Dancer in Duel C. This is why we can't count out Team T2 or any of their players as the game continues to unfold.
This is marvelous. Like, look
Wow.
at this. They just played into a full Malice field, summoned 2 Liger Dancers into it, and only one of them would have been needed to get all of the life points down to 0 here. Nezu keeps Team T2 in the running here, and it all relies once again, as per usual, on the Draco Tail branded goat Abu Hamut. And it doesn't look as bad anymore all of a sudden.
The Draco Tail branded goat. I think it was just the branded goat.
You haven't really paid attention to his last couple of months.
Because last month. Yeah, fair enough.
If you saw Challenger Cups over the last couple of months and Abu Hamut was around, I'll tell you he won a couple. I think alone this season, and you know how early this season is, 2 of the 3 cups that we had, I think he won. So there you have your Draco Tail goat, and he actually is now able to clear the field entirely here in terms of monsters. Abo, man. How's he doing it? This is crazy. Passes it over. End phase, we still have the Albion in the graveyard too, so we can maybe even get ourselves another copy of Branded Fusion to the hand, if there is another one in the deck.
Yep, 4 and 4 on the scoreboard between these two teams, and of course, the winner of this will progress into the top 16, just like we saw earlier.
No Albion though, if we could banish it here with the Draco Tail Sting. We are targeting the Pan though. Pan and Branded Fusion will be banished. Drizzles gets another card off the top as well. Chooses to do so, so that's basically a double draw phase for them here by using the Draco Tail Sting in the end phase. And it doesn't take much to take this apart again. Only 2100 for Abo. Can Drizzles be one of the very few to beat Abo? Oh, Urgula effect in the graveyard. Targets a spellcaster. And places it back into the hand. 5 men are ready to fuse. Ready to rumble. Will that be the last turn of this match? Cartesia has fusion summoned last turn. Ready to do it again.
Yep, the Cartesia that were able to bounce back to the hand in the previous turn now just being activated again. And it will resolve successfully.
Well, we can just summon a Phalion. A Phalion gets that Mirror Jade back into the extra deck, and we're almost good to go already. I feel like they might do it. I feel like Drizzles, even though Abo was fighting until the very last moment here, could still be the one defeating him. Drizzles always a regular participant in those Challenger Cups as well, also with some decent showings in Duelist Cups before. So no shame for Abo, of course, to lose. Oh, they use every single card in their hand. 5 mana, Droll and Lockbird, and the Maxi. And let me tell you that we can now just put 3 cards into the hand again. So maybe we put the Lucias from the opponent's side of the field in the hand too, to make sure that we have enough for game here.
Yep.
Do we target the Lucias? We don't even need to, right? We can just attack over it too. That works. I think putting the Lucias into the hand doesn't really make sense.
If the Cartesia stays on the field, yeah, it's fine.
And it should be. It should be staying where it is. But of course, we want to resolve that chain now first. We are going to get a couple more set cards. And we are going to add that 5 mana back to the hand as well, as it seems. Oh, Aphalion triggers in the graveyard too. Just in case we were a little short in terms of attack points, we can just get that Aphalion back from the graveyard as well. Abo, of course, forced to now also chain the Mirror Jade, as it will head into the extra deck shortly after. So
sending Albion the Sanctifier Dragon from the extra deck to the graveyard.
Yeah, but like with the Aphalion now returning from the graveyard, this is still enough. Drizzle's got it, I think. Drizzle should be able to make it happen for his team. And always, those wins feel the best. When your team is 4 and 4, your teammates are watching your game, they're cheering for you, they're cheering you on, and you're the one that brings it home then for your team is perfect. That's the best feeling ever. Okay, battle phase. Looks like Drizzles will be able to enjoy that feeling as he is attacking for the game, for the set, and for the match here for Team CH. With the first real big upset here of the tournament run, as Team T2 is eliminated right on the first round here in top 32.
Yes, indeed. Your tournament favorites have already been knocked out, and it will be Team CH to secure themselves a position in that top 16 of our bracket. Now, we've pretty much finished with round 1, only 5 minutes left.
Yeah, for sure.
On that round.
You're mentioning favorites, though. I have another favorite in the running as well, though, in this tournament that I saw when we looked at the teams that are registered, because I know you like him as well. There's a
Ah,
world champion
yes.
around in the field too.
And a world
Not a reigning
semi-finalist.
one, and the world semi-finalist from this year too. You're right, because from what we saw, and maybe they have won their first round. There is a team consisting of Quantal, Bronas, and I think Luvazi is also joining. And
Yeah.
we got confirmation that they are successful in top 32 and therefore will be in top 16. So maybe a good feature match to pick along the way soon as well, possibly.
Yes, indeed. Perhaps they will be the ones facing off against some of the more unconventional strategies that we saw earlier in the day.
Yeah.
Speaking of course, having the Sky Striker deck being removed early, probably a bit sad for you. But there are still a few more surprises to come your way and our way as well. But first, before all of that, we have a video.
Welcome back, everyone, to this wonderful Challenger Cup here live from the Konami studios. And I'm welcoming now to the casting desk as well, Barcode. Barcode, how you doing? How you feeling tonight?
I feel great. I saw some great games right before, and I think it's going to be even better during the next rounds. We are going to see a lot of different decks, and I'm very excited about that, of course.
Are you a big Yummy fan? Are you playing a lot of Yummy? Have you played Yummy in the TCG and therefore are now excited for the Master Duel 2?
I mean, I must say that I'm more of a Dracotail fan.
Okay, fair,
but
fair.
I really like the Yomi strategy, the fact that you're able to play a lot of interactions with your opponent, and I truly think that the matchup with the Dracotail strategy is very, very interesting.
True, true. Yeah, it's such a tough matchup. What would you say, like, just generally? Of course, it's hard to put it into a general word, but which deck is favorite? Is it Dracotail or is it Yummy when you just put them, like, let's just say some random lists against each other? Of course, it always depends on the player's skill as well, but just...
Yeah, of course. But I think that the Yummy strategy has a very, very huge advantage considering the fact that you are able to play something like the Herald,
of course,
which is very strong. And once you put it on the table, then it starts becoming very, very hard for the opponent. But the Dracotail strategy is, of course, very strong because you have the ability to play on the opponent's turn and to be able to use some hand interactions, like, for example, Defy Meta, which is, of course, so strong
so good.
and able to disrupt the Yummy strategy in a very convincing way because you are able to get rid of their bodies without targeting, which is, of course, very, very good because when you try to tag out the synchro monsters, then, I mean, the monsters that you will summon back, they will get destroyed anyway. So
true.
that's a very cool interaction.
Yeah, fair. I understand that. And then for the Yummy deck, we, of course, know that there is different approaches to the strategy. In your personal opinion, do you think the pure Yummy deck is something that is better to bring because it just offers you more consistency and is a little bit more clean? Or do you think Mitsurugi Yummy is where the deck is shining and where it is even stronger? What do you think?
I mean, both decks are, of course, very strong, but as you just mentioned, the fact that you're able to play the Mitsurugi cards is very good in my opinion. If the tournament is not that long, you know, if the tournament is short, there are not a lot of rounds, then you're able to play the Mitsurugi cards in there because you have a higher ceiling, you're able to do a whole lot more, and you are able, if you got some good hands, to be able to just go through all the interactions of your opponent in a very, very easy way. You know, your opponent just throws things at you, but you can still just get rid of everything. But if the tournament gets longer, then I would probably favor the pure Yummy strategy because you are able to just have way more consistency in there.
Fair, but look at that. Speaking of a long tournament, we see how that path to the championship could go tonight for the remaining 16 teams in the tournament. We see there is, for example, PILK, which we saw on feature dominating on the bottom right corner. And then I have a personal favorite because it's actually quite the matchup. We have Team Yuhu, which was the TCG set release for Yummy, and they are playing against Team Yummy. So this is like a Yummy mirror match in some sort. So that's quite funny, and I'm interested to see who's going to advance on that end. And then also, as we have briefly mentioned it already on our last round cast, there is one team involving Bronas and also Quantel, joined by Luvasi. So that is going to be very interesting to see, and it is going to be something we are going to see as our feature match for this round as well. So it's going to be we don't even have to guess or anything what they're playing. We are going to see it in action just in this round, and I'm curious about it because usually, of course, you always saw Quantel together with his teammates, right? He was playing with Ember, he was playing also with Josh, but now he found some new teammates apparently, and I'm curious whether their synergy and their harmony is as good as it was with the others.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, we know all those names very well. They are pretty consistent. They are always at the top of the ladder, always at the top of the rankings, and they do very, very well. So, of course, it is kind of a new team, but I'm sure they will get along very well because they know each other very well. And the synergy will, in my opinion, be there. And it's going to be very interesting to see the plays, to be honest, because they are very high caliber players, and we can maybe learn one thing or two from the duel.
Oh, I'm always down to learn some stuff. Of course, the viewers at home want to learn some more as well. They should also learn, though, about what kind of prizes we are giving out here at those Challenger Cups. And therefore, I would say let's have a quick look at the rewards for today's 3v3 Players Cup. And as we can see, the jacket that I'm currently wearing is once more up for grabs. The beautiful Sky Striker jacket. And these prizes are per person. So it's a 3v3 tournament, and therefore every single person on the 3v3 team is going to get a jacket, a game mat, and an acrylic, and a plush each for first place. But it doesn't stop there. Until top 8, everyone gets a prize, and that playmat is gorgeous, meaning we are now in top 16. We only have to win this set, this round, and then we're already in the playmat territory, and we see the playmat here again, and that could be ours if we just get our teammates to win this round with us here quickly enough.
And yeah, to be honest, the game mat looks absolutely amazing.
Gorgeous.
But this is not, I mean, the best part in my opinion. Like this jacket that you're wearing right now, I must say that I really love it. I've got
so cool.
one from me as well, from the Invitational, and I can tell you that it's absolutely gorgeous to watch and to wear. So if you want to just participate and to get the jacket, you know what to do, because we're in the winter season, but there will be more season in the future.
I mean, it's always good to have a jacket in the winter, right?
Exactly.
Winter season jacket. And I can tell you from personal experience, just going for the airport or something with the Yu-Gi-Oh jacket on, it will create some small talk with some other people as well, where they're like, oh, is that Yu-Gi-Oh? And then they're like, oh, I know Yu-Gi-Oh! And then you're like, yeah, you should join the Yu-Gi-Oh! Master World Challenger Cup Discord server so you can win one for yourself, right? That's the obviously only response there.
Absolutely, and you also mentioned the fact that every single person in the team will be able to get the jacket, which is of course very convenient, because otherwise it would be a bit hard. Who will get the jacket? I mean, will it be Quantal? Will it be?
Quantal probably has 3 of them already, but Bronas also does. So maybe Luvasi probably also has 3 of them already too, because they have really been regulars on the Challenger Cup circuit. They have been winning, crushing, just being a crucial part, an elemental part of our community in those tournaments. But it's always good to see that there is new players also coming into the circuit, new players, new teams, new faces. But you just, when you're hosting a Challenger Cup, and we're both hosts of Challenger Cups as well, not only here in the studio, but besides that as well. And therefore, in the past, we always had people that we have not seen before, and they were just coming out of nowhere and just go crazy, and they're like winning a tournament on their first attempt. It's pretty cool to see, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And I also like the fact that a lot of players, they decide to play test together. They decide to get together to try to play different decks, to get some different opponents, to try new stuff, to try new cards, to try new strategies. And for example, in France, because I really know this part very well, there are a lot of players who decided to just get in teams and to play those games together. And watching that, I mean, I find this absolutely awesome, because it creates a way to meet new people, to just get better at the game together, and to just improve together as a team.
Totally, but now it is time to see some more gameplay, as we have Team Yoo-Hoo versus Team Yummy. Oh wait, that actually is the pairing involving the Quantal Bronas Luvasi team, so their team name is Team Yummy, but that is not a Yummy card that Bronas is starting this game off with. We are starting Draco Tail, or K2 Draco Tail into Draco Tail Lucias here. So Bronas apparently the designated Draco Tail duelist of the team. Oh, Duel A went quickly with a chain free there already. Did
absolutely,
we have
absolutely. We had the pre-preparation of rights, which was activated, and we decided to try to stop that. Of course, a very strong card, and we decided to activate Ash in response. But we had a way to get into the Habakiri, having the prayers in hand, which was chained, and we even have the Fuvalos then in response to the Habakiri. So things are getting very, very explosive right there. We have the Ash Blossom in response to the Fuvalos. So, I mean, this duel looks crazy.
That was quite tough. But here on Duel number C, we do have the Maxi being chained to the Rahu Draco Tail. which is not as problematic. The K2 was already used, and therefore it is probably only going to be the one draw that we are going to give away for that Max C. And I mean, sure, they got to dig into their deck a little deeper, but that draw one Upstart Goblin Max C effect is just something you usually are pretty fine and okay with. And there comes the Dracote Gulamel. When they go for Gulamel, though, does that possibly mean that they want to keep on Fusion Summoning is the question here.
I mean, yeah, you want to go through your Assassin, I think so. One way to play around the Fuvalos and to not make your opponent draw any card is to just chain the 5 mana, by the way, to the activation of the Maxi or the Fuvalos, so that you're able to just put every single card in your hand to the graveyard to Fusion Summon the Arcelion, and on resolution, your opponent will not draw anything because you will not be able to resolve the Rahu, and therefore you are going to just get all the cards back to your hand with the Arcelion. So that could be the case if Bronas wanted to do so, but here we just decide to chill on the 3 set cards. And Gulamel, I mean, it sounds pretty fair. The Dracotail strategy, anyway, you don't make your opponent draw a lot of cards under Fuvalos, even if you go full combos, so that's a pretty good point for the deck, to be honest.
Yeah, watching Bronas here, I would like to go over to Duel A to watch the other prominent player from that team, Yami, and we see Quantal, and here, for the very moment, we only see them play with Mitsurugi cards. So this could either mean, and that trap card kind of is indicating that as well with the Great Purification, that this is maybe just pure Mitsurugi, or if there is something else in this deck, for example, Yami cards, this could be a pretty good moment where we could see the zombie vampire maybe to transition into possible Yami cards in our deck. Is that what we're going to see? Oh yeah, oh yeah. I like it. That seems like a deck that is fitting for Quantal. 4 cards from both players' deck. And oh, there was a Yami card. There was at least one Yami card for Quantal.
And yeah, this is of course very creative. The way to just get access to your Yami cards thanks to the Zombie Vampire, especially summoned in the extra monster zone, so that you can just link it off right after and therefore be able to special summon your Yami cards from your hand after that. But yeah, I mean, this deck is very, very strong. We just mentioned that right before. Some players decided to go into the pure Yumi strategy. Some others decided to incorporate the Mitsurugi cards as well, because you just put the ceiling so much higher and you are able to go through so much more interruptions from your opponent. And here it goes very, very well for Quantal, since he's going to be able to synchro summon and to go into the synchro plays right after that.
Yeah, and I mean, this is a transition in many different ways for the Mitsurugi Yami deck, because first of all, you can, under the 4 cards that you are revealing, sending to the graveyard with the Zombie Vampire, just simply see the Yami cards and just bring them back onto the field, and then you have a Yami card. Or it also just provides you to make your Yami cards in hand live, because you go into that Gravity Controller, and therefore you are just then having a Link 1, and you can summon the Yamis from the hand afterwards as well. Or if you have another monster, as we saw here with that Yami Lollipo, then you can just also synchro summon right away with the Gravity Controller as well. So that is the Caps Yami way. Turned into a Yami Snatchy, of course. And I have the feeling that this may just replace Mitsurugi Raziel as the strongest mixed Mitsurugi variant in Master Duel currently. It is so incredibly powerful in the TCG, and therefore I see no real reason why it would not be in Master Duel. Or do you see any reason why that would be the case?
I mean, no, I totally agree with you on that one. Because, yeah, the deck is very, very strong. It has a lot of advantages. One of the disadvantages of the deck is, of course, that you can break on some hands. Because sometimes you will have some very difficult cards that you don't want to see in your hand. For example, we saw that Quantal is playing the Trap card, and this is a card that you don't really want to open when you are going second. Even going first, that's not a very good card. And here we see the Nibiru, the Primal being activated. This is, I mean, of course, this is very good, but you have some ways to keep playing, if I'm not mistaken. So it will... yeah, it will just remove some of the cards that you have on the end field, but not that big of a deal in my opinion.
I mean, the obvious way to keep on playing certainly is going to be a Link Spider, probably in our extra decks, just making sure that there is a Link 1 monster again on the field, which enables the remaining Yummy cards in our hand, but still getting rid of the Murakumo there, just overall making them have less Link materials. Oh, the Murakumo has not even activated its graveyard effect yet. I was sure that it would have, but no. And therefore we get the extra value. We will be able to destroy the Nibiru now as well with the on-field effect. And we get a Prayer Search for free. So I now have to agree with you. It feels like Quanto was just completely fine with that Nip, to be honest.
Absolutely, and that's one of the strengths of the deck. If there is a Nibiru which is alone or not supported enough, I mean, this is not enough, because at the end of the turn, we are going to see Quantal having almost the exact same field.
Quickly over to Duel B, because on Duel B, I think there is something pretty exciting happening, at least for Luva, because we see the Talonite, Ptolemaeus activating its effect. We have gotten a bunch of materials underneath it, and now see something that nobody can be happy about. Due to the card's effect, the turn was skipped. Ptolemaeus had assembled enough materials to use its effect to just say, hey, King from Team Yuhu, your turn ain't happening today. What a start to the match for Luvasi.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a great way to just try to win the game here for his team. And we're going to be able to just activate the Warriors effect, being able to special summon and bring another monster on the field, which will be level 4 thanks to its own effect. And this engine, by the way, is very strong. I really like it. And seeing some Utopia cards getting played, I mean, I really like it.
Yeah. It is indeed very cool. We also see one advantage of the Yummy deck in Master Duel is that it still has access to Baron de Fleur, as there is a Baron de Fleur currently. Actually, let's go over to Duel A and see that combination of cards there on the field. Yeah, that was not happening in the TCG. Sprite Elf protecting the Baron de Fleur. That is quite crazy. And when there is crazy cards, sure enough, Quandle is going to use them. And right in the draw phase of Mugi, he's going to bring back the Murakumo also into a zone that the Sprite Elf is protecting.
And that is a great start. Rahu, of course, is a very good card, going first and going second. But the fact that you only have 2 cards in hand with a Murakumo, with Baron de Fleur, it almost feels like it's impossible. You are going to have to get access to the K2, otherwise it's already over, in my opinion.
We are able to use Sprite Elf now to bring back our Yummy Synchro, the Capsi Yummy way, so we can transform those into even more normal Summon Patesia.
I think it's not going to be enough.
It's a Typhon. Yeah. Typhon is going to be summoned, and that means no more summoning whatsoever at all on Mugi's side. And can that ever be enough? That one lonely Typhon against a full field of interruptions.
I mean, he's going to be able to just get a card back to the hand or the extra deck, but apart from that, the Typhoon will not accomplish a whole lot. Yes, Quantal will not be able to activate the effect of the Murakumo, for example, but I mean, that's not going to bring the victory.
That's true, but okay, at least we can get rid of the Yummy monster now, first of all, by just attacking over it. But there still is the Mitsurugi Great Purification set. So, okay, we do go after this Sprite Elf, fair enough. We see direct attacks now flying in here on Duel B2, so that looks very much like we are going to go into a 2-0 lead. And then Quantal can be the one making it 3-0 for his team, yeah.
And there is the Great Purification. I even forgot about that, but that was all over from the start. Quantal will get the victory over here, unless the last card is absolutely insane, but I do not think so.
Okay, Ash Blossom and Joy Spring will prevent the Murakumo from coming back.
But
guess what?
Chain.
Caps the Yummy way, chain to the effect. Special summon up to 2 Yummy monsters from the graveyard. And those alone, due to the field spell still being active on the field, will be pretty big and ready to probably end that turn soon, or end that game soon in the next turn.
And there we see the Snatchy and Marshmallow getting back on the field. Marshmallow will get the surprise back in the hand, and we will get the cycle back again and again. It will be more than enough for Quantal to just get rid of the life points of Mugi. But yeah, we see that this deck is very, very strong. Getting uninterrupted, it is of course almost unbeatable, but being interrupted, it is also very, very strong. Since you have access to a lot of ways to extend with the Link 1 strategy, of course, with the Yami strategy, but also the Mitsurugi being able to just go through the interruptions very, very easily. I mean, you have almost no weaknesses. You have some, but so little that it is a great choice going into a tournament.
Very little. The only thing that I think is tough for the deck sometimes is Mochami Fuvolos being better against it than against other decks. Like, for example, the Draco Tail deck really doesn't care too much about the Mochami Fuvolos because it doesn't really summon from the extra deck that much anyways in one singular turn. And then the pure Yami deck also can at least play around it a little bit better by just setting up a minimalistic field with Yami Snatchy and then maybe 1 or 2 more monsters. But this deck, with also the Mitsurugi cards in it that want to summon from the deck, of course, with Habakiri just being the main card of the Mitsurugi theme, I feel like sometimes it can be a little awkward into that card specifically. But the payoff you get when you make that deal and you just have like the best combo deck in the world feels like a fine trade to me. But it will be interesting to see how that develops, what the best variant of that deck even is, because as we said, as we even saw now on the first game, there is just already completely different things to the TCG Mitsurugi Yami deck. There's Baron de Fleur, which we of course haven't seen in the TCG. Then there also, additionally to that, is the tendency of players to go down in the deck total, because in the TCG Mitsurugi Yami pretty much always was a 45, 46 card deck because you were just trying to hide your bricks in the deck a little bit. Like, I don't want to draw those cards such as a Saji or something like that, which make my combo a little weaker. So in the Master Duel though, I saw a lot of 40 and 41 card lists just due to the fact that it is more of a maxi-centered format. And yeah, it will be interesting to see what the actual answers are going to be eventually. Sprite Elf, I didn't even forget to mention, which also just makes your combo a little bit different from what it usually is. But certainly some good use there from Quanta for the Mitsurugi Yami strategy. And I'm not surprised that he's the one mastering it there from the team lineup, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, the fact that this deck is, of course, very strong doesn't remove the fact that there are some other decks which still are very, very strong. We saw that during the last duel, the last round, there was still the Mali strategy.
Yeah,
even
true.
with the limitation of some cards.
Still works.
The deck is still there.
Totally.
We also have the Draco Tail strategy, very, very strong. We've talked about it. You have the ability to play on the opponent's turn to get access to the 5 mana, which is, of course, very, very strong. And we also saw some decks like Luna Light. So, I mean, yes, the deck is very strong, but we don't know yet who's going to win and which deck is going to win.
Totally, but we do know that Bronas gets the beauty of going first once again, and we start off by using that K2 Draco Tail exactly as he started off the first set. So we probably are just going to grab a Draco Tail Lucius here again. But Contrarian and Duel B at least, we do have Team Yuhu starting, and we see the Luna Light player starting there. Oh, but on Duel C, contrarian to that again, we do have Luvasi once again starting with his incredibly strong Ono Madraiser deck. And that also is something interesting because the Mitsurugi cards now apparently are shifting towards the new Yami deck. You want to include them into that deck. That kind of takes them away from a possible Mitsurugi Raizio deck. And this team, Team Yami, just said, hey, we don't need the Mitsurugi cards in Raizio. We just play Onomad Raizio and it's still incredibly strong. And therefore, it's interesting to see how the overall team dynamics are also going to develop in those shared card environments.
Yeah, absolutely, and it brings another layer of strategy to the game, to be honest, because yeah, you have to make some choices. You have to speak with your teammates and to just try to find the best strategy. And I do think that the Ryzel automat strategy is, of course, very, very strong because like the Mitsurugi Yomi strategy, you have the ability to go through the interruptions to just get rid of everything that is thrown at you because you have so many extenders. The automat, very, very good, but the Ryzel strategy, I mean, one body, two bodies, three bodies, and then you
They just
always find a way to
explode,
get
yeah.
on the detonator.
Totally. But that effect veiler here on Draco Tail Aphelion could be huge as we used a pretty decent amount of cards from our hand and we wanted to replace most of them through that effect of Aphelion. With the effect veiler resolving though, that ain't happening and Ronas is left with a lot less cards that he could wish. But the Rahu Draco Tail is going to make sure that... Oh no!
Oh! The Ash Blossom is absolutely insane here because not only you prevent the opponent from getting the resources back as you just said, but you also prevent the Rahu from replenishing the hand. But we have the last card being the Malulu, and that is pretty cool because we are going to be able to get access to the Preda plant, which is a very good card because it lets you get access to another way to fusion summon, and it's going to be the Branded Fusion over here, getting access to the Frixul as well, which is such a good card in the deck in my opinion because it lets you get another access to the engine.
Totally agree. Frick still activates its effect. There is a couple more trap cards left that are to be desired, and as this is the second set of this 3v3 encounter, Ronas, of course, knows what Mugi is on, so he can always decide with perfect information what the best trap card in the matchup is that they are playing.
Oh! And on Duel C, we already have a winner, and
it is Luvasi, 4-0. That was a connection fail, as we saw there. That is, of course, sad, but Luvasi was currently in the process of doing just exactly what he did in the first set already. He was trying to skip the opponent's turn once more, I would believe, and therefore, even though the connection fail there reads a little annoying, feels like Luvasi would have probably been able to just win this game anyhow. But
I mean, 4-0, this is so hard, and it's very, very hard to believe. You have to do a whole reverse sweep, and that's not gonna be an easy task, but still, it is possible. You will have to take game by game and win them one by one, starting with Duel A.
They should try at least, and I mean, the interruptions were good. Going battle phase, okay. Mugi, is there maybe an evenly matched sprinkled into the deck? It is not, no. That would have been a card to turn it all around with, but seems like we don't have access to that card. Set 1, set 2. Oh, this is not looking
Doesn't look
beautiful.
Great. Doesn't look great at all here for Mugi. And that could just be, to be honest.
What's that last card in hand? Maybe
is there
that's
gonna be something?
We couldn't even attack over the Anaconda. I mean, the Anaconda on the field doesn't really do that much anymore. Meanwhile, Lunalight Liger Dancer being summoned in Duel B. But that Lunalight Liger Dancer might at least give them one match point here on the overall leaderboard. But feels like it's not going to save them from losing here in the second set, as Ronas is totally in control still in this match here.
And this is very interesting because what I think will be is that we are under the effect of a Maxi-like card, and still we summon the Liger Dancer, and we talked about that the last time I was here with you. The fact that even when you are getting hit with those cards, when you're playing Lunalight, you just want to get the full combo, the whole combo, because, I mean, yeah, you are going to draw a lot of cards, but will you have the solution to just go through the card? That is the question.
Oh, that is funny. Look at this. Bronas decided to give Fallen of Alvas over to Mugi, and Mugi's like, well, when you give me that, I may as well just try to use it, as we are currently in that mirror match of Draco Tail brand attacks, but Draco Tail Horn carefully baited out a card worth getting into the own hand. How perfectly was that play? With that play, Bronas just made sure that, first of all, he got rid of the one card remaining in hand for Mugi, And also we get that extra draw from Dracotail Horn. Perfectly executed as per usual from Bronas. Team captain of Team Brotoza on the last year's World Championship. But is he going to go back to the World Championship, of course, is the big question. He's keeping himself fit here in the 3v3 competition and in Challenger Cup competition in general. So you could definitely say that he is preparing to go back, that's for sure.
Yeah, and this play was very, very well played, to be honest. And he got rid of everything. He doesn't have a whole lot that is unknown, and he's going to try to end the game right there, I guess. Having 5 cards in hand is more than enough to just end it. And starting with the Dracotail 5-mana is a very, very good start.
What are we going to fuse? Multiple cards from the hand. Is it Aphalion? Is it Gulamel? We are going to use Befallen of Albas from the hand because, quite frankly, it doesn't do a whole lot in there anymore. And we just... Okay, we summon out Albion. That is fun. Not your most common summon of a 5-mana, but sure enough, it does work. As we had both of the targets in our hand due to that branded fusion resolving the turn before and then recycling the materials on the opponent's turn. And
so it is going to resolve, so we are going to get access probably to Mirror Jade, who is gonna get on the field, or something else, by the way. We're not forced to go into the branded plays with the Albion.
It probably is going to be that, I would also imagine. But whatever takes us to 8,000 points of damage will be appropriate. Okay, but that wasn't a fusion monster, so that is not Mirror Jade, but instead is... Oh yeah, of course, perfect.
Way better.
Chaos Star Source Dragon. Mirror Jade can only go after monsters, but we are presented with 3 set spell and trap cards. Therefore, the Chaos Star Source Dragon is way better in the current situation that we find ourselves in. 1 set card targeted, the second one right after, and Dracotail Sting will be changed, sure, but will it do anything? Will it stop Bronas? Hard to believe, not gonna lie.
Yeah, absolutely, because yeah, even if it resolves, you are going to draw a card, but will the card will be enough to just stop Bronas? I don't think so. If we think about it, what you can draw, I mean, there isn't a single card that can end the turn of Bronas. So maybe there is another trap card, and oh yeah, there is indeed, but nothing that we could activate at that timing.
There was Flame, and there was no spell card activated throughout the entirety of the turn just yet. Pretty unfortunate for Mugi as well, though, to draw multiple trap cards going second. That's not one you want to see. And Bronas, after eliminating that spell card negation, now feeling free to activate Rahu Dracotail. Perfectly sequenced, perfectly timed, as per usual, as we know it from one of Europe's finest.
And it's going to be very, very hard here for Mugi, trying to just get back in the game, even if we all know that it's going to be very, very difficult. Bronas playing very well and now getting access to the Gulamel, so he's going to be able to just force the last trap card, and there is the Horn. Look at that, drawing the 3 trap cards and not being able to play. That is heartbreaking, to be honest, because, I mean, that rarely happens, let's be honest. I mean, when I say rarely, it's almost never.
Yeah, I mean, I would like to do the math on that, really. Drawing all 3, and let's just assume 40 cards of a specific card. I mean, there's probably some math experts in chat. Let me know in chat what is the likelihood of that to happen, because I'm sure it's below 1%, I would imagine.
Oh yeah, this is way below 1%. I once calculated those odds to be able to know how unlucky I was, and that was something way, way, way below than 1%. And this is gonna be it. The victory here for Team Yummy, a convincing 5-0. So we've seen that before during the last round, a 5-0, and I found this very impressive. But once again, a 5-0. I mean,
they're not joking around at all.
This is giving a lot of confidence to the players, and when you win that way, I mean, you are ready for the next round.
Totally. They're not joking around. They're showing what they're here for. They're like, yeah, we got multiple World Championship players here in our roster, so obviously we're going to win today. And Quantal and Bronas both having a rich history of winning Challenger Cups as well, of course, and therefore no surprise to see them advancing here into top 8, meaning they're also now pretty much in the prices, as there is pricing from top 8 onwards. They have secured themselves a nice, beautiful, yummy playmat, and there we have some bracket updates too. Look at that, 5-0, that's what we just saw, but multiple 3-0s here too. We have VC3 being up 3-0 against an NPC, and then we have FS Envy also up 3-0 against TBLB as well, but they will still have to turn things into their complete favor as we are going into an interesting game. Let's go, striker cards again. Whenever there's striker cards, I am happy, but we find ourselves in turn 2 here between Kindyaka and Jammer, and there is a 0 on the field.
There's a 0 on the field actually, and I see something that I don't really like, the flame being set, and of course this is very good into the Sky Striker strategy, considering the fact that you play a lot of spell cards. But yeah, I do agree on this one. I really like the Sky Striker strategy as well, and having the Rose and the Ray being special summoned on the field. Which one are you destroying? You are going to get rid of the flame.
Surely. Yeah. Because with only 2 monsters on the side of Kindyaka, they do not have the chance to get rid of your Sky Striker setup entirely here, as you would be now bringing back a monster, and when they attack off the monster, the Ray can still come back. So you will always be left at least with 1 Ray or with 1 Rose if they choose to continue attacking. Meanwhile here, as we see with the updates, this is currently pretty competitive between Team Ares and Team EFX. I believe Team Ares is actually a French team, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, they are a French team. They are working very hard on Master Duel as well as on the TCG, and they have some players who are just specialized on this game, and they spend their whole time trying to just play test with the team. And let's see if they are going to just bring it home.
That is
for now. Cool. I think this is very interesting to see the 0, the Sky Striker 0, because we can see that in this situation it brings a whole lot to the Sky Striker strategy. Being able to special summon 2 monsters as well as interrupting the opponent, and on top of that you are going to be able to just tag out the Ray to special summon either a Kagari to just get back some resources, or the Kaina on the field, which is the case right now, which will prevent one of the monsters of the opponent from attacking. And if you get rid of the Kaina, then the Ray will be able to special summon itself from the graveyard. So all of a sudden you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 monsters basically that you have to get rid. So that's very good, because before you just could remove the Ray from the graveyard, get rid of the monster on the field, and then all of a sudden you didn't have a whole lot of follow-up for the Sky Striker strategy. Now it's not the case anymore.
0 is such a crazy card, and I think with 0 it's also sometimes people look at the card and it feels pretty easy to use. Like on your own turn you search engage, on your opponent's turn you're just going to destroy a card and get, as you just explained, those Sky Striker monsters from the deck or graveyard. But I feel like people underestimate the fact that 0 also on your own turn can be quite sick into playing into the opponent's field. Just like not using the search effect for engage, making sure to use the special summon and destruction effect, that can force out so many things. A non-target destruction effect into a field can be so crucial. And then afterwards you still have 2 striker monsters, which can just make, for example, Camellia. Camellia then gives you engage into the graveyard, and you will still get it through the Kagari as per usual. So I feel like this deck is incredibly skillful, and one that I always love to see, and obviously also my most favorite deck of all time. But Kindyaka now also putting Katisi onto the field. This looks strong though for Jamir. It also is apparently pure Sky Strikers, as we have seen the Kaina in the extra deck, as we also see Kindyaka being on 10,000 life points, which is usually an indicator for that being the pure striker deck. Holy.
That is very strong, being able to, during the end phase of the opponent, activate the Lemnis Gate, getting back some resources, but also getting rid of the monsters from the opponent. I mean, this is very good here, and that shows the strength of the deck. I truly think that this deck is very, very strong. And of course, it is a bit hard for Sky Striker to get rid of the opponent's field, because nowadays the fields are very, very, very strong, and they are very reliable. You know, when you are in front of, for example, a Yomi Mitsurugi deck or even Malice, you know that it's going to be very hard, because not only you have to deal with the field, but also the follow-up and the hand interactions which can be activated from the opponent. So that's sometimes a bit too hard for the Sky Striker strategy, but still, I am a Sky Striker believer. I think that they can do well in this meta game if you are a very good player and you know the meta game by heart, literally.
Dude, completely agree. We do special summon our Zero now immediately in the draw phase by using the effect of Kagari. And, oh yeah, we are using the effect to get another engage going. Fair enough, but the... Oh, we're chaining the SP Little Knight too, trying to make that Zero go away once more. I mean, that just helps us because there's less monsters on the field, right? That's at least what it feels like.
True, truly think the same, and especially on the fact that, you know, you can't use Zero as link materials, so it pretty much helps us. But in the end phase, the Zero will get back in the main monster zone, but that's not really a problem because we can just activate
Okay,
its
that's
effect.
the one. Kinyaka says you have way too many cards, and therefore this shall not be contested anymore, and we do have Sky Strikers winning. I was not allowed to see that on the top 32 match, but now we see Sky Strikers fully back into the action and actually winning here as well. Lovely stuff, and hopefully we're going to get some more of that. I mean, we will at least get some more Sky Striker gameplay, as they're not allowed to change their decks. They all only have one deck, so Sky Striker it is going to be once more. And we are heading into a third and deciding set between these two teams, and it is highly competitive. What was with the Sky Striker win there? I think that was the equalizer, right? I think it's 3-3 between the two teams.
Yeah, it is 3-3, absolutely. So we are going to just have a decider in the last best of 3. And I mean, in comparison with the last rounds, with some 5-0s, this is way more competitive here between the two teams, and the pressure must be absolutely awesome, you know, on the shoulders of the players, because I mean, you are 3-3, so you know that your team relies on you. You have to win the duel. Okay, you can lose if the two other wins, but still, you want to win to just carry your team to the top 8 and to this wonderful prizing with the game mats of the season.
100%, and that is the beauty of 3v3s. All the teammates working together with each other. Every game is a game of 3 players. You are really, really just trying to work things out together. And Aris Uro here, the player 2 of Team Aris, has worked out a bonfire start to this deciding set. So, mission accomplished. Coin toss 1, axed Ryziel in the hand.
But
what a situation for a Ryziel player.
There's something on resolution. A drawn Logbird would be absolutely amazing.
That would be devastating.
But there is nothing. We are going to special summon the X, and that is something that always scares me when a player starts with Bonfire, because if you start with Bonfire, then you can get hit with the Drawn Logbird, which is a huge card against the Ryziel strategy. You can still go into the Detonator, but that will be the only thing that you will have on the field.
Well, that Molchami Fovelos really, really limiting what Uro is going to put out here. So, and we have a turn change in Duel B. That was a pretty quick turn, actually. So, that is something noteworthy. And who was the one passing? It seems like it was Kinyaka passing. Kinyaka, we just saw losing to Sky Strikers. And then they're trying to make up for it, trying to make it happen for the team now on the third set, win the coin toss, and then they have to immediately pass it over to Dare. Not the greatest start of all time for them. And they have to face that Norman Summon Ice Ryziel. Hold on. Ice Ryziel together in a deck with Dimension Shifter is not something I had on my bingo card, really.
Yeah, and I'm a bit surprised as well. We see the Fuvalos, which was there to probably get some more cards, but being negated by the Ash Blossom. I mean, I was wondering if there was maybe something more than the Fuvulus, explaining the fact that we just passed turn, but it looks like there is nothing more from now.
I mean, Maxi cannot be activated anymore due to that Dimension Shifter resolving, so things are looking good for EFX. They were down 3-2, but they may be able to make the comeback happen here as Dare, the player 2, now goes into the... Oh, we got the two engines together. And I mean, now it makes a little more sense to see Dimension Shifter, as Dimension Shifter is not conflicting with the Mitsurugi engine at all. Like, even if they get banished, they can, first of all, use their effects to, for example, search here, but also the big ritual monsters, when they're getting banished after being tributed, they can also still special summon themselves out. So that is certainly something that they will be happy about. Big Ryzia detonator is the hope in Duel C. Will that be enough? We shall see. Detonator against the world. We gave one draw to the Molcharmi Fovolos, but with 6 cards in hand now, DZ Meta may be able to crack this.
And look at that, the one-man army, the Ryzil Detonator with 5 materials, and on top of that, we also have access to the Ryzil Cross. But look at that, the Nightmare Throne being activated.
I like the EFX team lineup. We got the Mitsurugi Ryzil with Dimension Shifter. We got the Sky Striker. And now we got another deck involving Nightmare Throne, which could either just be Jubel or quite easily could also be DDD, actually.
Oh, true that. It could also be the case, and DDD is, I mean, this is a very interesting deck because a lot of players, they are not used to face it, and meanwhile we see in Duel B, yeah, this is basically
is that over?
That's over. And that's over, yeah.
It is 5-3. Super quick games here in the third set. It was a deciding set, and that one was over so quickly there because I think that means Sky Striker also won super quickly, right? Yeah, Sky Striker must have won. Sky Striker in top 8, winning and winning there in the second and in the third set. It couldn't be a better day than today. That's beautiful news to me. Now they only have to give me some Apophis gameplay as well, and I will be going to sleep very happily, really. But look at those updates here from the overall bracket. We see EFX advancing, NO2 with a 5-0 as well, NOT advancing versus VOA there as well. So that's 3 teams in total now we have in our top 8. And we are looking for more as we have NPC versus VC 3 here, and we see Dracotail versus some kind of Mitsurugi variant.
And I think I've seen that it was 3-3 between those two teams, which means that it would be very close, and they will have to win 2 more games to be able to just advance to top 8. And it looks pretty good on the field, considering the fact that we've got access to 2 Arsalian and also a Gulamel. Yes, the Arsalian don't do a whole lot right now, but they will be able to be used as link materials to just get access to the Predaplan Verte Anaconda that we've seen before and has done so much work. And oh, it's not 3-3, it's like 4-1.
It's actually 4-1, and that's in favor of Team VC3. So this game would be desperately needed for Team NPC, and they do get it, securing a third set that we are going to shortly get into, as this now is a final score, or final score after the second set of 4-2, meaning we stay on match point, but the match point has not been converted just yet in the second set.
Absolutely, and I love those moments, to be honest. I'm always waiting for people or players to just get back in the game and try to do the reverse sweep, because it's so exciting. You have so much pressure, so much tension, and you have to win every single game. At first, players that you are up against, I mean, they must be very confident because, you know, what are the odds? What
just
are the odds
one more
to
game.
And after 1, 2, 3 games, you're like, oh, maybe we can lose this. And you can start feeling the fear.
I know the feeling. They're sitting down there now, like, and they're like, I won the coin toss. I won the coin toss. I also won the coin toss. And then all of a sudden it feels real. But someone won the coin toss here. And that was Chris. And Chris has just passed it over, which is the sign that Team VC3 may make it happen, and we have the Sulfur Cord QTR. Maybe meaning that we are going to see another Sulfur Cord Yummy deck here on Aries' side.
Yeah, it might be the case. The Sulfur Cord strategy being paired up with the Yummy usually and being very strong, getting access to more starters and even extenders. And yeah, this is not a very good news, but that means that maybe you have some hand interactions to be able to stop the opponent. But it's going to be very, very hard because we know that the Yummy strategy has some ways to play around hand interactions very, very well.
Now the Solfigia can special summon itself from the hand as well, as there only is some Sulfur Cord monsters. Multichamifulas did it did not resolve. I was about to say it's resolving, but nope. Let's make this chain link to Crossout Designator. Multichamifulas, not for you, Chris. The worst possible start. You have to pass. You're relying on your Multichamifulas to carry you through that turn. And then they do have a Crossout Designator for that very card that you were just so heavily relying on. So Ari is living the life, and we are turning that QTR into a Linkuriboh, meaning there's now some Yummy cards following, of course. Capsi Yummy, one of the cutest of them, is going to grab us just immediately another Yummy card from the deck.
Now that's very hard because even if you interrupt the Capsi Yummy, you're gonna have to get Ash Blossom on the Capsi Yummy way. Otherwise, this is literally full combo even if you Infinite Impermanence on this one. So yeah, that's not a very good situation to be in for Chris. We hope for him that he has something more. Otherwise, it's gonna be the end of the game and of the tournament for his team.
And you have said it. There is the opportunity to go into Capsi Yummy way. And there is the Ash Blossom and Joy Spring to counter it. Okay, okay. Problem being, yes, we do stop the searching, but we can just possibly chain the effect. But there is not really, there's only one Yummy monster in the graveyard, so chaining is not really even worth it, and we do not do so. Okay. So maybe that actually is enough here on Aries' end.
So I think that now we have multiple ways to play, but this is very hard for the Yummy Sulfur Cord player because it cuts you off some very, very good resources. The Capsi Yummy way is strategic, is very, very, very important. And in this strategy, you want it to resolve unless you have multiple Yummy cards in your hand. But for now,
Mignon brings back another one. We keep on extending. Snatchy Yummy is there for a reason. And in Duel A, we also see the bridge between Mitsurugi and Ryziel. We have just seen King of the Pharaoh Limbs being summoned off of 2 level 4 Ryziel monsters to get that Habakiri into the hand. So Duel A actually looking pretty good for NPC. And therefore, we still have to have some hope here for NPC, as they can still make that comeback happen with now both the Mitsurugi and the Ryziel cards available to them.
The problem is that in Duel C, I think it's going to be very hard because, I mean, only 2 cards in hand, and we are keeping the Yummy strategy.
Duel C, bring it on. Bring on Duel C.
There is the Nibiru, and this Nibiru is very, very good at that timing because we cut all the resources of Aries' hand, and now we hit the field with the Nibiru while everything has been activated already. Do we have another Yummy name in hand? It looks like it's the case because we are going to special summon the League Spider, giving us access to the Link one.
Of course.
And there is the cookie. But this is good, of course, but this is not a whole combo. So still, being able to activate the Nibiru brings a whole more hope for Chris in there.
It definitely does. That's Cookie Yummy plus the Link Spider is going to be turned into Cookie Yummy way. We're setting the Nibiru so it's small enough to attack over, but player 2 of Team NPC, Chris, will get the chance to find a Destiny top deck here. Can it be a play? What even is the deck that Chris is running? What will be the normal summon? Maybe Oh,
Oh,
we're
no.
setting a card. Oh no.
No, we said something and that's not some good news. Of course, because we're going to be able to just get into the same loop again and again. And yeah, we are normal summoning the Fuvalos, which can then be turned on
into
another
Almirage.
Yeah, another Link monster, which will be a Link one, of course.
Salomon Grades also celebrating a party here. We can just bring back now after having a Link 1 monster on the field. Establish that to make sure that we can just have that Kapsi Yummy back and now just be a tech point boost with every single more Yummy monster hitting the field will be gigantic and we'll make sure that we get to game here quickly.
I just can't think of a 2-card combo that could just beat that. The Purge is cool, of course, but you will need another one, I guess.
Interesting. I mean, they can chain Cookie Yummy
Yeah.
away, but how many Yummy monsters is there in the graveyard? Oh, and we get to keep the Kapsi Yummy on the field because of the Salon Grade Almirage. That's something you rarely see with Almirage. It usually only is in that deck to be a Link 1 that you can turn Fuvalos into a Link 1 or any kind of normal summon. But it actually has the effect to protect one of your monsters from being destroyed by card effects. So we will not be able to search here anymore as the searching negation is still applying. But we do have the monster still on the field and one more monster means so much more damage when Minion is with field spell on the field paired with a couple of Yummy monsters and therefore boom. That is the game and also the set and the match for Team VC3.
Absolutely, game and match for Team VC3 on this wonderful game. And yeah, the fact that the Yummies, they are so little, so tiny. They have so little attack points, and
cute,
all of a sudden 3,000, 3,200, and boom, the game is totally over. I mean, yeah, they are sometimes very scary when this field spell is on the field.
They are pretty exciting to play. It's so easy to create loads of damage with the deck out of nowhere as well, because that field spell that boosts your monsters, it's just always available. Like any kind of Yummy, you can turn into Snatchy. Snatchy places from the deck and you're just good to go. It's so little work that you have to invest in, and that now means VC3 is a part of our top 8 as well. We saw that Team Yummy consisting of Bronas, Duvasi, and Quantal is in. We also saw some other really strong performances with 5-0s and also some closer competitions, but eventually we're also going to have Sky Striker in top 8, which I'm pretty excited for. We're probably not going to feature them right away again as we just had them on feature. Still, though, it is pretty cool to see. So that is obviously something we are looking forward to. And I know a lot of fans at home also are enjoyers of the Sky Striker strategy, of course, as well. So we do see the bracket once again here. We just mentioned it. Yummy is in there. EGS now also is in there. TBLB joining things as well in top 8. And then EFX versus VC3. We actually watched both of those teams. We watched EFX beating Ares and we watched VC3 just beating NPC there as well. So that's going to be an interesting matchup as both teams look very strong there. Made some promising plays and advanced themselves into the top 8 now as well. And it looks like its stake is still competitive between Team DNA and Team CH. CH, if I remember correctly, being the team that threw out T2 in top 32, and therefore it looked like they may be the new sheriffs in town, but now they're sort of struggling immediately in top 16, so we will have to see how that is going to develop.
I mean, yeah, it's going to be a tough competition, to be honest. And from the first round, I mean, it was already hard for all the competitors. This is so hard to beat everybody and to just get on the top to be the champion. But yeah, the games today, I mean, we can just get so many things and we learned so many things. Of course, we saw that there are multiple decks. We saw a lot of Draco Tail strategy. We saw a lot of Yomi Mitsurugi strategy. But there is something that I would like to put an emphasis on, and this is the fact that we've seen some Fuvalos multiple times today. We've seen some of them resolve, but most of them not resolve.
True, true.
And you know, every single time there was a Nash Blossom, there was even the Crossout during the last game. It was very hard because you literally trade these Fuvolos for some non-engine. And this is not something that you really want to do
True.
because, I mean, this is one less interaction that you have.
You
and
need the
know,
cards.
Yeah, you know that you need the cards on
Yeah.
today's game. And I mean, that kind of surprised me that, you know, in the TCG and in Master Duel, people are on the Fuvolos. But it still has some downside, and we
It does.
saw them during the first games. When it resolves, it feels great. When it doesn't, it feels horrible for you.
That's true. Actually, that is probably a sign also of most people sharing Multiarmy Fuvolos in today's competition. It will usually be the currently to be considered holy trinity of the Multiarmy Fuvolos, Maxi, and Ash Blossom and Joy Spring. And therefore, most people just have it in their deck due to it being a shared card. I actually agree with you, though, in the current circumstances. I wasn't sure how good Fuvolos really is, so playing with my friends and building shared lineups with my friends recently, I sometimes actually, that was before Yummy release, was rather including Red Reboot into my deck instead of the Multiarmy Fuvolos because it was just so incredibly strong against Draco Tail, and it also had some upside against Melas and other decks as well, and therefore that felt like a smart thing to do. But now with Yummy also around, that deck not really having a trap card, so Fuvolos just seems like the easiest choice. Let's see how many more Fuvoloses we are going to see throughout the rest of the tournament. We will be on a super short break, but afterwards we will be back, of course, with more live gameplay action here from this exciting Freeview Challenger Cup. So don't go anywhere and see you after the break.
Welcome back, everybody, to our coverage of the 3v3 Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel Challenger Cup in the winter season. You may notice that I am back, joined by Barcode, and we are just about to get into the game. Let's go. Barcode. We're in top 8. Nice.
I mean, yeah, we are in top 8, and that was a fierce competition, to be honest. Players had to do a whole lot to just get in the top 8 and to get access to this wonderful prizing, since they already have access to these game mats for the top 8. And we're going to get back into action because, of course, they don't want to stop here. They want to go into the top 4 and then into the finals. And for now, we see some Malice strategy.
Yes, indeed. Speaking of getting access to things, this Malice deck is just climbing without fear of disruption so far. But let's take a look at Duel B, on the other hand, as another field seems to be establishing itself here. It is, of course, that deck piloted by Drizzles that we saw take out Abu Hamid in the mirror match earlier. It is the Draco Tail branded.
Yeah, and that's very interesting because we are going to get access. We are going to get access to the moon. And the moon is going to convert into the Requiem. This is very, very creative, getting access to this powerful strategy. I mean, yeah, we usually see the Draco Tail being paired up with the branded strategy. Of course, it makes sense. But here, seeing the Finsmith cards, I mean, if you have some space, maybe you can just get them in.
Yes, on the other hand, let's take a look at Duel C, as Predaplant Verte Anaconda was able to make an appearance for the other Draco Tail deck that we're seeing, this time from Joey on Team TBLB.
And that's more standard here because, yeah, of course, we can see that there are going to be some branded cards over here. And we're going to resolve the Rehu Draco Tail, so something very standard.
Yes, indeed, as we have that Draco Tail Gulamel now hitting the field. Pan in the graveyard. Pan going to be going back to the hand eventually, you have to imagine, as well. But in the meanwhile, we have Joey just playing this one out without fear of disruption so far. Does RJW have anything that can be used here to run interference? Signs point to no, as the Draco Tail appears to be setting up pretty much for free.
Yeah, and this is pretty standard here. We have access to the Gulamel, we have access to the trap cards as well.
Branded Fusion.
And we have access to the Branded Fusion as well. So we're going to get access to this branded side of the deck, which brings a little bit more ceiling, a little bit more ways to get access to some fusions. How do you feel about this branded strategy paired up with the Draco Tail strategy?
I like it. Fusion, good stuff.
You really like it.
Predaplant Verte Anaconda, you know, it's all good stuff. Again, I really like this card just because, you know, throwback to when Fusion Destiny into Destroy Phoenix Enforcer was the way to go. What was it, Adventure Punk Synchro back then? Yeah, a lot of good stuff. Something else that was good, and of course another iconic monster in Master Duel's history is, of course, that Albion the Sanctifier Dragon. We're quite far removed from the days of the Gimmick Puppet Nightmare and that kind of lock. Edo, the Supreme Magical Being? Or Supreme Magical Force, I can't remember. Regardless, yeah, just there we go. We're done with that meta, and we're also done with this turn.
And that's pretty standard for the Draco Tail player. Joey here sitting on some set cards with 2 trap cards and also on the Gulamel. And we are going to play the Lunalight strategy, activating Tenki, getting access to the engine and being able to just get a little bit more cards in your hand. But that's a matchup which is very interesting because you just want to get access to your boss monster and therefore be able to just put so much pressure on your opponent that, I mean, it doesn't have anything to just get rid of your whole threats.
Yes, conversely, I do want to take a look at Duel A again here, as we do have the Malice strategy continuing to unfold and replenishing the hand and then some, going up to 7 cards thus far and a fully filled out field here.
And that's something which is very, very scary about Malice. The Malice strategy, of course, the field is very strong because you have a lot of cards that can banish your own cards, and that's one of the best interactions in Master Duel. But also you are able to just get access to so many cards from your deck. You are being able to draw with the Chessy Cat as well as some other cards in your deck, and therefore you have some follow-up as well as some hand interactions in the hand.
Allied Code Talker at Ignista now coming through, Transcode Talker coming back, and of course with Firewall Dragon there and the Malice Q White Binder, everything's looking pretty good here. An almost full back row of Spell Traps there as well. Quite a few of the Malice names to be expected. Perhaps we also see the likes of your Infinite Impermanence or other disruptions. 3 cards in hand as well. Could these very well be Ash Blossom, anything else like that? Bonfire suggests this is in fact the Ryziel.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's almost the best way to start the turn, to be honest, because you can just get access to the X Ryziel, being able to just get rid of the Omni Negate on the opponent's field. So that's a great way to start things off.
Yes, indeed. Now let's look at Duel B. Speaking of starting things off, as we have a few things happening here. The Mitsurugi Yummy now being played into that branded Dracotale that we saw earlier.
Yeah, and we can see a card that is very, very good into the
Is that
Mitsurugi
Wave
cards.
Hiking Caesar?
Absolutely. This is the Caesar on the field, and the Caesar is very good because you are able to just get rid of not only 1 but 2 ways to special summon from the opponent.
Technically,
Therefore,
DD did get support this pack as well.
yeah, true that. And we can see one of them on the field right now. And oh yeah, we are under the effect of Maxi as well, which leads us to a 5-mana getting activated on the side of Drizzles.
Salamangre Almirage now coming out too to further extend with this Yummy Mitsurugi strategy, but ultimately I think Drizzle's in a commanding position here.
Absolutely, yeah, because we are going to be able to get rid of the 2 bodies on the field thanks to the Arsalian, which will probably get summoned. Maybe we're thinking if we want to chain the Gulamel to just get rid of a body, but that, I mean, doesn't really make sense considering the fact that we have the Almirage on the field.
Arthalion now coming through in Duel C as well. Let's look at Duel C very, very quickly, as we do have now an attempted setup from the Lunalight deck.
So yeah, this
Is that
duel,
Rinbrum the Striking Dragon? I
which
think
is
so.
of course very good in the graveyard, but also on the field. I mean, against Lunalight, this is not the best card because you are not going to see a whole lot from the extra deck apart from the Perfume Dancer. But yeah, this game is all about being able to stop the Lunalight player from special summoning from the extra deck before you get access to this wonderful monster which will just get rid of your entire field.
Seems to be the case here, as we now have RJW attempting to get to the likes of Liger Dancer that could clear this out. Will they be able to get anywhere close to?
And that's always the question. When you are playing Lunalight, it's like a puzzle that you try to solve. You want to get access to the Liger Dancer, and your opponent wants to prevent you from doing so. But it feels like you have to find your way in a labyrinth to just get to the exit, and the exit is of course this wonderful extra deck monster.
In the meantime, we can go back to Duel A as the Malice game continuing to unfold there. Looks like we've managed to run enough disruption that even if it is Zoo's turn, they don't really have much to say about it, much to do now, and Ohimi is in full control, despite it being the enemy turn.
Absolutely, yeah, we know the fact that the Malice strategy, I mean, it's very, very
It's
hard to
going
get rid
off.
of them. It's very, very hard because, of course, you've got the field, you've got the hand, you've got the follow-up, and this is so tough. You've got some good solutions when you are playing, for example, the Mitsurugi stuff or the Lunalight stuff, because you've got some strong ways to get rid of every single threat on the opponent field. But, I mean, if you don't play a deck that plays those powerful cards, it's very, very hard. But here we see the Do Warrior being activated. which will lead to 2 level 4 being special summoned on the field if this resolves.
Actually, we had Duel B finished while we were looking at the Malice deck.
Absolutely, yeah.
Thing. And it will indeed be that Draco Tail deck.
Yeah, the fact that we're able to pair this strategy with the Finsmith and therefore get access to the Caesar is very, very creative and very good in this meta game. We see that in this game because, yeah, against Mitsurugi, for example, you have so many cards that you want to special summon, and especially with the ritual spell. Of course, there is the Abakiri, but I think that you want to get rid of the ritual spell, and it gets way harder if you can't resolve them.
I was going to say, we hadn't actually seen much from Ash Blossom so far in this set of games, but then in Duel A, when it was activated, immediately answered by that crossout designator.
Crossout that we've seen during the last round, such a powerful card when it gets to resolve. And speaking about some powerful cards, we see the heavy polymerization being targeted by the flame, and it will resolve. Heavy polymerization is such a powerful tool to just get rid of the opponent's field, but here it will not resolve and therefore get to the graveyard. But there is another one getting activated. I was thinking about this, but I couldn't believe it, you know. Having access to 2 of those cards in the hand is, of course, something that we rarely see. But here, it will maybe resolve this time. And yeah, if it resolves, I mean, you're in a bit more of trouble.
Yeah, there's capacity for Perfume Dancer here, and then eventually find your way to a Liger Dancer, or go straight into the Liger Dancer, but you can take quite a lot of damage from that heavy polymerization. That being said, I think you're in a great position here if you are RJW.
Absolutely, we've talked about that earlier, and the fact that you want to get access to the Liger Dancer because it puts so much pressure on your opponent. On top of the fact that you're able to remove every single monster from the opponent field, you're able to attack multiple times, and therefore you can literally, most of the time, just end the game on the spot. And here we're going to enter battle phase. We are activating the effect of the Liger Dancer. We're chaining even Broom, but the Liger Dancer will resolve.
Yep.
The Pan in the graveyard will be able to just bring another monster on the field thanks to its effect. So the Lucius will be special summoned and get access to another monster, so some follow-up or something like a 5 mana.
That will also soak one of the attacks from the Liger Dancer as well, buying perhaps another turn for Joey.
Totally. And yeah, we had access to some more resources. The Frixel here. And as you just rightfully mentioned, we are going to just absorb 1 attack.
2-0, by the way, for Team CH here. Could very well be 3-0 if the Lunalight is able to capitalize on it. But Rinbrum as well going to add extra insurance here to guarantee another turn for Joey.
Absolutely.
It's not quite Tenpai Dragon territory where if it's main phase 2, it's a lost game, but it's still not great for Lunalight to not be able to close it out there and then.
I mean, there is still some good thing. The Liger Dancer is very hard to get rid of, and on top of that, you still have the ability to get rid of any threat on the opponent's field if you want to. So I think that, yeah, you only have this this card. Yeah.
No way to out it.
But how do you out it? How do you out it? Even if you have 6, 7 cards in hand, this is so hard to get rid of this card because, I mean, even if you find a way to get rid of it with a monster, I mean, the Liger Dancer just activates its effect and all of a sudden you have to find another solution. So yeah, here, 3-0 during the 3 first games, it's going to be very hard. And will they be able to do the reverse sweep? That is the question.
Indeed, clean sweep for that Team CH. Really, really good stuff. And of course, Lunalight performing as well as it did. I did kind of maybe second guess including it in the meta decks to watch at the start of the show, just because, again, it underperformed in the Duelist Cup, as Lampi mentioned. And you know, we hadn't seen too much success from it in the previous 3v3s, but that was great. That was really, really good, and I think that it can do the same again, especially in the current format that we're seeing shape up.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I really like the fact that the Lunalight strategy is able to have such a strong win condition, being able to just go through all the interactions of your opponent. And on top of that, I mean, a lot of players, they are not prepared to that matchup specifically because they are more prepared to the standard Draco Tail, Yami, Mitsurugi, and even Maddie strategy. But Lunalight, I mean, let's be honest, this is not the top deck on the charts. So you don't have that much solutions
think
in your
it's
main deck.
the type of deck that thrives when people aren't teching for it is the thing.
Exactly.
Again, with Sky Striker kind of benefiting from the fact that people aren't using Droll and Lockbird as a shared card in this format too, it means that we're seeing these decks that when you're not specifically choosing cards that counter them, they can really thrive.
Yeah, absolutely. Because we've seen in different meta games earlier in the past that some people were playing some cards like some kaijus, for example. But in this meta game in particular, kaijus are not very good. So
I need Lampi with the Molchami count because I think this might be the first Perulia that I've seen so
yeah,
far this tournament. Kind of a casualty of the fact that we're using that shared card rule. It's just the three of in one of the decks, you have to imagine. Or even left out completely.
I think so. I think so. I mean, in my opinion, it wouldn't really make sense to just use this slot for the Molchami Perulia unless you're specifically prepared for some matchups. But yeah, I think that Joey is the only Drizzle is the only one to play the Perulia. And
mirror match again, by the way. It's branded Drake-tail versus branded Drake-tail.
Absolutely. I really like the fact that there are some bubbles. You know, the animation is very cool, to be honest.
Yeah. Bubble in the hand. Full loss on the deck. That being said, no full loss thus far. Sorry, Lampi. Instead, you get an Albion the Sanctifier Dragon.
And that's a pretty cool way to start the Draco Tail plays, and we can see the actual strength.
Can I look at Duel C, please? Because for some reason, both of these players seem to be rather short on cards.
Yeah, I mean, there is the Linkuribo, but on Rafa's side, we get access to the Habakiri, and that's a pretty good top deck. So we are going to special summon probably Sagi and tribute it right after is going to be the case, and then the Sagi will be able to search.
Yes, indeed.
So this is some very classic plays.
Oh,
here.
Infernal Flame Banshee in Duel A. Let's look at Duel A.
Yeah, the Banshee.
Ryziel Bridge.
Yeah, getting access to the X Ryziel.
Onomat Ryziel. Nice.
I really like it. I mean, I said that earlier.
The deck that Ryan Yu piloted to the victory, I think, in that Duelist Cup.
And that's
one
very
of the
good
decks,
deck.
rather. Yep.
That's a very, very good deck. The fact that you're able to do some simple things, but in a very consistent way, thanks to the Dododo card. I mean, that's a good deck to bring into this Challenger Cup. And now we're going to see Ryziel doing some Ryziel things, just getting some level 4 on the field, and then getting access to some powerful cards in the extra deck. The Detonator, of course, but also some cards like the Gallant Granite that we've seen earlier to just get access to more disruptions. For example, the Nibiru.
Let's look at Duel C in the meanwhile, however, as the Mitsurugi seems to be doing work there too. Prayers now being added to the hand after clearing out the field. That one Lingaribo. Now the Habakiri being added to the hand. The Sagi coming back.
Look at that. This is so strong. Once you get all the engine and you get the cycle, I mean, this is
just
very,
recycles
very
itself.
Exactly. This is so hard for the opponent to just prevent you from getting all your resources back. And yeah, it's going to be very hard for the opponent to just get back in the game. Murakumo is back on the field, and if we want to use some hand interactions, we'll have to get rid of the other cards in hand. But we get rid of this card. Link Summon, and it will probably be the Dyna... No, it will not be Dynamundo. It will be
Camellia actually now coming out.
Very interesting.
Sky Striker is still very much alive in this. Molcharmy Fuelos now coming through. You said you liked the bubbles before.
Yeah, I really like them.
Camelia's effect being used to get the engage, presumably. Or rather, effectively Foolish Burial Goods the engage. Let's see where that leads. Speaking of things leading places, by the way, Duel A, suddenly that Infernal Flame Banshee joined by no less than 4 friends. Let's look at Duel A. 5 friends.
Oh, you said 4? This is 5 now. This is 5 with the Onomatokage.
You gotta Xyz summon at some point. Come on.
So that's gonna be the Detonator probably. Oh no!
Primathematic Laplacian.
Yeah! A very good card in the deck, letting you get access to any card, any... Oh, we're going to get rid of a random card. And
There's
now...
a warrior as well, Bancho, Barcode now.
Yeah,
also.
the coat. The
Stumbling
coat,
through
basically.
these names.
And we are going to get access to another card, draw more from our deck, dig into it, and yeah, we're going to draw another card.
Ryziel now just continuing to Xyz again and again and again. Of course, using the Xyz monsters suggests Eclipse Twins.
Yeah, a very, very good card, of course, in the deck, because it will be able to just special summon back Detonator, for example.
And in the meanwhile, Duel C, by the way, something else very interesting is just manifest. It's the Sky Striker Ace Kagari. Let's look at Duel C.
Yeah, the Kagari
Max
to just...
C
Oh, that's
in Duel C.
interesting. That's interesting because we're under the effect of the Molcharmy Fuelos, and we still decided to just keep comboing and to special summon the Kagari to just get the drone back. And we drew a Maxi of the Molcharmy Fuelos, and now we're under the effect of 2 of the Maxi-like cards. So, I mean, yeah, we are going to be able to combo and to special summon the Kapsuyami Way, but we are going to look at those cards.
Perhaps we now see Ohimi hard draw the Nibiru, and then suddenly everything is just raining meteorites on this field. That being said, perhaps a teammate has Nibiru the Primal Being in their deck instead.
That is true.
Cupsy yummy, Marshmallow yummy, so many yummies.
And we are going to discard the Habakiri over here.
At this point, it just feels like the Mitsurugi was used to clear out the field, bait out some of the disruptions, and then Yummy can just combo after.
Totally, and that's the strength of the deck, to be honest. So now we are going to get access to the Yummy Surprise and convert the Kapsuyami Way into a Snatchy. The Snatchy will get access to the field spell, but look at that! Already 7 cards in hand.
You can give a few more, surely. I mean, we've seen just how formidable the attack points on these yummy monsters can be. We still have a battle phase. Perhaps we can get out enough that Rafa can go for game in this turn. Then it doesn't matter how many cards the opponent has in their hand, because they'll never get a chance to use them.
Absolutely.
Already
totally
we're at
right.
4,400, 4,900, 5,900, only 2,100 more to make. That's 1 more body, and we should be good.
So there's going to be another Snatchy on the field.
That is 6,500 so
That
far.
is not enough yet.
1 more monster. Can we get there?
I mean, we can still go into the Lollipop from the extra deck to be able to special summon back 2 monsters from the graveyard and to get access to even more resources. That would be a way to just end the game if we want to do so and if you want to commit into this play. Will it be the case or not? But that's absolutely wonderful because at the beginning of the turn, we only had 2 cards in hand, and now we have the March Hare being activated. We will chain this Nachi and be able to perform a Synchro Summon in response. But we have another Fuvalos, so 2 Fuvalos on the Maxi. Be careful.
I'm gonna draw
be
3
careful,
cards off of this one Synchro Summon.
because at some point you will not have enough cards in the deck. So yeah, that's a bit dangerous.
Here we go.
Would you activate the Fuvalos in this situation, to be honest?
I'm not sure. I'm not a Malice player.
So yeah, this is going to be the Lolipo. We talked about it right before. And the Lolipo will be able to special summon back 2 monsters from the graveyard, which will give us some more attack points thanks to the field spell.
Yes, indeed. Now, not quite at that 8,000 value quite yet, and therefore we need to see Rafa continue to commit or indeed go for that deck out win condition. Let's see.
So I'm just wondering what is the plan, because of course we want to special summon some monsters and to try
More
to
draws.
have one more turn, but I'm a bit curious to see how it's gonna end. So the Lolipo is gonna resolve, bringing back 2 monsters. And now the question is, do we play around Nibiru or not? We have some great ways to play around it, of course, because we have always the ability to turn the token into an Spider and then special summon from the hand. But we already used the Lolipo, and that is something crucial.
2 more special summons.
I mean, that's very scary.
Yeah.
I find it scary. Because it's
That's
gonna be 6 more
Yummy
cards.
snatchy. Yep.
And now the Dormouse is going to be special summon on the field.
There we go.
Look at that. We are going to draw even more cards thanks to the double Fulos and the Maxi.
Production, do you mind hitting the eye in the bottom right corner of this duel? To show me how many cards are left in the deck in Duel C. $19. Okay, no, still quite a few left. Would need at least 6 or, well,
Oh.
7.
And we're going to enter battle phase. So
Yeah, I think actually we just go for a game like this.
yeah.
No need to deck out when you can just reduce their life points to 0.
So I'm not the best in math, but
That's
if
easily,
I-
that's 9,500
Yeah.
disconnect.
that is more than enough. Will the first attack go through? Yeah. And the question is, what can you even special summon? Maybe a Bestial would protect your last life points. But no, there is no protection. And that will be game for Rafa in Duel C, which is a good way.
Denies the clean sweep.
Yeah, exactly. And that's a good way to try to just get back in the game. We've seen that before. Players getting 3-0 during the first games, and after that getting back in the game and winning the whole thing. So, yeah. His
Molchami
team
Full
stays
lost now coming
alive.
back. Molchami Full lost shortly to leave the field as well. Oh, not actually going for the Moon of Closed Heaven. Presumably this is the Mirror Jade. Yep, there we go. And that suddenly looks like a very difficult position for Drizzles to come back in, as unfortunately, despite winning the mirror match earlier against Abu Hamid, looks to be on the losing end of it this time around. Branded Dracotail actually being the deck to watch so far this tournament, I'd say.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, a lot of players have just decided to bring this deck in their team, and this is totally one of the best decks. In my
The
opinion.
Duel A, I'm quite curious to see how it plays out, just because the Primath Mech Laplacian was a really, really cool tech there.
Yeah, it is a cool tech. Apart from the fact that the opponent must not agree with you on this on this one. Yeah, getting rid of a card in the hand, and therefore you have one less unknown card in the hand to deal with. Yeah, this is of course very strong, and I would like to put an emphasis on the fact that yeah, the Detonator is a very good card in this matchup, specifically in the Lunalight matchup, because you can get rid of so many continuous spells. You have the Tenki, of course, but you also have some spells like the Masquerade, which is so important in the Lunalight strategy, and having something that that can just destroy it on activation. I mean, this is very good, of course.
Turn is ending, but of course we've seen Dracotel can play in the opponent's turn. Of course, Branded plays in your end phase 2. Now we have Duel A, Infernal Flame Banshee returning to the field. The Ryziel cards, just again, very cyclical once they're set up too. This actually looks to be a pretty good comeback for Team TVLB.
This is a comeback. We have our comeback. Basically because on Duel A and Duel C, they are going back from 3-0 to 3-2. Will it be a 3-3 at the end of this game if Joey manages to win this one? But I mean, this is still very close in this game. We are going to use all 3 monsters from the hand and special summon the Arsalian, the key piece of this deck.
Yep, Dracotel Arthalion now coming out, hopefully going to be able to bounce the Secretarian Dragon and the Gulamel. Sanctifier just gonna chill there.
So will it be enough? We are going to declare all our effects, which shows to get the 5-mana back in hand, and then we are going to be able to activate the Dracotel's effect. So the 5-mana, but also the Mululu, which will be very effective because it will be able to negate the Sanctifier.
Yes.
I forgot his name for a moment.
Yeah, how could you forget Albion the Sanctifier Dragon?
One of the cards that I've used the most during the past few
You gimmick
weeks.
puppet nightmare player.
I mean, no.
Oh,
Idle.
oh,
Now.
Barcode.
I mean, we have to win. It's all about winning, right?
Yeah.
And I really like...
Ra's disciple.
I mean, okay, I really like Branded. The deck is very interesting in my opinion. It is very interactive. And the end of the interaction is when Ido hits the field.
K2 Dracotel now going to come through there to follow up on the established field, but there is Dracotel Flame now.
A very good way to just
To be fair, I think that's a good way to bait it out, but there is Ash Blossom and Joy Spring, of course, able to negate the Dracotel Flame because of the way it searches the...
Yeah, of course,
deck.
we activate the Ash Blossom, but that's not a very good thing, though, because we are not going to be able to fuse after that, considering the fact that we have no cards in hand for Joey. So, yeah, we are going to look for the Lucius, which will be normal summon.
Still, Lucius can start things off, so I don't think it was a terrible play by any means.
No, it was a very... Of course, you had to do so. You had to do so, otherwise you had no way to play. But I'm sure Joey would have loved to have another card, because this 5-mana alone is not going to do a whole lot for now. Very close duel, both duelists with only one card in hand. And we know Joey's one being the 5-mana, but we also know Drizzle's...
Ooh. Turn change.
So not a very good situation. We, of course, have the Sanctifier, but it is negated. So we have no way to interact with the opponent on the side of Joey. So it's more likely going to be a 4-2 at the end of this game, unless there is something that I didn't see there.
Drizzle's activating a K2 of their own, and that is Joey saying, okay, nope, you got it. Now 4-2, as you mentioned, Team CH taking a clear lead here. One more game away from securing their spot in the top 4.
Yeah, I mean that was pretty hard at the beginning of this duel, because they were down 3-0 Oh, being down 3-0 is of course very, very hard because your opponents only have 2
Getting
games.
2 wins back is commendable, though.
Yeah,
Oh.
yeah, totally. But it's gonna be very, very interesting, and I cannot even imagine how much pressure you have on your shoulders when you are just, they are 1 point away from the victory. So on the opponent's team, you cannot lose. If you lose, your team is literally out of the tournament. And I mean, that must be absolutely insane to have such pressure on the shoulders.
Yeah, and actually, we will see the winner of this next set progress on to whoever wins between that team Yummy with both Bonus and Quantal on it against EGS. On the other hand, on the other side of the bracket, we have Not versus R3, currently shaping up to decide one more of our semi-finalists, whereas VC3 in commanding fashion have already been able to make their way there.
Yeah, and we see that it is pretty close on all the tables. Of course, there is only one duel which is over, and congratulations to them for making it to the top 4. But on our duels, these 3 other duels, this is pretty close, being 2-1, 3-2, and 4-2 over here. So it's going to be very interesting to see
Yes,
who's going to just make it into the top 4.
Indeed it will be, and we will see that very, very shortly here as we do have the next and final set of games in the top 8 shaping up for you here between Team CH and Team TBLB. Mitsurugi Prez, royal finish, as good as any to start things off.
So the equation is pretty simple. The Team CH has to win only 1 game, while
Perulia Ash Blossom Call by the Grave, already seeing lots of activations in Duel A.
what a
Let's
chain
look at
link!
Duel A.
What a chain link there, and there is
Fool
even
us again.
another one.
Oh, this
Second
is why
Fool
we
us.
saw 2 players start with 2 cards in hand, respectively, in the previous
And there is
game.
the Maxi on top of that.
Oh,
What a chain link!
daring
chain link
you
5.
to summon. Really, really daring the Onomat Ryziel to play the game.
So, I mean, I think that this is pretty simple. The game plan will be to just get 2 to 3 monsters on the field and to get into the detonator, or you choose to not play at all after that and to literally just, like that, set a card and pass turn.
Yep.
I mean, it all depends on the cards that you have in hand, in my opinion, because if you have some hand interactions, maybe you can just sit on this Dodo Warrior.
You did kind of force the Drake-tail deck to use a lot of their monsters from the hand, though, so it does kind of put a damper on what they were perhaps looking to on their turn. But that being said, Drake-tail, we praise the turn 0 mechanics. Well, even without a Drake-tail name, able to play in the opponent's turn from Drizzles, but there is a Maxi response from Zoo here. Drizzles, can you play through this, or is there a clear path forward for the...
So many Maxis and Fuvalos that resolved during those turns in this duel. That is amazing.
What was Lunalight doing in the previous set of games? Let's look at Duel B. I feel like I don't remember seeing the Lunalight in the previous set of games.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
In the first
really.
round, yes, it really did a lot, but then last set,
Totally.
didn't get to play the game, I feel.
So maybe they will get to play the game in this game right now, and it looks great considering the fact that Rafa didn't activate anything in response to those cards' activation, and we already got access to the Masquerade and also the Perfume Dancer. So this is some classic Lunalight combos, and it should end up this wonderful monster, the Liger Dancer.
Yeah, Liger Dancer, of course, very, very good at just ending the game when it's able to attack, but as well as that, able to set up and then be completely unaffected by the opponent. Really, really difficult to deal with and kind of setting you up for success later down the line. Now, someone else that's set up for success is in Duel C, as we have 3 cards versus...
We have another Fuvalos
Fuvalos.
in response to the 5 mana. How many Fuvalos have we seen yet?
Maxi.
And a Maxi on top of that. What are those duels?
Let's draw some cards.
Yeah, players here, they really want to draw a whole lot of cards. And this 5 mana will resolve, but will also make the opponent draw so many cards. We've seen the Lunalight strategy they don't care much about that. But the other decks, I mean, the win condition is strong, but not as strong as the Lunalight strategy. So you have to make a decision whether you want to just full combo and make your opponent draw a whole lot of cards, and then you just pray for them to not have an answer, or you just do a half field.
Is Arthalion into an empty field to give 2 cards to bring 2 back particularly worthwhile?
I mean, you have to resolve, so I think this is the best way to just put some more interactions, because you can just get your resources back and get access to the Sparrow Trap cards.
Yeah, they'd already
to
committed to the
so.
fusion by the time. Yeah, I get it. Still doesn't feel good by any means for Joey here, as Ohimi benefits massively from that and kind of either ends the turn or... Oh?
And we have battle phase on both Duel C and Duel A. And this is going to be the end of the turn.
Let's look at Duel B, because there's an XC summon now coming through.
Oh, absolutely. We are going to...
Tiger King?
Yeah, we are going to get access to the Tenki right now. And that looks very scary. This is a situation that I wouldn't like to be in, because if you do not have something prepared for this specific matchup, then it's going to be very hard to get rid of the Liga Dancer. And that is what prevents some players from playing some field breaker, like for example the Droplet or the Dark World No More, because if you are against something like Lunalight, I mean, it's not gonna do a whole lot against Liga Dancer.
Shout out to RJW, by the way, for having both the matching Hungry Burger icon and the Hungry Burger mate. Coordination.
That was one of my favorite monsters when I was a little boy.
It has no effect.
Yeah, but it was beautiful, and blue was my favorite color, so...
I liked Crab Turtle.
Oh yeah,
That
That was another ritual monster that I used to
with
like.
Crab Turtle Oath.
Yeah,
Great card.
totally. And also the whale was cool.
Yes, I forget his name. It wasn't Fortress Whale, it was...
It was something like that, 2,350 attack points, if I remember correctly. But for now, there is absolutely no turtle or whale on the field.
But there is an SP Little Knight, which
Absolutely.
should hopefully do some work there. Polymerization as well, just being...
Yeah. And thanks to the effect of the Masquerade, we are going to be able to fuse using also our Graveyard.
TH just need the 1 win to be able to close this one out and secure themselves a spot in the top 4, get those prizes.
And that looks very promising for
Liga
them.
Dancer number 1. Where is Liga Dancer number 2? And it will be unnecessary, as Drizzle's able to close that one out. The Draco Tail branded deck for Team CH there. Able to bring them to 5 points, able to bring them to the semi-final, and able to bring one of our top 4 games to a close.
Absolutely, and that was pretty cool to see.
One
and
of our
to
top 8
watch.
games to a close and secure a spot in the top 4, rather.
Yeah,
Haven't quite time traveled that far.
But that was pretty cool to see, because we saw once again that the Lunalight strategy was a very good strategy to bring to these tournaments, to these specific tournaments, because as you just mentioned, when this deck is not taken into account and you do not have some specific answers, then your deck is very, very strong.
What are the specific answers to it that you saw
Well,
a lot of before?
Probably something like, we saw that before there were some Lancias being played for the Maddie strategy, and this is pretty good against Lunalight, because you are not able to banish from the graveyard to just fusion summon, and therefore it prevents Lunalight from doing the fusion summon that way.
Pearly
and
Delicious Memory.
Speaking about some very, very
Pearly mate,
interesting
Pearly
deck.
deck, you know, speaking of the coordination of before, you love to see it. I think a lot of the Pearly cards actually were recently... I can't remember off the top of my head which one of them's got slightly more relaxed compared to how they were previously. Yeah, the Delicious indeed. Now, Dominus Impulse being activated to kind of put a damper on that. KZL maybe not in the
That was a
best
faster
position, but yep.
very fast turn. We went into the draw phase to the end phase really quick. So we are going to be able to flip again this monster.
Normal summon
which is
full
face
loss,
down.
perhaps not the greatest of plays either. Perhaps.
Oh! And we've got
both.
the answer, the Ash Blossom paired with the Fuvalos, but they are not going to do that
Into
much.
Little Knight into pass. What is this for a game?
I mean, those games are my favorite ones.
At least you get a battle phase with Little Knight this time, because fortunately you didn't have an extra deck monster to use as material, and double fortunately the opponent had nothing for you to banish anyway.
Absolutely. So another card to draw. Is there going to be something?
Unless this was like a really well thought out bait to get the opponent to use 2 cards from their hand. Now you have 6 to their 3, and their Little Knight is there, but you can still perhaps.
Wow. And there is another
Strike
end
back.
phase.
Yeah.
That is not very cool.
This is like the inverse of every game we've seen thus far today. Not
Oh,
versus R3.
So there is the pre-memory. So we are going to be able to special summon from the deck. Getting rid of the Dark Will no more.
I mean, that perhaps fixes the issues that you had with the hand if you get to just go for the deck instead.
And yeah, I mean, this is a pretty good situation to be in for KZL.
Not only needs one more win here to clutch it out though, so regardless of whether or not MSB is having the time of their life, perhaps we look at Duel B for a better indication of how this series could play out.
And we see again the Dracotel strategy.
Dracotel mirror
Against the
again.
Dracotel strategy. Yeah, Dracotel being one of the most used decks in this tournament, and for good reasons. Because, yeah, this deck is so good.
You'll see in the meanwhile we have the one Yummy against the world there as we face down the Mitsurugi. Let's look at Duel C.
And yeah, the Snatchy is alone on the field, waiting for his friends to come back and to be able to synchro summon. But in front of him, there is the Murakumo, which is such a threat. So we're going to be able to use the field spell to try to bring back the cookie from the graveyard. Will there be any answer?
This person's name is Chef, but their mate isn't Hungry Burger. Sad, really. But that being said, someone that's pretty happy is, of course, Abdullah with the setup of the Yummy cards. Mitsurugi Prayer is actually going to be response to that. But Yummy Snatchy activated as a chain link on top of that. 4 cards in hand, by the way, for Abdullah still. So even if this does get disrupted somehow, probably going to have some follow-up. Speaking of follow-up, there is Dimensional Barrier.
That is a pretty good card.
Yup, locking the Yummy deck out of synchros. Suddenly, all of those bridges lead to nowhere.
And that is kind of a problem because we are going to get access to the Habakiri, but also being able to special summon back the Murakumo, and the Murakumo will be able to just get rid of both monsters on Abdullah's field. So yeah, the Dimension Barrier putting on a lot of work in this situation.
Shall we watch Duel A again very, very briefly, as we do have actually set up from that Yummy in terms of an extra deck monster there. Duel A. Expelling Noir. It's big. 7,000 defense.
Yeah, speaking about some very good win conditions, we talked about Lunalight, but yeah, the Pearly strategy still strong with the Expelling Noir. To be fair, I didn't expect to see the Pearly strategy in this tournament because it's not
It's quite
used.
made quite a deep run so far as well.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, this is like Lunalight. If people are not prepared to this deck,
Yep.
being having to face an Exploring Noir like that, which is literally unaffected, I mean, this is very, very hard. And
Yep.
we see that. We see that because
Speaking of Lunalight, by the way.
yeah,
turns out That's
exactly.
what MSB's playing. Got the Lunalight sleeves to match. Yep, tactics Oh. Did you not have enough cards already? Okay.
I mean, looks like no, there is
Didn't have what you
not
needed.
enough yet, and Duel B is over.
So Duel B should have been that victory secured for Team Not.
Absolutely. So
Despite the Pearly player putting up a fantastic fight there in Duel A, doesn't matter in the end, and it is Team Not they're able to proceed here.
but that's that's something which is very, very cool in the 3v3s. The fact that you have to rely on your teammates and you have to prepare together to just get together on work and to be able to just support each other to just get into the victory and to be able to just get the champion title. That is something that is not here in the 1v1s, and that is something very, very cool to see in the 3v3s. And yeah, here seeing some purely stuff, I wasn't expecting that, to be honest. Did you expect the purely strategy to be in?
Definitely not.
No.
Kind of takes me back to 2024, of course, with Raymond Dye running that all the way to the World Championship title. Yeah, I actually kind of miss those days as well, back when I could play Infernoble. You know, it was Snake Eye Fire King all the way, but we had fun with it. Someone else having fun with it is, of course, Luvesi, who has the setup with that Ryziel end field. This is Pierre on the Dracotale.
Of course, the Dracotale strategy, and we are going to see the pen and the Urgula being activated, and that's very, very good because the Urgula will be able to get rid of one of the spell or trap cards.
Team Yummy versus Team EGS. Let's go, as it's actually pretty close right now. Yummy, of course, only needing one more victory to secure their way forward, whereas EGS look to be in an alright position overall. Call by the Grave now coming through. This one of Call by the Grave really putting in work across a lot of games.
Such a good card, being able to protect your own loop, but also being able to disrupt your opponent on his own turn.
SP Little Knight in Duel C. Let's look at Duel C. Bronus actually looks to be on the back foot here as Gag 15 looks to be doing their thing. Gagis.
Yeah, Gag 15.
Okay.
And I mean, it's going to be the turn of Bronas, but with only 2 cards in hand, 1 set card, and an Arsalion on the field. It is going to be hard, considering the fact that on the opponent's field, there are a lot of interactions. We have the SP Little Knight, and the SP Little Knight, I mean, it is still very good into this field because you can just chain the SP to the effect of Fusion Summon, get rid of the Arsalion, and then you need to have some other monsters to use.
Yep, Arthalion now just going to go over this initial Yummy synchro. Any follow-up?
Looks like there is an answer, and during the damage step, we are going to use the Forbidden
There goes
Droplet.
another Fool loss.
Yeah, so another one, and this one will be very, very useful.
Droplet for good measure, just to half the attack, and then, yeah.
But that's really a big deal. Oh, the K2 Dracotale being activated, one of the best cards when it comes down to getting back in the game.
Yeah, but Lollipop Yummy, we're going to be able to bring back 2 Yummy monsters as well. Duel A, we have another Fusion Summon into the Arthalion there. One Arthalion against the world.
Absolutely, because there is absolutely no cards in hand. And for now, we are going to bring back the Snatchy, as well as one other monster from the main deck. And now we are going to resolve the K2 Dracotale. So depending on what is in Bruno's hands, there are multiple monsters that could be used as fusion materials.
Take a look at Duel A again, as we have a really big chain link from this one Dracotale deck just going off. Duel A.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's going to be topped by the detonator effects to just destroy the Arsalion and get rid of one body. And we know that then the Mululu will be able to set the flame and negate the detonator, preventing him from just activating again and again its effect.
So many of these Drake-tail traps now coming back. Perhaps we could very well see Pierre able to turn this one around. Gulamel being activated too. 5 different Drake-tail cards being activated. Getting back the Ash from Joy Spring, getting back to the Drake-tail Lucius. And now Drake-tail Pan also having that recurrent graveyard effect. Gulamel's effect also being activated on top of that.
And that is the strength of the Dracotail strategy, being able to just get rid of your opponent's threats on the field, thanks to the Mululu, the Pan, but also the Orgula is so strong when it comes to getting back in the game when your opponent has some threats on the field.
Yep, Team Yummy suddenly looking to be in a very precarious position here, despite being arguably favorites after having my discussion with Lampi earlier as to who really constitutes favorite for this tournament. I'd take a world champion and a world semi-finalist as favorites.
And
That
now
being
we're
said,
going to get in the battle.
they're being upset right now.
But that's pretty interesting to see the fact that the Dracotail strategy is able to just, thanks to a few cards, get back in the game, get access to the 3 trap cards, and get rid of all these threats. The detonator, but also the field spell, which would have been able to get access to another card. Draw more.
Zubababa Bancho
Gaia
Coat. Yes.
And Gaia Coat, usually you want to special summon this card, but it wasn't possible for now. And of course we are going to get rid of this monster thanks to the Horn, because we recognize the fact that this is not the best normal summon that you want. You would rather normal summon something like the Ice Ryziel, of course. Because the coat by itself doesn't bring a whole lot.
Only 2 minutes left in time on this round, so...
Oh, and there was the Ice Ryziel in hand, but we decided not to normal summon it. And instead we are going to special summon it, getting rid of the Gaia coat.
Suggesting we perhaps have a more suitable card in hand to use as a follow-up. No, there is initially that swing for 1700 over that Drake-tail monster, and now could we very well see Levese continue to play this one out?
He's going to be the end phase. It is going to be the end phase.
That could very well be it, and it could be Pierre evening up this series for EGS. And that means that Duel C is now the one to watch, as this one is pretty much over.
This is so close. This is so close. From 3-3 at the beginning of these games to 4-3 and now 4-4 in a few seconds. So it will all be on Brona's shoulders to try to bring his team to the final top 4.
Yep, there is 5 mana being activated in the Drake-tail deck. It is now establishing itself. You can target one card of destroy, but SP Little Knight is right there. We're actually 5 links deep into a chain right now. 6 with this SP Little Knight resolving on top. Is there a further follow-up to be had? There is the Draco-tail Horn now being used.
And that's very, very important, because if SP resolved there, then the Gulamel would have been banished, because it was special summoned by its own effect from the graveyard. And we are going to get access to another card thanks to the Horn. This card will be crucial. Who will win this game? Who will bring his team?
You can guarantee that Gek will have one more draw, one more top deck there, because we're already in main phase 2. But what kind of field will they be looking at when they get to that point is the question.
We are going to get access to the trap cards, the
Again.
Sting and the Flame.
These trap cards just keep coming back.
Absolutely, and I just had
Actually, we had the
information.
time called on the
Absolutely.
round, and it will be EGS. They're able to win this one over Team Yummy.
Wow, what a way to end this duel. I mean, that was so exciting. The fact that it was so close between the two teams, that close that it went to the time.
Yep.
And they had 7,900 life points against 7,300 life points for Bronas. And therefore, Bronas lost the game here. And, I mean, this is the end of the Team Yummy for this tournament.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate given the fact that these are some of the most prolific players within the scene. But again, goes to show how deep the talent pool is within Europe and within the Challenger Cup ecosystem. These are fantastic players, and we're down to our last 4 teams. But who will make it to the final and eventually win the whole thing? You're going to have to find out after this break.
And here we are back into the 3v3 Challenger Cup action with only 4 teams remaining. 12 players in total that makes, and all of them with equal chances to become our champions here. Our first winter season 3v3 champions here from one of our Konami Studio Challenger Cups. And what do you think? Who has the best chances? Now with big favorites dropping out in top 8 there again with Team Yummy. Who is even left to make it happen?
Yeah, I think CH have done fantastically to kind of establish themselves in that previous round, but it was quite exhausting going to time and then going straight into another series of games, I think. So perhaps we do see them.
I have a favorite. I gotta say favorites. Yeah, you go ahead.
On.
That is a good one, of course, for sure. Korean here is on Team EGS, but I think, if I remember correctly, Duel A, we might have Sky Striker still in this. Wasn't it EGS who was playing Sky Striker? Hornet Drones might just be Yummy, I will say. But maybe it is Sky Strikers, and that would make me very happy. So, first of all, though, we have Team CH, and to some surprise, I would say, a very, very, very big representation of the Lunalight deck here, even specifically at the later stages of the tournament. And it keeps on going strong. And I don't know whether Korean will be able to stop that deck here.
And again, we praise Lunalight as really capitalizing on these players that are not specifically teching for it. But there, you mentioned Sky Striker. I think after you get past the Hornet Drones and you see a Kagari, it's a pretty safe bet. This is, in fact, Sky Striker.
It actually, when you add back the Hornet Drones, though, I feel like it's more so a pretty safe bet that this is Yummy, because there's an engage in the gradient, you know?
There is a...
That's a synchro summon. Yep.
So it has to be the Yummy.
It is Yummy, so I was too quick in hoping that this would be Sky Strikers. But yeah, I mean, when you have the choice as a Sky Striker player, as a pure Sky Striker player, whether you add back Hornet Drones or Engage from your graveyard, I feel like Engage mostly is the one you want. And therefore, it is a Yummy combo that is starting to go off there in Duel A. And let's have a look at Duel B. Let's see what's going on there. We have Mitsurugi cards and Mitsurugi Mirror in particular just being searched. We have 4 cards in hand for Pierre. Pierre just saw them in the last match in top 8. Is the Dracotail player of the team. And he looked sharp. He was definitely the one also carrying the team. And Ohimi, on the other hand, of course, is the... Wait, hold on.
Gold Sarcophagus in a non-Malice strategy.
It is Malice. Ohimi, we saw him the entire tournament, but we never got to see that this is some kind of crazy mix.
Mitsurugi. Yeah.
Yes. I've heard of this before. This was played a little bit in the TCG, but it's certainly not something that is particularly standard. But you gotta realize, when there is more and more Malice cards being taken away from the Forbidden Unlimited list, from your Malice deck, you gotta substitute them somehow.
We had Dugaris the Timeless make an appearance to be swiftly rivaled by Nibiru the Primal Being in Duel C on the other hand. Suddenly, all of these games heating up, really.
For sure, and I mean, Ohimi, quite the cook with this deck. And one good thing, like with Malice, originally, you always tried to find some supportive cards to get easy access to Link bodies. So you're always, of course, trying, as a Link deck, to have multiple monsters to go into your Link freeze, such as the White Binder we have just summoned here. The Mitsurugi cards are very, very, very good at that. When you start with Habakiri, you get a monster. Of course, okay, it's quickly tributed away, but then when you get into the ritual summoning and the activating of prayers, easily you can create 2 monsters. And when you then have a prayers at the end of your turn still in your spell and trap zone, you end on a full Malice field supported by a set prayers with a Murakumo in the graveyard as well. So it can be quite scary.
Yep, and now we do have a Pendulum Summon in Duel C, which is not something you see every day, but there is a good a start as any for the Lunalight deck. Let's look at Duel C.
Yep, we saw the pendulum swinging there, Zara. I almost forgot what the animation for a Pendulum Summon even is, but it was quite easy to see there. And even in Lunalight, I gotta say, you don't necessarily see a Pendulum Summon that often.
We're using the Primal Being tokens material for the Cross Sheep.
That's good. Oh, now Lunalight Wolf Scale Effect gets to Fusion Summon by using materials from the field and the graveyard. And the cool thing is we are going to summon into the Cross Sheep zone, and that is going to trigger the effect of Cross Sheep, which will then net us another monster. Oh, that was so many materials. This can only be Liger Dancer. We've seen it time and time again here today, and it keeps on showing up. Liger Dancer in the Cross Sheep zone. We probably get a level 4 monster back, enabling us a rank 4 to go into just after what could be the rank 4 of choice here after resolving that Lunar Light Collider chick. You think we're just going to go to Tiger King?
We saw the Tiger King, yeah, earlier.
Possibly?
But very, very likely. And then you can search out the fire formation.
You could also go into Dugaris, just trying to draw into more flexible cards in your hand, and then afterwards linking off the Dugaris and the Cross Sheep into something such as the SP Little Knight. But before any of that, we are going to get that Yellow Marten back from the graveyard by putting the Tiger back into the spell, into the hand. So even for a deck that runs Pendulum cards, Lunar Light really rarely is Pendulum summoning, and we did go for the Tiger King eventually.
Yep.
Because Tiger and the, like, there only is 2 Pendulum monsters. Like, it's not any more than that, and therefore just Pendulum summoning happens super, super rarely, but we got lucky and saw it here in that instance. We're going to get Black Sheep with the tanky. And, well, on Duel B, let's go over to Duel B, we see the Dark Reptiles have gone away and have been replaced by Dark Cybers, Malice monsters, and we're off to a pretty good start there on Ohimi's end. They have pretty much transitioned perfectly fine, and we got to enjoy that. Malice
can I look at Duel A? Because I think I saw Fiendsmith in amongst the branded Draco Tail strategy there.
Oh, yeah, it's Drizzles again. True. Drizzles is playing that Draco Tail Fiendsmith deck. He has also been playing that quite a bit at the
second
Duel
Lunar Light
Cup
Liger
already.
Dancer now coming out in Duel C in the meanwhile too.
That's going to be hard to overcome. And the triple tactic talents after all of that to probably even look into the opponent's hand. So that is the start for the Lunar Light player of the team. That looks really, really, really good. And Drizzles with a pretty hard challenge here, not gonna lie. You have a super, super big field from Gak putting up, and that is going to be another Gorgon
of Zalithonia now coming out.
And yeah, you saw there, as a response, this is so amazing because the moment that Chainlink 1 activated Aphelion tries to resolve, the Gorgon is there, and Gorgon prevents that monster in that zone from resolving.
Yep, that blanket negate, very, very useful for just dealing with these cards that perhaps have used their abilities.
Oh, better don't summon into the zone that Gorgon is pointing to. Better do not. Okay, yeah, we use our own extra monster zone. Easy to forget, but okay, we're now forcing out the Herald of the Arclight. That's good if we have more to push with in our hands. Gorgon will be banished now. This is a pretty smart thing to do, even if we don't do much more here this turn. Making sure that the Gorgon leaves the extra monster zone, of course, means that it's not pointing to our zones that much anymore, because it has to return to the main monster zone in the end phase, and then it will only basically be able to, at the very maximum, point to an extra monster zone, but nothing else. So, smart move from Dizzles there to banish it alongside the own SP Little Knight, but now 2 cards in hand, and it doesn't look very scary what's on the side of Gek there, but you gotta recognize that Snatchy can just synchro summon again, can lead to additional interruption, but
K2 a
Draco
great
Tail,
card
okay.
to have left in your hand there, but Maxi another good one in response.
Very good one for sure.
We actually
First
had Duel
game
B finish.
is finished, but who did it? Let's check out Duel B. Who's in the lead here? It does look like Ohimi with the Mitsurugi Malice deck was able to overcome the Draco Tail strategy from Pierre, and that gives the CH team the lead.
Let's look at Duel C though, as another member of CH appears to be looking to close out their duel in the meanwhile. Granted, it is Korean's turn.
And Korean, apparently some kind of Mitsurugi Ryzel enjoyer, goes into the battle phase, crashes into the Lunar Light Liger Dancer, and that feels like a bit of a give up, and it is indeed exactly that as Korean scoops it up too. And we do have Team CH with the 2-0 lead here, and it's all on Drizzles on making that a 3-0 possibly. But that will be the hardest one to win here, I feel like, out of all of those games. That is a fusion summon with the K2 Draco Tail, though the opponent controls monsters, enabling us the additional opportunity to go for that. Now Gulamel is being summoned. Is there something we can chain to those Draco Tail effects, or will Gulamel be added to the chain is the question.
Yep, Arthalion also going to add to the chain as well now, because we sent 2 monsters for that, but there is Yummy Snatcher being activated in response. Suddenly we're going to have a field full of trap cards for the Draco Tail, but the Yummy monsters are going to be used in response.
They are such an interesting and unique approach from Drizzles to go for the Fiendsmith Draco Tail approach, because historically in the TCG it was always only either the branded Draco Tail deck or the pure Draco Tail deck. With the pure Draco Tail deck, we had the second best showing at the December Duelist Cup as well in the hands of Pac, trying to re-qualify for the World Championship.
Very, very close.
Very, very close in the end indeed, but then Ryan just notching it a little further and being a little bit up top. But yeah, it felt like the pure Draco Tail deck, shortly followed by branded Draco Tail and Magister's Draco Tail, were ruling the Draco Tail environment. But Drizzles want to have a word about that. And I mean, we have watched a couple of games from Drizzles now throughout this tournament already. And I gotta say, I am pretty satisfied with what the Draco Tail Fiendsmith deck of Drizzles is able to do, honestly. Maybe that is an approach that has been underestimated so far. But let's see. We do bring out the Cookie Yummy Way, and that will go after the Aphalion. And now the Akroki is also going to activate, trying to destroy the set Spell and Trap card, which turns out to be the Rahu Draco Tail. Look at those. 2 monster set. Rahu not able to activate anymore. Last set card would be a trap card, so Gek pretty much forced everything out, and the only thing Drizzles has left to do is adding that 5 mana back to the hand through the effect of Draco Tail Urgula.
Yep, everything face down, unable to be activated, and the turn should pass over pretty promptly. Can Geg close it out within a single turn?
Surely. I mean, we saw Yummy absolutely just pushing each other all the time with the field spell, and therefore I would not be surprised if we find a way to that, because especially because of the fact that everything is known to Gek here now. There's no surprises. The set card was set there on purpose, and we, like, Drizzles saw it. Gek, of course, also saw it as well, and therefore a turn where you have all the information and the interruption is very limited. With a top-notch player piloting a Yummy deck, I feel like is 99% of the time just going to lead to them winning. But they will have to, of course, first execute.
Yep, very much looks to be the case here, as Geg has the turn soon to pass over to them. Yummy Snatchy now being activated.
Yeah, so I mean, we haven't even talked about the general way how the Yummy deck is working, because some people might be thinking, isn't a synchro summon just one tuner monster and a non-tuner monster? But in that regard, the Yummy deck is just completely turning things around, as all the Yummy synchro monsters actually have that clause on them saying, hey, instead of a tuner monster, you can actually just use either a Link 1 or a non-tuner monster. And therefore, that makes it so easy with the Yummy Snatchy to, even on your opponent's turn, with the setup we have there at the moment, with a Link 1 and a regular level 1 monster, to synchro summon into further synchro monsters.
5 mana now being activated, so there is some follow-up potentially, but as you said, Geg should just be able to close this one out once the turn does pass over.
I mean, let's play this through. 5 mana with 2 set monsters. We are going to fuse Gulamel and Aphalion off the field, and I'm wondering what that could even be summoned. What could be summoned here? Maybe Secretarian Dragon, and when we get to Secretarian Dragon, that gives another monster from the graveyard. All of a sudden, maybe this could be something to make it happen, but here we go. 5 mana. I want to know now, what is this? The Aphelion will have to be banished, as it still is the same monster that returned from the graveyard, and then the Gulamel will go into the graveyard through this fusion summon. Oh wait, oh, actually both of them went into the graveyard. Never mind then. We are going to bring out Mysterion. Okay. That works too.
Yep.
Capsy Yummy Way activating. We can add 2 Yummy monsters from the deck, then we have to discard a card as well afterwards. But the Mysterion is pretty decent against Yummy, being able to just banish multiple of those Yummy monsters whenever we can activate its effect. So makes it a little tougher for Gek, and also now, before the Cookie Yummy Way could do anything about it, is we have the battle phase running over the Snatchy.
Yep, and then Blazing Cartesia, the Virtuous, in the end step, as is very, very formidable, very expected of the branded strategy back in the day with the main phase 3 of the end phase.
Yeah.
Gonna add that back to the end.
So the other 2 duels of the set really went quite quickly, and now it is the entire team just watching their player 1 and player 2 here with Drizzles and Gek, trying to, on the one hand, keep Team EGS in the match really, and on the other hand, of course, the teammates of CHP just rooting for Drizzles to make this completely theirs, to make them a 3-0 leader here. Oh, I almost forgot that SP Little Knight and that Gorgon will come back, but here they are back onto the field. Gorgon, I mean, the on-field effect is so strong, and we saw it just stopping that Aphelion entirely.
Currently not pointing to anything.
Not pointing to anything, and also being so incredibly weak in terms of attack points, I just realized. I didn't realize it only has 100 attack points. That's just, compared to so many other cards, it's just, you can barely attack over anything.
Yep.
Name me a monster it can attack over. Jubel, I guess.
Something with 50 attack.
Okay, do you have an example for that?
No.
there certainly is
Carry
something.
raise map to add Jester Confit.
Okay, what are we cooking now?
That is an interesting one.
That's pretty cool, because that is an easy way to get a level 1 monster onto the field. So we discussed earlier on.
Can it attack over Mystical Elf?
I don't think it can.
2000? No.
I think it has 800.
Oh yeah, perhaps.
But
What is 0?
I don't think the purpose of the
Millennium
card.
Shield.
Yeah, I
There
don't
we
think
go.
the purpose of the card is attacking anyway.
Yeah,
so I feel like that's Gek's least concern here at the moment. And instead, he just relies on his Yummy monsters, which will eventually get a whole lot bigger than the Salamangreat Almirage and the Gorgon. We've just gotten rid of all of our monsters and replaced them with one monster with 0 attack and one with 100 attack here. Okay, now Lollipo Yami trying to put that Gulamel back into the extra deck, which is super smart, as Gulamel eventually, when 2 monsters would go to the graveyard, would have been able to return to the field. Not like this, though, when it is back into the extra deck. So, Gek, we know about the SP Little Knight, we know about the set card.
There's
surely.
a synchro with some interesting monsters, so presumably this is a Yummy monster now coming out.
Yes, Capsy Yummy Way it is indeed. For, I believe, the 3rd time now already in this game, they are using that effect. Once on their opening turn, then also on the opposing turn, and then now on their own turn again.
There is Aphelion.
Aphelion wants to have a word, wants to come back. We may have been able to banish or to put that Gulamel back into the extra deck, but Aphelion still in that graveyard. And the Draco Tail Flame now. Ooh, okay. I mean, fair enough that we're using the Flame on this, because we would have lost it to the effect of a Crocky anyhow. And now we can possibly create a draw, but Forbidden Droplet makes sure there is not going to be any drawing happening with the Flame. The destruction effect of a Crocky will not resolve, as it is a field spell card that cannot now resolve its effect anymore, but at least we get to deny the draw that the Draco Tail trap card, the Draco Tail Flame there, would have provided us with. Oh, Yummy Snatchy dancing on the side, by the way. I think Yummy Snatchy likes the tendencies that this game is going, as Yummy looks like it will definitely be the winning deck here in that comparison between 2 decks. Okay,
Yep.
Aphelion will be able to come back, but we've seen those Yummy decks play through more than just a singular Aphelion. So I am pretty confident they will be able to do that again. They, of course, can get access to their other powerful field spells so easily, because whenever you summon Yummy Snatchy, you can just place the field spell from your deck into the field spell zone. Now Cupsy Yummy activates its effect as well. And there, okay, we do not even need to do that because the Minion currently is in the graveyard. Okay, so step by step. First, the Minion puts itself back into the deck, and alongside that, by resolving the effect, we also put the Yummy Snatchy back into the extra deck.
Nice.
Now we summon the Yummy Snatchy to get the Minion back onto the field. So perfectly shown how good this deck is at retrieving resources.
Now we no longer have to worry about the Drake-tail trap running interference on it because it's already been used.
Totally.
And suddenly these are some pretty scary attack values.
Yep, those little kittens. I actually was surprised. I think you and Barcode in top 8, you were casting a match of a Pearly deck, actually.
Yep.
And I feel like they just got the wrong memo. It was the wrong cats that they actually have decided to bring to the tournament. And now we are blessed with the right cats, with the ones that have just released in Master Duel with the Yummy cats. And look at them, they keep on going. How big is this Lollipo Yummy Way going to be? For the moment, 2,700. But we are going to bring back two more Yummy monsters.
That can eventually,
Oh my.
So just have one of them get over the Aphelion, then 4 more attacks directly.
Okay, this would have already been it, but we are just going to make sure to go into another copy of Yummy Snatchy. It does not feel like the fact that Yummy Snatchy is semi-limited stops the Yummy deck a whole lot. It was semi-limited right away on release, but it still shows how incredibly powerful it is. And there we go over the Aphelion, and with that bouquet of Yummy monsters, we are running to victory here, and Gek is the player for Team EGS to keep them in the running, as this is now officially a 2-1 overall score between those two competing teams in top 4.
Yep. CH unable to complete the clean sweep of that first round of games, and now it is indeed anyone's series to take 2-1 here on the scoreboard.
For sure. 2-1 feels close enough for both teams, I feel like. So for the leading team, they know they can't afford to really lose that second set, because then it would be an even set or even start to the third set. And of course, the team that is behind right now, they're like, okay, we're still in touch. We can still absolutely get this. A 3-0 would have been more crucial. But look at that. Team CH, Lunalight player, RJW, they are very, very, very consistent at winning that coin toss. And they are doing it here again. And Pierre and the Draco Tail deck will struggle if we find another Liger Dancer here.
Yep, Lunalight Liger Dancer potentially looking to come out very early, as Perfume already there. Foolish Barrel as good a start as any to get you towards that 2. Suddenly everything looking really good for this Lunalight player, unless there's a single disruption in the hand for Pierre.
Well, Pierre, if there possibly is a 5 mana, which is the standard turn 0 play of the Draco Tail deck, getting the Perfume back into the extra deck could be good. But the Lunalight deck is so good at extending, so I don't even think it would be enough. So it would have to be a combination.
Did we send the
things.
Kaleido chick? No, Yellow Martin.
The
sorry.
Yellow Martin
Yep.
first, yes. So let's see, adding Lunalight Fusion.
We run Polymerization, we run Heavy Polymerization, we run Lunalight Fusion.
We just like the Fusion Summon, I feel like. Okay, so RJW doing well with Lunalight. And as we see in Duel A, the teammate of CH, of RJW, Ohimi, with that crazy Mitsurugi Melis deck, is starting once more, and therefore looks good as well.
Duel C, on the other hand, we do have some Draco Tail plays taking place. But it is all about the Lunalight here, as Dugaris now fully committing.
Okay, let's find some more cards. Are we discarding a Fuvalos or a Maxi? I could see it. I mean, we're never discarding a Maxi, probably.
Always discard the Molchami, I guess, but there we go.
Lunalight Tiger. It's not quite the Tiger King, but it will be good enough to bring back a Lunalight monster from the graveyard.
The Yellow Martin, perhaps?
And that's what we go for, yeah. Absolutely.
Oh,
no,
Kaleido
it's
chick
Kaleido
this
chick.
time.
Fair enough. And I saw you counting the Molchami Fuvolos activations throughout the day. I think Duel C, let's go over to Duel C. We have just seen another Molchami Fuvolos, and we see the bubbles, meaning that card successfully resolved. Good thing for Drizzles, though. This is a Draco Tail deck, which usually doesn't struggle as much. Oh, we do commit into a Aphelion, though. And hear me out, if there is an effect... Oh, it was double Fuvolos, probably, even. If there is an effect Veiler, an Infinite Impermanence on this Aphelion, that would be massive, as we're trying to add back a bunch of cards here to our hand. So stopping that could be really good for Korean.
Yeah, it would be super, super devastating, but looks to be fine so far.
Oh, Chainlink 4. We used all of those. We had a full Draco Tail hand there from Drizzles. And it is actually resolving. No effect Veiler, no Infinite Impermanence. We will be able to add all of those cards back to our hand. One slight downside now in Drizzle's deck, though. With the Fiendsmith cards that we're running, we're certainly not going to commit into those here, because performing a Fiendsmith combo now after this would just be such an investment, would be so many draws you're giving up into that Molchami Fuvolos, and therefore you're kind of missing out on the other part of your deck. The thing, though, is if you would play Magister's Draco Tail, if you would play Branded Draco Tail, the absolute same thing would be applying. Like, with resolving Fuvolos, you just cut your opponent off the other part of the deck. Still, though, 3 Draco Tail trap cards and with a mana on hand. I've seen worse, but I've seen worse than a 3 Preparation of Rites opener as well. That immediately enables us a Habakiri in our hand if it goes through. It's tempting to negate this with Draco Tail Flame, not gonna lie. Giving your opponent Habakiri and Mitsurugi Mirror, I would be inclined to negate this, ain't gonna lie.
Let's look at Duel B while this unfolds.
Still no Liger Dancer, but I'm sure we're not far off anymore. Polymerization activated. Is this already time for the Liger Dancer? Will we use 4 monsters? Is all of our hand monsters here? Maybe it is.
Could very well be, as we do have 1, 2.
Oh, it's okay. We use the rest from our graveyard, as there, of course, is Masquerade's effect applying.
Liger Dancer number 1 now going to come through.
This honestly might... We may have seen more Liger Dances than Murakumos throughout today. Like, who's the real boss monster now currently in Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel? Lunalight Wolf now, that's going to be another fusion summon, and that's probably just going to be another Liger Dancer. The answers to it. If you play Branded Draco Tail, there is a way to deal with it, because you can go Branded Fusion, summon out Titanic Clad, which then has enough attack points to attack over Liger Dancer, and would be unaffected by monster effects that are monsters from the extra deck. That could be the way to deal with one of those Liger Dancers, but then there's still the other one left, so we will have to see whether that could even be enough.
Do we commit any disruption to this K2, or do we just leave it?
So K2 is tough, because it can also fusion summon here on top of it just searching as a card. So if you have Ash Blossom and Joy Spring, it would certainly be something to consider. But on the other hand, Rahu... Oh, okay,
okay.
No hope there from Pierre anymore, and therefore it is another victory for Team CH.
3-1 on the scoreboard now. And actually we had a swap of positions in this game, so it will be Ohimi at the top with that patented Malice Mitsurugi build. Actually looking very, very good.
Oh, but let's go Duel C. Duel C, we see Red Reboot. One of the most powerful answers against any kind of Draco Tail deck. We stopped Drizzles on their first turn. They had to pass on only a Aphelion and 3 trap cards. But guess what? Trap cards are really, really not that valuable when your opponent drew into Red Reboot, making sure that not only the first trap card here was negated, but also the other ones will not be able to activate anymore.
Yep, perhaps we very well see Korean push for game in this turn. Now, with that main phase 1 still, we do have access to the battle phase, and it does mean the Mitsurugi Raizio can push for it. 3 face downs, surprise, surprise, they're all traps from Drizzles, and therefore cannot be activated. Red Reboot was so good during the Gem Knight format, and now it's still really good at this time.
For sure, just like in particular against the Draco Tail matchup, it does so much, and it helps Korean just... You have it's just easier, you know? I wouldn't say Korean would have not been able to break this field. There definitely is a way how to do it with the very powerful Mitsurugi Raziel deck. This just makes it 1,000 times easier, though. You don't have to think about it much. They activate a trap card, you slam down the red reboot, and you feel good about it. Ooh, not feeling good about that effect of Dracotail 5 mana, though, as we make Drizzles discard another card if he really wants to fusion summon. And then there's only 2 cards remaining in hand, so that would be the 2 remaining cards to even make that fusion summon happening. So what is it going to be? We need some good Dracotail names here, but we have added those Dracotail names back with Aphelion, so I think there is at least a Pan in this. And Pan could be able to destroy that so powerful Raziel duo drive. So there is an opener. Maybe, yup, it is Urgula and Pan, if I saw correctly. Oh, it's Mululu. Oh, it's not Pan. Mululu, though, can negate at least the Raziel duo drive. So that's fine-ish.
Gulamel now coming out.
Can Gulamel activate its effect as well, or will there be something changed? Chelsea, Korean. We're not resolving just yet. Oh, they do have prayers too, so Gulamel not be able to activate. And we do tribute that Murakumo off with the Mitsurugi prayers.
The Light took a duel A in the meanwhile, however, as the turn did pass over, and there is a Kagari currently staring down the full Malice field.
It is, and we also are only on 4,000 life points in the shoe of Gek, meaning we have started off our turn with that Piri Rice map. Could have been a red reboot as well, but I don't think I saw a red reboot from Gek, and therefore it must have been the Piri Rice map, which has searched for either the Jester Conflict we saw earlier, or maybe just one of our yummy monsters. But looks like, oh yeah, that's smart. That is so smart. Firewall Dragon being co-linked 3 times, meaning it has the effect to put 3 cards on the field or in the graveyard back into the hand. So,
yep, effective turn skip there, you have to imagine.
I mean, Gag was about to Synchro Summon and now being without any kind of monsters, so that does not look like any kind of Synchro Summoning anymore. And Ifohimi, oh, okay. Empty field enables Marshmallow. You always have to see the bright side, and that is pretty good now, as our field can be used for Marshmallow. We could negate this with Dominus Impulse. Ay, ay, ay. Tough one for Gag. Doesn't feel like they would be able to escape this. Onimi destroys the Marshmallow Yummy even. And that is, of course, more than enough. Meaning we got
CH moved to match point.
On match point, very much so. So it would be on Drizzles now. Drizzles has gotten out 2 fusion monsters again. But, of course, none of those set trap cards can be activated this turn. If somehow Drizzles survive this turn, though, having 3 trap cards and now an additional spell card that we set, it looks pretty promising. But that will be on Korean. Will they allow another turn to come by? I feel like 8,000 points of damage for a good Raziel Mitsurugi deck. One of the easiest tasks to accomplish. What will that be? Rank 4 alert will be Raziel Duo Drive. The second one actually here on the field. Boosting the attack points of their own monsters even more so. Okay. Duo Drive, searching. Funny sequence here. We have a Raziel Duo Drive with 2 materials on the field, but we used the 2 materials of the other Raziel Duo Drive to resolve its effect. There comes Star Raziel.
Yep.
Korean thinking about this carefully. Detaches 1 material off of the Duo Drive to bring the Star Raziel out as well. This almost feels like a yummy deck now, right? With all the attack pushes from the field spell, but this time it is the Raziel Duo Drive pushing attack points, and Drizzles realizes that there is game on the field very soon, and therefore saves himself and his team some time, and we will be heading into that third and deciding set with an overall score of 4-3, if I'm not mistaken.
4-2.
4-2
yes.
even. Oh yeah,
so we
right.
need just 1 more victory or a clean sweep for the others.
Could always be a clean sweep. I mean,
Yep.
if you saw those first 2 sets, Team CH, they had some luck in coin tosses. You gotta admit that. They went first with Lunalight twice. They went first with Malice Mitsurugi twice as well. So if the other team, if Team EGS now can win all 3 coin tosses, this may turn around. And as we see, this second set being all wrapped up here in that top 4 affair, in the other top 4 match between VC3 and NOT, they have just finished the first set in 37 minutes. So that must have been a very, very competitive first set.
Indeed, and we are now looking to finalize our first finalists for this evening's tournament. Korean and Team EGS looking to hold on against CH, spearheaded by Ohimi on that Malice Mitsurugi.
And I told you, how about just winning some coin tosses for Team EGS? And Korean starts off doing so. Normal summon Saji is a vulnerable start, let me tell you that. But when it goes unanswered, it is as good of a start as many others.
Where is the Lunalight we are looking for, I wonder, as we do have
Oh, I think
Period Rise map being activated in Duel A, and then the branded fusion got ashed in Duel C, as is the classic.
yeah, but so that means that Lunalight is going second as well.
Let's look at Duel A very, very briefly then.
Duel A, yup, there we have them. RJW is the Lunalight player of Team CH, and they see themselves going second here against Team EGS' very own Gag15, who has been impressive with that Yummy deck. Brings out Kapsi Yummy, and I'm very impressed by Piri Rice Map. I feel like if I'm playing Yummy soon, I will definitely be playing it with Piri Rice Map as well, because it just boosts the consistency
Just
of the
a
deck.
confit.
Maybe that one as well. I have to get some more information and insight on that one, because yes, you can special summon it out for free, but is that really worth it? Maybe it is. And Ibris, you can add another counter to the Multrami Fuvolos counter, because in Duel B, we got it resolving once more.
Let's look at Duel B.
Let's check it out. Korean, just before we could grab a card from our extra deck, that Multrami Fuvolos was activated, meaning we would have to pay a hefty price for every extra deck summon. And now here, we cannot even just go into Ryzia Detonator, as we do not have any Ryzia monsters on the field. We can activate Ryzia Mitsurugi Ritual though, and we will be Ritual summoning from the deck, meaning first card given to Ohimi when we summon that Murakumo.
No Habakiri, no Mitsurugi now coming through.
And the Great Purification searched. You know what, Ibris? I think we will not commit any further into this Multrami Fuvolos. I think this might be it. I think we might be relying on only this. Or is Korean committing further? Maybe we go for rank 4, possibly. But I don't think it's going to be... Or Link 2. Is it going to be IP Masquerena plus those 2 ritual monsters? Looks like it may be. Maybe that's the answer. Sets the Great Purification, sets another card, and passes over to Ohimi, who will start the turn with a handful of cards, 7 to be precise.
7 is okay. It's just, what, net 1 over what you'd usually start with in this case, but...
But if one of them is a Royal Rare Amano Habakiri no Mitsurugi, what then?
True.
What then?
That being said, I think it is also like a very misleading 7, because not only are you getting the strict card draw, but also you've discouraged the opponent from extending further. And yeah, I get it.
100%. Okay, so we special summon out Saji. We're trying to use the effect, and yeah, Korean is now activating the effect of the also powerful Murakumo, but with 7 cards in hand, I feel like there could be an easy discard, as Saji very often is a centerpiece of any kind of Mitsurugi combo, because it just grants you access to Mitsurugi Ritual. If we drew Mitsurugi Ritual already though, maybe we don't even need to discard another card, and we can just let that Saji effect go. Let's find out. Oh, it is very, 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 very competitive between those 2 teams. Of course, you have a score. Oh, this got a trap card there. Was that a Malice trap card? Must have been a Malice trap card. And we do get that Mitsurugi Ritual. But judging by the fact how long Ohimi waited there to make a decision on which card to discard. Maybe that is a tell on him having an amazing hand and not even really knowing which card of those cards to give up on. So, now Mitsurugi Ritual.
Conversely, Duel A, on the other hand, we do have a few more things being activated here. Let's look at Duel A.
There it is.
Yummy Gaming.
Martial Metal Archer, or Marcher rather.
Eventually, Lunalight is going to play, and we'll see.
Maybe the Hungry Burger icon of RJW will be hungry enough to make its way through an entire Yummy field. I mean, a Hungry Burger on Yummies, it feels like an uneasy match.
Speaking of matching, this is 3 + 1 = 4, and that is Herald of the Arclight.
There it is. And I mean, I
Your
told you,
favorite not forbidden card.
yeah, it is limited actually. Yeah, we were wondering about that earlier, and when it was first summoned. But yes, it was not forbidden, but limited on that latest forbidden and limited list. And I told you earlier in our pre-show that sometimes Lunalight gets a little bit caught in the crossfire of cards that are very good against the Draco Tail deck, and that's another example here. Herald of the Arclight against the Lunalight deck is so incredibly strong, and therefore it will be super, super hard for RJW to find an answer to it, to deal with it whatsoever, and that is good news for Team EGS, as they will need a clean sweep here in this last remaining set to make a possible final.
Fire Formation Tanky going to be allowing RJW to choose whichever Beast Warrior Lunalight monster they want from their deck out of the hand, curating their Lunalight hand, but you're still facing down what is essentially a 1-for-1 trade with any of your cards.
It absolutely is. We now are going to place another field spell from our deck, and this is so incredibly important to have the Akroki here in this setup, because with Akroki, ooh, triple tactic talents is massive here though.
Take the Herald.
That will force the Herald to negate, as we otherwise would just hand it over to our opponent, which we cannot allow. And therefore Gek will lose that super, super strong continuous effect, which completely shuts down the Lunalight deck from playing. And I mean, I was about to say a Crocky setup is huge, because that means all those monsters that they normal summon trying to run over the Herald of the Arclight can be dealt with a Crocky, but that's not possible now anymore. Synchro summon with the Capsi and the Yummy Snatchy. What are we going to get? Looks like the Capsi Yummy Way. Is that our way into the finals? We shall find out. Sure enough, we will be able to first of all grab 2 cards from our deck. 2 Yummy cards. One of them is a Capsi Yummy, which we just used for the Synchro Summon, and Cookie Yummy next to it as well.
Yep, CH still in a pretty good position overall, though, as RJW now plays this out with the Lunalight deck. Gold Leo now coming out. Any more disruption from the Yummy cards?
Well, we can still continue with the IP Masquerade now, which sits on the field, of course. And we have just summoned out the Yummy Way Synchro Monster 2. So when we use the Yummy Way Synchro Monster to bring back 2 Yummy monsters from the graveyard, we probably now have established some good level 1 Yummy main deck monsters in the graveyard too. And when you summon out a Lollipop, for example, you can interact with the graveyard. When you summon out the Cookie Yummy, you can even destroy cards at times. So yeah, there is still plenty of interruption left. It just depends on how Gek is going to sequence that. And in the meantime, let's check out Duel B again, because in Duel B, it's plenty of cards in hand still for Ohimi. We have now established the Amino Murakumo no Mitsurugi on the field as well, next to Visagi. And all that Korean has is Dynamondo. We remember the end field that Korean ended on. They ended on IP Masquerada and the 2 Ritual Monsters. And one of those Ritual Monsters, alongside the Dynamondo, now was turned... Oh no, alongside the IP Masquerada, was turned into the Dynamondo.
Called by the Grave now coming out in Duel A to put in the work there.
That is
Pretty
not
good,
easy.
actually.
Yeah, against the Luna Light deck, Called by the Grave is absolutely amazing because there is some one-offs in the deck, and when they're in the graveyard, just getting rid of them makes them entirely lose access to it.
Brigade Fractal being discarded.
And here from Ohimi's end, we are tributing the Habakiri from the hand to summon back a Habakiri from the graveyard promptly after. And we are just trying to get as many attack points as possible onto the field. I would say a Called by the Grave would also help Ohimi here on the Dynamondo. But, of course, with the shared card format, we can pretty much rule out that there would be a Dynamondo in there. Ooh. That should be Zombie Vampire. Yeah,
Nice.
look at that. So, not only do the Mitsurugi cards provide link materials for the Malice deck, and they do have Called by the Grave. Hold on, true, it was someone from the other team that had the Called by the Grave. So we now know who the Called by the Grave player is on EGS and on CH. But that Called by the Grave on Dynamondo is massive. One thing though, we just chained the Mitsurugi players here, and therefore we summon out the Murakumo in a different way. So it's not as bad as it could be. Yes, we lose the Dynamondo to bring back, and we lose some flexibility, but we are still able to destroy those two monsters in the end. And they're gone. Yeah, so we can create link bodies. Oh, Wizard at Ignister. Is that a normal summon? That's a normal summon of Wizard at Ignister. That's not how you want to summon that guy out, I can tell you.
Now the Malice components start to get rolling, I guess. This should go into the Linger Evo.
It is Linger Evo. Do we have backup at Ignister in our hand? We do! I said it earlier, this is more so to be considered an Ignister Malice deck nowadays in Master Duel with all those Ignister cards. And with Ohimi's version in particular, it is even more so a Mitsurugi Malice Ignister deck. And this one will now give us access to the best Malice monster in the entire deck, the Malice P Door Mouse. Searching it, discarding it right after because we want to banish it later on, so looking strong.
Well, Firewall Dragon was the best Malice monster.
Oh, who said that? Well, it's a pretty decent one. Just missing the Malice name though.
True
But
enough.
I mean, all the Cybers monsters are all the same, right?
Let's look at Duel C.
Oh wait,
Oh.
I thought Ohimi would just absolutely be crushing that turn, but they just attacked over the Murakumo and not much after anymore. Okay, now though we see this Duel C in the duel between Draco Tail Gamers. We have currently the turn of Drizzles, and Drizzles is showcasing the major difference between their two decks. It is the Fiendsmith Draco Tail deck on his end.
No cards in
facing.
hand though, but still, if you're able to close it out in this turn, why not?
Well,
Duel A, we do have another Synchro Summon, another yummy monster.
a Phalion comes back. That's a lot of attack points. But why is that Secretarian Dragon in defense position, I'm wondering? This is turn 2, so they must have summoned it this turn. And this looks like we would have had a chance to possibly go for game. I mean, there is an easy explanation in this matchup. You summon monsters in defense position, trying to avoid the Draco Tail Horn to put it back into the extra deck. But now that might be a bit of an issue because we're missing attack points here on Drizzle's end. Goes for the Fiendsmith sequence. 2 materials indicating that this is Fiendsmith Lacrima. That will help putting up damage, as this could be an extra 1,200 for Drizzles. Trying to bring back the Engraver from the graveyard now too. That's a lot of attack points. Do we just go into Caesar here possibly?
Let's look at Duel B as well though, because the Malice gameplay continues to extend. Yes, we're in main phase 2, but even so.
Oh, I mean, this was actually... I was wondering why we went into the battle phase to attack over the Murakumo first. There is a pretty easy answer to it, though. Because the set card is known. It was searched on the beginning turn of Korean, and it is the Mitsurugi Great Purification. By just attacking over that Murakumo, now that Negation Trap card is not live anymore, and in main phase 2, Ohimi is good to do whatever they want, and they will even be able to eventually deal with that great purification. So very well done by Ohimi.
Yep.
Showcasing that Mitsurugi Malice deck here, which we did not have on our radar, but certainly is super strong.
Duel C looks to
Duel
be ending.
C. Let's check it out. Pierre down to 400 life points with a Fiends of Lacrima on the field. We only need to link that off, and that would be the game-deciding move here, which would wrap it all up for Team CH. Come on. Oh, okay.
Xyz.
Will be Caesar. But how do we get rid of that Caesar? Do we link it off? There's no way. We probably just pass over like the... Okay, we do link it off. For an Aspie Little Knight, maybe. And then we can chain block our Lacrima. It is Aspie Little Knight. Drizzles and Team CH with the very cool mechanic of applying burn damage will be able to move on into the finals of tonight's Challenger Cup with this 1,200 points of damage. Congratulations to Drizzles and the entirety of Team CH. They're one of our finalists.
So very well played by Team CH throughout this tournament and throughout this top 4 match. Yeah, ultimately very, very hard fought, but we're continually impressed by the innovation shown by each of these individual players. And yeah, the decks they're bringing are certainly different. We've seen a variety of strategies come out, and honestly, they're playing really, really well, showing a very clear understanding of the current competitive meta.
Yeah, and therefore they're rightfully so in the finals now, and it looks like we will get some very, very, very close second semi-final action still, as it is free and free apiece between the other two remaining teams, between Team NOT and Team VC Free, and we have even more Luna Light
with an IP Masquerena.
Okay, ooh, there's an Nibiru the Primal being in Duel A. We are in the third set. It's, as I said, all equal, all even, free and free. And yeah, I mean, who will be facing that very, as you just also mentioned again, unique team? We have Fiends with Draco Tail, Luna Light, and what's their third deck? Mitsurugi Malice. Like, if you told me that at the beginning of the tournament, I would have been like, yeah, Ibris, sure.
Thanks.
Go play Infernoble Knight. But it's actually real. That's crazy.
Let's look at Duel C, because I'm seeing a few familiar cards here.
Oh,
Sprite Elf, as always.
I mean, combination of two Omni-Negates here on the field.
Haven't seen much of that card recently.
More so now again with the Yummy deck, for sure. And yeah, how are you breaking this? You have Baron de Fleur able to negate one of them, and then the Herald ready to negate the other card in hand. Michael for Team VC Free not going to be able to get through this, as every single card they have remaining will be negated. And we have a Liger Dancer, 2 Liger Dancers actually in Duel B. Oh, Branded Fusion. Not today, Michael. Not today.
Herald of the Arclight is basically Ash Blossom Enjoy Spring, as it turns out. The immediate response to the Branded Fusion. Duel A, kind of a stalemate, but both players drawing cards, adding cards.
Ooh, we see Mitsurugi Magatama in Duel A. That's a card that's usually only included into pure versions of the Mitsurugi deck, so maybe we have that there in Duel A. But this Duel C is absolutely going to be over soon, so let's rather see some action from Duel B, as we are attacking for game here, and that will make this a match point affair here in the second semi-final. And now we get to witness some more Luna Light action with a Luna Light Liger Dancer once again being on the field. Okay, 4 and 3. NOT in the lead, and Marshmallow Yummy trying to make it happen for the Yummy deck and for Team VC Free.
Marshmallow Yummy being summoned in defense position here, being linked off.
Okay, Snatchy. Can we snatch a win here? NOT is the one closer to making it happen. They are on match point. They have a Liger Dancer. Is there anything that can answer it? It's tough to imagine, but we shall not be too quick on judging that. Okay, Snatchy, gone. And the problem is, with the field spell Minion, you need a Link 1 monster on the field to return the Yummy monster from the graveyard. So there is a Marshmallow ready to be special summoned back with Minion, but now with the SP Little Knight being chained to the effect of Yummy Snatchy, there is no longer a Link 1 monster. So there's Minion, but no way to special summon just yet. We haven't normal summoned yet, though. There is the normal summon, Yummy, and Yummy is the best normal summon here to have, as it can even get us Yummy Surprise as well, which we will gladly search out here. Now, it's not worth using the Liger Dancer here because they can just use the Yummy Surprise, so you let that go through. They go for a Link 1, which is the Linkuribo. Now the Minion is able to activate its effect, as we do have a Link 1 monster again.
Do we have a... Well, I guess we could just make some really big Yummy monsters to get over the Liger Dancer. That being said, have to be ready to lose your entire field at some point. Duel A, on the other hand, we have Arthalion now coming out for the Drake Tail deck, but let's stay tuned. Duel B.
Let's keep on watching what Airy would be able to do here. I'm really wondering as well whether there could be a way for this Yummy deck. As you mentioned, you probably could get a monster big enough to get over the Liger Dancer, but what stops NOT MSB from just waiting until that moment? That means they have like 5 to 6 monsters on the field, and then just using Liger Dancer just blows it all up. And how can you get all those monsters back? It's basically impossible. So after already dealing with the first monster with the SP Little Knight, I feel like now the approach probably is to just wait a decent amount of time. Speaking about time, though, I have to mention one thing.
2
On
minutes
the
left.
overall round timer, right, you're totally right. Only 2 minutes remaining. And in this game, no life points damage at all just yet. So that will influence the outcome of this
Same
match.
for Duel A, by the way.
Yeah. All on 8,000. SP Little Knight now. Summon on Ares end as well. Goes out of a set card. Banishes it without any hesitation, any response. Here comes Soul for Card Happiness. Oh, look at that. So Bell was not the only one including the Sulfur card cards into the Yummy deck as well. So this seems to be very, very popular. So Sulfur card Happiness. One thing that you will have to worry about here a little bit.
Discarding Call by the Grave when that would have been so useful against the Lunalight. But I guess it's kind of a symptom of going second is that when you have the quick play spell in your hand.
For sure.
You just kind of have to watch them play and you're like, okay, no, this would be great to use here, but sadly not.
So summons out the Kulia, summons out the Solfigia. Uses the on-summon effect of Sulfur Card Primoa now. Oh yeah, it's not Kulia, it is Primoa. And Primoa is another level 1 monster. And there is the QTR that we are going to search. And level 1 monsters is something that a Yummy deck likes to hear. Uses the Solfigia now as well. You can just special summon a Sulfur Card monster, and that's what we do. QTR, we are putting so many monsters onto the field, but it's just time is running low, time is running out. In the meantime, we do have life points difference in Duel A, as there is some big damage onto the life points of the lower player, which even makes us afford to summon out the Predator Plant Verte Anaconda. Oh my. Can we do any kind of damage here? The Liger Dancer is so big, so it almost feels impossible. Brings out Sprite Elf. 1 second remaining, okay.
Yep, there we have it.
Time out. So, with this ending in timeout and the life points being different, we do have a clear winner, of course, in that. I have to think about this, but we are going to get the information in just a moment. Who actually goes out on top there?
Team NOT
should be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because they also have the game score advantage for those 2 games.
And NOT confirmed now to be the team to be advancing. So it will be Team NOT in the finals, facing off against Team CH, and both teams relying on the Lunalight strategy somehow. 2 Lunalight decks in the finals. That's the biggest surprise for me already. It doesn't even matter which team win now. That alone is something that shows you that the current format, with all the new different decks, makes once more room for plenty of innovation.
Yes, indeed. Honestly, very, very impressed with how that played out. Happy, as you said, to see the Lunalight really, really succeed. Again, very interested to see how the Malice Mitsurugi deck does fare
Yes.
against some of your more traditional variants too. And yeah, we will see that coming your way very, very shortly after this break.
are back, ladies and gentlemen, for this final round. Here we are after 4 rounds. There is finally the final between those two teams who have managed to just win the 4 last rounds and try to take the crown.
Yeah, beautiful pricing up for grabs as per usual in those Challenger Cups. Very innovative decks that we're seeing here today. So let's see who's in the end going to make it all matter the most, who is going to be the winning team of our today's 3v3 affair. And so it seems like we have a Draco Tail deck on Duel B, a Draco Tail deck on Duel A, and both of those starting things off here in those matches. And then Duel C, we also have the Luna Light deck as well.
Wow.
Oh, let's go over to Duel C, because Duel C sees us with a double Mulchami Fuvolos resolving on Abdullah's end onto the graveyard effect of the Silverhound, meaning immediately those 2 cards will be replaced.
Absolutely, and we've seen that before again and again, the fact that the Luna Light strategy can just keep comboing and try to get to the Liga Dancer, because usually we've seen that players don't have an answer for this Liga Dancer and therefore they just lose the game on the spot. But on the Duel A and Duel B, we've also seen some very interesting cards. We've seen that we started with the Mululu, which is usually a great way to try to play around the Mulchami Fuvolos. But here it was a bit hard because we had to use the Mululu effect and therefore we just got hit by the Fuvolos. Tail, this is Draco Tail, so this is pretty fine.
Fuvolos everywhere, mostly the shared card of choice. And I mean, it looks like that Fuvolos did not resolve, huh? Because let's go Duel A. In Duel A, it looks like we have Drizzles as the Fiendsmith Draco Tail player of the team, not having to deal with the Fuvolos at all because we just transitioned straight into our Fiendsmith combo here.
Absolutely, this is the only duel where no Fuvolos and nothing was activated on the side of the opponent. And this is very interesting because we see the Fiendsmith strategy being added to this deck, and it works pretty well, giving access to this wonderful Caesar, which is so good against this meta game. Of course, against the Draco Tail strategy, but also against the Mitsurugi, we will always find some use for this Caesar.
That's true. That card is so good against any kind of deck, and surely also against the deck from MSB. And I mean, at this point, we're in the finals. Of course, both teams must have watched the stream throughout the tournament, and they will know what they're up against here. They will know what the deck of MSB is. And I mean, we've also followed it, and possibly they are using the Liger Dancer sleeves. So I feel like MSB is also the Luna Light player of Team NOT, as both teams actually have that deck.
Absolutely. And speaking about the Fiendsmith strategy, we are indeed going into the Lacrima, such a good card, because we are going to be able to bring back the Engraver and have 2 level 6 on the field, get access to the Caesar. How good is Caesar against the Luna Light strategy, in your opinion?
I feel like there is decks where it's better against, but still having the chance to just negate a polymerization and things like that, or negating the Silverhound effect in the graveyard, is decent applications, and therefore I would never say that the card is bad against the deck. It's just, there's just better things, but still with the also Draco Tail setup that we are creating here. There is Varao Draco Tail, for example. It's just a big combo field where any kind of deck will struggle to play through. So, seems like a good setup, seems like a good start here overall for Drizzles and Team CH, if you ask me.
Absolutely, and we've gone through the Fusion, Xyz, and also Link plays, and now we can activate the Rehu Draco Tail, get access to the Arsalion, and also getting access to all those precious spell and trap cards. So the Mulrexol will resolve. We're going to get access to the Horn, Flame, and the last one.
Surely also the Sting, right? Maybe we have drawn the Sting? No, the Sting also was the deck. Perfect. But the more I think about it from a shared card team perspective point of view, I like having Luna Light in my lineup. I mean, both teams do have Luna Light, and Luna Light is a deck that just plays very, very little hand interaction. Sure, they might play the Max C. When you're sharing Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring, you're also probably going to play that then. But in general, it's more of a breaking deck. You're playing cards like Triple Tactic Frost, Triple Tactic Talons, and therefore having two other decks in your lineup that just need a lot of hand interaction, saying, for example, Yummy and Draco Tail, both famously known to play a lot of hand interactions. It just makes sense to have another deck in your lineup which doesn't really need that, and therefore it just seems like Luna Light, maybe not even because of itself being the craziest deck of all time, but because it's fitting so well into the deck construction theme, might be the reason why we see that here today quite a bit.
I totally agree with what you said. Of course, Luna Light is a great deck and it has a strong win condition with the Like Dancer. But yes, you have to think about the construction of the deck. Indeed, we've seen that during the past metas, where, for example, you've seen some players play some Tenpai strategy with the Sky Striker cards and all the Field Breaker to not have to share the hand interactions and be able to bring a deck which is full of the best hand interaction cards in itself. But for now, we are going to have to break this field, and you know, usually I say that it's pretty hard going second to try to break the field, but with a deck like Luna Light, it always feels like you can do it, because since the Like Dancer is totally unaffected, unless you are against another Luna Light player, I mean, once you get it on the field, it is pretty much over.
Ooh, look at that. We are not using our Caesar on the effect of Silverhound, but instead just chaining the Mululu. And I think when we do that, and yes, that is confirmation, we will use the Mululu for it. So whatever MSB is going to summon here will also be met with the activation of the effect of the Draco Tail Mululu in the graveyard, which then, of course, can just negate one opponent's monster. So here, Chainlink 1, Luna Light Gold Leo, but that Mululu immediately comes Chainlink 2. We will be setting a card from the deck, but also we get an additional effect of negating a card on the field as well. Most likely, most definitely actually going to be the Gold Leo.
Absolutely, and this is very well played because we keep the effects of the Caesar still sitting on two materials, and therefore if we have to face something like a polymerization or even a heavy polymerization, we will be able to just negate it with the Caesar. Maybe we just keep the Caesar for the actual way to fuse into the Like Dancer or into the Perfume Dancer.
One thing though, we see the deck trying to play into this Draco Tail field here on MSBs and Duel C though. Let's go over to Duel C. We saw the Luna Light player of Team CH comboing for quite a while, and all we've got was an SP Little Knight? Like, we comboed all that time just to end on SP Little Knight? That doesn't seem right.
And especially when you see that the Ritual Mitsurugi is being activated, I mean, he's gonna be hard, because even with the SP Little Knight, it's not gonna last long, to be honest.
Definitely not. Oh, Duel A, I just saw Max C also being dropped on top of that big field that Drizzle's created, so that's no good news for Team NOT there. Okay, Chainlink 1 Murakumo, of course, chaining to SP Little Knight. You may as well also use that Murakumo now. Do you want to make sure this resolves? I'm not sure. I think you might just... If you're... Oh wow.
Yeah,
they are
yeah.
discarding it. Okay.
I think so, because it removes the Murakumo from the loop, I mean, for now. And whether you choose to try to resolve the effect of the SP or not, I think it doesn't really matter, to be honest.
Fair. Okay, we do go summon back Saji for the price of 800 life points with Mitsurugi Prayers. And now maybe we have a level 4 normal summon. It is Max C as the normal summon of choice. Well, SP Little Knight? Maybe a Fiends of Engine is as well?
Oh! Oh, it is going to be the Camellia. We've seen that before. We can just drop the drone into the graveyard, go into the Kagari to just get back the drone and go into our full engine. And the set card, it better be a very, very good card. Otherwise, it's totally over.
I mean, we talked about different kind of bridges that were used in the TCG for Yummy variants. One that we did not have on our radar at all, because it is not released in the TCG, but only in Master Duel and the OCG, is that Camellia, right? Like having consistent access with any two monsters to make full Sky Striker combo, being full Yummy combo then, is crazy. It's such a good inclusion into the deck.
It totally reminds me of Predaplant and Moon, basically. Yeah. So once you've got two monsters on the field, you can go into a full combo, whether it is a Finsmith combo, a fusion for the Predaplant, or here is the full Yummy combo. And this is very scary, because look at that. Now you can just go into all those monsters, and I mean, you're not gonna last long, because we've seen that before. They can gain so much attack that it's just game over.
It definitely is. Yummy Snatchy now, making sure that all of those monsters are big enough. We will bring back another one, just for good measure. We had over 8,000 already, but here we are with all those attack points. Will that be the first game point of the finals? It sure enough looks like it, and that is the final blow, meaning that Team NOT is the one being in the lead now. But here, Ohimi is trying to make it happen for Team CH. Going second here, really trying to break the entire Draco Tail field in the battle phase. Hold, that's close. It's game though.
It is game, I guess, yeah.
That should be game. Wait, no, is it? I think it's off by 100.
No, it is game.
Oh,
right?
Yeah, right. It was game. It was game for sure. So that is Ohimi with that super interesting Mitsurugi Malice deck, making sure this is 1-1 again. And wait, I think the other game also just finished.
Yeah, absolutely. At the exact same time, the other game finished. So that was pretty fast, to be honest. And we've seen multiple things, especially the fact that the Malice strategy was able to break the field and to special summon the access code and to attack for game, which means that you have some tools. And that is what I like about Draco Tail. Yes, it is very strong, but it doesn't feel too much.
Yeah,
you know, it feels like you can get back in the game and maybe you have some tools to just win the whole thing.
It felt a little too much though on Drizzle's table.
Yeah.
Because Drizzle's was the last game missing. Drizzle's is the one responsible for Team CH, as we can all also see here, being up 2-1, because that Fiendsmith Draco Tail deck with the Caesar and everything, Maxi on top, that was a show that Drizzle's put up there. And that was the main reason why this team currently is 2-1 in the lead, with that absurd lineup of Lunalight, Fiendsmith Draco Tail, and Malice Mitsurugi. I can't stop saying it because it's just, it makes sense on the one hand so much, but it's also so surprising on the other hand that it works so well. Because usually, let's face it, the more boring standard approaches are the ones that working best. But here, creativity finally paid off, and they are having a real good run and a lead now as well in the finals, which is great to see. I love to see when creativity gets rewarded.
Absolutely. I totally agree with you on this one. I always praise creativity because I think that this is the way to take people by surprise, to try to improvise or make them improvise because they don't know your lines perfectly. They are not used to play against your deck, and therefore you can just take advantage of that. You know perfectly how they will play, but they don't know how you will play exactly. And you have always a way to try to play around their interactions. I love that, absolutely.
It is insane. Like, with the Malice Mitsurugi deck, you can't know which engine is coming next. Like, is he all of a sudden just dropping down a Murakumo out of nowhere and just wiping your entire field? They might be. You just don't know. Or maybe they just play with the entirety of their Malice cards, and that's the beauty of it, the surprise factor. Maybe we are going to see Yummy Surprise, though, as Yummy Surprise artwork is still dancing in the background here. It's spinning in our heads now as well with all those Yummy decks today. But that's great to see the Team CH and they will be able to go first here again against... And I mean, that was a super important coin toss, as Ohimi will go first against Lunalight here.
Absolutely, because yeah, Lunalight is scary going second, but it is even more scary going first, so you always want to go first against that deck, be able to put your strategy on the field, maybe put some very good interactions against this Lunalight strategy. And for now, we are going to start with the backup Administer. Not the best normal summon, of course, but it is still full combo.
Ooh.
We are going to recognize the fact that usually you don't want to start that way, and we're going to Ash Blossom that right away.
That's interesting. Feels mandatory when they are starting like that, but...
Oh, it is going to be called by the grave. We really want this backup to resolve. And on top of that, we are going to add the Dimension Shifter to try to seal the deal.
Well, Dimension Shifter against Lunalight is a statement. And this was so smartly done, right?
Yeah.
Because we, by not preemptively activating the Dimension Shifter, made sure that our call by the grave would be impactful enough to go after the Ash Blossom and Joy Spring. So, perfectly, once more executed from Ohimi, making sure that he gets the most value out of every single card in his starting hand. And yeah, I don't see Ohimi losing a game today. Like, they play perfect, and they have found such a perfect deck as well for this tournament. So I would not be surprised if Ohimi just takes 2 more here.
Absolutely, and the fact that the Dimension Shifter was activated also allowed the player to just banish the Dormouse right away to be able to special summon itself back on the field, and that was pretty well played. Now we have 3 bodies on the field. We know that the Mali strategy wants to have the most bodies as possible, and we are even going to be able to set the trap card, but this is a pretty good spot. It was a bit scary, to be honest, at first when I saw the Ash Blossom on the field. But yeah, the Call by the Grave, the Dimension Shifter, that is so good, especially against the deck of MSB. So, pretty good spot, to be honest.
All right, we're setting TV11. I really am curious about the actual deck list from Ohimi, because how many trap cards can you even run when you're combining those 2 engines and everything? Like, is it maybe 45 cards? I have so many questions regarding this Mitsurugi Melis deck, and I want to have them all answered. And hopefully I will be able to see that deck eventually, as it is such a unique pile.
Absolutely. I had a player that I knew who was playing this deck in the TCG, and it was very interesting because I loved the approach of the fact that the Mitsurugi just forced so many things that after that your money strategy is literally untouched, and you can literally full combo, go into something like an access code going second, or literally just end up on the same full Malis field going first. And I think this is very, very clever, to be honest, because yeah, the Mitsurugi stuff, it forces so many things, and if you start with the Malice strategy, it forces also so many things that you can just go into the Malice strategy, the Mitsurugi, sorry, strategy right after. The problem, of course, that there are some cards that you don't want to go, like the trap cards, as you just mentioned, but this is a compromise to do if you want to play both strategy.
It is, but it feels like we are just going to pass on a super... Okay, we are continuing a little bit, because for a short period of time, we set another trap card. It felt like we're just passing on Hard Scripter, which would have been certainly a little small. On the other hand, though, what is the Lunalight deck supposed to do going second with Dimension Shifter being active?
Exactly.
It's just, like, probably you can just pass on a really small field and then just go in again on the follow-up turn, because... We cannot go for an Allied Code Talker line here, as there will never be any Link Freeze in the graveyard. So maybe this is the best we can do. And this is what we are going to do with that Hard Scripter returning to the field with powerful 5,000 attack points. Interesting zone placement, I gotta say. I would always be afraid of the Anima in that particular zone, but probably not going to happen here from the Lunalight deck on MSB's end.
And I think that you can just literally let MSB play for now, because if you don't have access to the graveyard, it is almost impossible to do anything. So I don't see any threat with that tanky
One thing that's interesting though is when you go into the hard scripter to bring it back to double its attack points to 5,000, all of a sudden a normal summon and then go into Typhon makes you deal with the hard scripter because it cannot activate its effect anymore. On the other end though, they do have MTP set anyhow, so MTP could always be dealing with that Typhon, so it's probably not that big of a deal. So, okay, yeah, they are searching for Lunalight Gold Leo. We just normal summon that out and then head into Typhon. That might just be the way to go. And while we are still in that Dimension Shifter situation here, why do we not check out Duel C? Because I feel like on Duel C, on Table C, the Lunalight player, RJW, is enjoying his time a lot more as there is no Dimension Shifter in sight and already 2 level 4 monsters onto the field next to the Perfume Dancer. Probably going to be seeing a Liger Dancer here very soon as well.
Absolutely, because no Dimension Shifter and also no hand interaction on the side of Dark, so we are going to see the very scary double Liger Dancer setup probably, and this is almost impossible to break if you are not prepared. So yeah, more enjoyable situation for the Lunalight player over here, because yeah, not having access to the graveyard feels a bit hard.
Let's go Duel A though, because I feel like Duel A is establishing in a quite interesting fashion as we're already in turn 4 and that Nibiru token there is big enough to make sure that alongside the Khadija and the 2 Fiendsmith monsters, we got the win there for Drizzles and his Fiendsmith Draco Tail deck, and that is a 3-1 lead now for Team CH. And Team CH is still hungry with that Lunalight Liger Dancer now hitting the field for RJW.
And that's very scary already because Team CH looks to be in a very, very promising situation. Considering the fact that they already won Duel A, on Duel C they are in a pretty good situation because they have access to Liger Dancer and probably the second one right now. And on Duel B, remember, there was this Dimension Shifter.
But let's go Duel B, because in Duel B, that's not a fusion you see very often from the Lunalight deck.
Yeah.
3,900 attack points, not too shabby, but now we have the hard scripter returning to the field for Orhimi as well. Orhimi though, gotta be a little bit careful with that only 4,400 life points remaining. Oh, okay, now is the Typhon time. We talked about it. Typhon over Slayer Dancer, I think it's that.
But as you just mentioned earlier, I think it's just gonna be, it's gonna get banished by the MTP07. Is there an Ash Blossom or something like that? No. There is nothing like that. So the Typhoon will get banished and this is a very scary situation. Everything is banished and there is nothing left to do for MSB. And it's going to be Orhimi's turn right now. And that's gonna be very easy to end the game from that spot. Especially with the Dormouse, yeah.
That is making it even easier. Just get that White Rabbit out as well. That is 7,100 already with the White Rabbit returning. We will use the effect. Oh, and we have a finished game as well on Duel C. So that is Lunalight winning for Team CH there. So this is already match point for Orhimi. And as we just explained, it seems so easy in the battle phase with more than 8,000 attack points. And that is such an impressive showing by Team CH, crowning them the champion of tonight's Challenger Cup 3v3 tournament to start off the winter season here with an impressive 5-1 victory in the finals.
Wow, what a way to win this one. I mean, that was very impressive. 25 minutes to just win it all and just get a crown with some very interesting strategy. We've talked about that, the Mitsurugi Malice, but also the Lunalight strategy getting here, as well as the Fiendsmith Draco Tail. That's something very special, and they win it all with a very convincing way. 5-1 in the final, 5-2 in the top 4. They deserve their victory.
Very, very strong. In one round, they only had a 5-4, so they were close to elimination there. But since then, they were like, okay, we're now through this. we're just going to win it all, okay, guys? And then they made the decision collectively on the team. And so CH, as we have the pricing here once more on our screen, will walk away with that first place pricing of that cool Sky Striker jacket with the plush that will be revealed soon as well. So keep your eyes open for that on social media and on the Master Duel Challenger Cup Discord as well, of course. And then the playmat and the new acrylic figurine. And yeah, that's plenty to play for. They have done so successfully. And well, I'm ready to now also play some of those decks. Like, I want to try out Malice Mitsurugi, really, because Malice Mitsurugi may just be the answer. Maybe it is the answer. Pure Malice, probably not consistent enough anymore. Yeah. Mitsurugi Malice, though, maybe that's the way to go.
It feels great. Sometimes you've got some very weird hands, of course, but I mean, I think the deck is very, very strong. On the other hand, I am very excited about the Drake Hotel Finsmith strategy. I would love to play it and to special summon some Caesar. I think this is very strong in this meta game. We've seen that during this tournament today. Countless times the Caesar was on the field and the opponent was not able to break this. I think this brings a whole lot more
the ceiling
to this deck.
is crazy,
and the ceiling, is absolutely crazy, as you just mentioned. So maybe at some point we'll do a duel between those two decks.
Okay, you're challenging me. I'm down. I'm down.
Mean, that would be great, right?
So after all that Master Duel gameplay here today is coming to an end now, I want to also remind you that tomorrow there is going to be another stream here live on the Yu-Gi-Oh! Card EU channel, which will all be because of the 9th anniversary of Duel Links, and therefore will all be Duel Links themed. So everyone make sure to also tune in for that tomorrow at 7 p.m. Central European Time, where it will be Barcode together with Adnan having a party together with all of you guys for the Jubilee of Duel Links. As I said, the 9th Jubilee, 9th anniversary already. What? Yeah, we're getting old.
Yeah, absolutely.
But yeah, that was some fun dueling all the way through here in this tournament. I hope you enjoyed the gameplay. I hope you enjoyed the innovation of those new and interesting decks. We saw plenty of Yummy, and we saw that it is very much able to compete now in the highest competitive stages of Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel. So maybe that was the sign for you to also get your Yummy cards. Now, of course, it is the newest set in the shop, so make sure to head on over to the shop and get your Yummy cards as well. And then we will all be seeing each other again, dueling, maybe on the ladder, maybe in another Challenger Cup. Hopefully soon, though. Thanks for watching, everyone, throughout the entirety of this stream. And as I said, tomorrow, everyone, be back for the stream here again on this specific channel for some Duel Links. Partying as well. Until tomorrow, bye-bye.